Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is hammered down in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 6, The Trials, Train Me, Sensei. Oh, mercy, make it stop, please, make it stop, I beg you. The bleeding wouldn't stop, though. No matter how the healer tried. It kept pouring out of his body, fueled by every beat of the recalcitrant heart. The lieutenant himself was well past unconscious, owing partly to the damage he received in a quick soporific spell his hopeful savior had administered. None of that was helping her right now, though. Isane Katetsu, lieutenant of the 4th Division, strove with all her skill and strength to halt the Crimson River flowing into the loam of the living world. Several Shinigami were clustered around her, members of Squad 10 still dazed and horrified by the night's proceedings. The majority couldn't approach any closer to the scene, kept at bay by the incomprehensible riot so still swirling around this place. It was more than just a sense. That lingering aura was as concentrated and deadly as a dagger aimed at their throats. Were they to draw nearer, it might leap to the kill, their spirit bodies providing even less resistance than had their superior officers. Kenta Arakeke. That was his name. A man she had met and spoken to several times in her life. He was big and quiet. Exactly the sort of person to be leading the staid professionals of his division. There had never been more than 10 words passed between them in a row, but Isane had oddly felt a companionship with him. Maybe it had been the height. They were both over 2 meters tall. No longer. Kenta's legs were lying somewhere off to the left. What remained of his body leaked the afterlife zitcher on this sylvan setting. Willpower alone kept him from fading into oblivion, Isane's as well as his own. What are you doing? I can feel him fading away, you've got to work harder. At her back, the 3rd seat of this squad alone dared to approach. She was of medium height and no particular beauty, but according to a certain familial rumor monger, she and Arakeke were a very solid item in the Serai. Right now, the girl's name escaped her. Saki? Something like that. It was only the grisly intensity of her ministrations that kept the healer from turning and shouting at his lover to stop screaming at her. I'm doing the best I can. It just wasn't enough. There weren't that many wounds, really. In this case, it seriously was quality over quantity. These strikes were of near surgical precision, hard to believe that any feral hollow could execute such injuries. Bad choice of words, forgive me, Kenta. Even with both legs missing, and the gaping hole punched in his sternum, given her well-deserved rank and proven skill at recuperation, it should have at least been possible to stabilize her comrade, giving Captain Anohana a chance to arrive and work another miracle. It was the Ryotsu level of the wounds that balked her. Never had the willowy sorceress encountered anything as insidious as this soul substance, so dense she was half convinced she could reach out and touch it. What in heaven's name could have caused this, she wondered in an abstract corner of her mind untouched by horror and self-reproach. This couldn't be a Minos Grande, even the rare sample of Agichas she had been allowed to analyze was inconsequential compared to it. Mother of mercy, don't let it be real. Don't die, Arakeke-san. Please don't prove me right. At last, the blood flow ceased. Behind her, several people let out cheers and gasped laughter. She did it. Someone shouted. Lieutenant Katetsu leaned back wearily. You fools. Are you blind? He's dead. Isane stood up then, and the 10th's 3rd seat, Sachiko, that was her name, rushed forward, only to be balked by the lingering pall left on the dead man by his killer. What's going on? Someone asked. She didn't bother to respond, knowing that it would only lead to more of what was becoming habit of late. The 2nd seat's steps took her away from that spot. I just need some time to think about all this. Maybe if you would just give me an hour to myself, I can come to terms with it. 4 of us lost in the space of just 2 years. Was no one else questioning these deaths? Damn useless 4th. That reached her ears clearly. Whether they meant it to or not. Grief expressed itself in many ways, Isane knew. Anger was the most common. In such cases as this, when the justifiable target of their wrath was no longer in evidence, people were always more than eager to turn their ire on the next available candidate. As she and her subordinates well knew, too often they fit the bill for that outrage. She should have done more. Sachiko-san, please, come away from there. Why didn't they get here faster? We were here. Why didn't we do anything? Did anybody see it? No. Just felt it. For a few seconds. I couldn't move. Me neither. What was it? Hollow. Don't be an idiot. No dumb animal could have done this. The tousle-headed death god continued back towards the Senkaimon she had entered through. A hell butterfly pattered down to brush softly against her cheek. Isane moved her head to the side, and spoke carefully. Isane Katetsu, Division 4 Lieutenant reporting in. The lieutenant of Squad 10, Kenta Arakeke, has been killed while on patrol in the mortal realm. She then thought for a few moments before deciding on whether or not to follow her instincts. Would the captain find fault with her were she to make this call herself? I have enough people upset with me right now. The last thing I want is to be forced to submit to an inquiry on misconduct and breach of protocol. But if I don't do it, I'll have nightmares from not knowing. That much I do know. We request the 12th Division perform a fact-finding autopsy immediately. The delicate sprite took off, making its way back to Soul Society. When another one came to act as her guide, Isane followed. Blood flavored Rukia's dream that night. It came bursting out of Kyan Shiba's back as she thrust the blade home, ending his newborn existence as a hollow Shinigami fusion. This time, the only thing that came out of his mouth was scarlet, soaking her robes even though she couldn't feel it. The stream of Kyan's life was a river, spilling out onto the floor in a pool before turning black and unnatural under the moonlight. It came to her suddenly that if she didn't move, it was going to stain the hem of her robes. Rukia tried to step away, dragging the dead body with her. Only then did she realize that it was not Kyan being held up by her anymore. Instead, it was Junichi Maru standing there, smiling and grasping her shoulders. The blood was spilling from a hole in his stomach, and her hands were trying to plug the gap. Struggling ineffectively against his grasp, the dreamer slowly bent back against her will, Jin's strength almost folding her over at the waist. So iPhone stood a few feet away, holding two corpses on her shoulder. One was Kyan, and the other. Lucky, Jin spoke. She raised her head to get a better look at him. Ichimaru's eyes were red as the blood only a short distance below. He flashed his teeth in a way that made her wish she could scream, but that was against the rules. Have a drink, Kukaki Rukia. Then he pushed her head under the pool. She slid in fully, as natural as anything. There were dead people floating in there. Childhood friends, half-recognized faces, former acquaintances. I'm one of them now, she realized. Falling into my hell of blood. But I don't belong here. I'm still alive. Won't anybody see that and speak up before they write my name on their rolls? Please. Someone called out, and when she looked up, it was to find her brother swimming downwards. It was only the horror of this place that caused her to reach up towards him without fear for once. Byakuya held one end of his long scarf, and it was this he offered out to her. When she grasped hold, the line of precious silk retracted, pulling Rukia back towards the surface. Wait, what about him? Looking down, she saw his stern ivory face fading into the crimson depths. He took my place, she realized. Then the girl broke the surface, and found herself hanging before a man whose eyes were hidden by the moonlight reflecting off them. I knew you could be relied upon, Rukia-chan, he laughed. It's only a dream, she replied back. That was how you break the spell, she realized. Recognition. This became clear just then, when Rukia Kukaki woke up. For half a moment, she thought there was a flash of movement at the edge of her vision. It took an effort to rise, having just come back from the land of Nod. But when she finally managed to hoist up off the futon, it was to find herself alone. The certainty of this realization allowed Rukia to close her eyes once more and settle back into the pillow's welcoming comfort. It had just been another nightmare. When she awoke fully, the memory would pass, as it always did. Upon feeling her brain settle back into the state of pre-torpor, one lingering thought appeared unbidden. Somewhere, somehow, a person had just died. She slept. That had been disturbingly close. Rukia had almost caught him watching over her while she lay dreaming. That would have called for some rather embarrassing explanations. Fortunately, he had been trained by the best, and neither his talents nor instincts had been permitted to go dull in the intervening years. Bless you, Yuruki, wherever you are. With this benevolent benediction in mind, Byakuya Kukaki landed on the roof of a watchtower bordering his estate. Beneath his feet, a sentry could be felt scanning the grounds for any sign of uninvited guests. Apparently his presence had not been detected. Good grade for himself, and a black mark for the servant. He would see this woman transferred to a position that was not deemed essential within the hour. It did not matter that he was a captain level, the white Haori did not automatically imply trust. Full half of his 13 associates were unscrupulous murderers who would balk at nothing, certainly not assassination. The number he would consider leaving alone with his sister could be counted on one hand. While considering the less savory aspects of the captain's personalities, the brooding widower was distracted by a sense of sudden urgency. Moments later, a hell butterfly dropped out of the dark side of the moon and settled upon his outstretched fingers. When he accepted its message, any satisfaction with this world slipped soundlessly away. Yet another lieutenant had been slain. This time from the 10th. That makes, 4 in all. 4 seats vacant. Including my own. This would not go unnoticed. The ones who kept track of their army's ranks would inevitably go running to tell the souls who sat in judgment over them all. His father had worn that privilege once. Until it broke him. And old bonds meant nothing to those secluded in the chamber of 46. They were concerned only with maintaining the peace and tranquility which served as a marked contrast from that system their charges had struggled under when alive. Byakuya felt the breeze blow gently through his sable hair. He had already taken preparations to prevent any more acceptable losses in his own household. But once again, it seemed, the times had grown dangerous. Seclusion was all well and good, but should actual conflict erupt, then it would be for the best that his wife's sister possess as comprehensive a training regimen as possible. She had received expert tutelage from his house staff in the blade, tactics, and Kido. But lectures and drills only prove so much. His own sword master was wont to remark upon the dramatic improvement she demonstrated following that incident in the bog. There is certainly something to be said for having your skills put to the test. However, since the misfortune with the Shiba clan, Rukia's confidence had suffered a grievous blow. Coming face to face with personal loss was the sharpest reminder of how fleeting even souls can be. Someone you cherished and depended upon could be here one day, and when you wake up the next it is to find them gone, never to return. It was easy to slip into self-defeat after that, telling yourself that the world no longer had any significance, and that your place in it was trite and futile. I have trod that path. Has Rukia, unbeknownst to me, still lingered upon it as well? If so, it will not require finding true love for her to step off of it. Because this place we live in is good. And while we might chafe at its limitations, ultimately those restrictions are proven to be for our lasting benefit. Standing at the top does not mean I look down upon all those around me. Rather, it only provides me with clarity as to what they all engage in, and why. I stand as a guardian of order, but not just for its own sake. It is for the people I care about, so that they will be able to reap the benefits of that virtue's protection. Crouching on the tower's tiled roof, he pondered carefully. So, what are my options? Yuka knows better, but the rest might petition beyond his influence if they feel a candidate is worthy enough. There are limits to what even captains can accomplish, and rightly so. Absolute power is not meant for any but the most deserving hands. So I have taken steps to ward off any prying eyes. But her skills might already shine too brightly to be contained forever. What, then? I could have her removed from the roles of service entirely. That would probably serve to keep any eager captains from sniffing around. However, it would not be wise to assume the beast that slew my mother and the one who fought Yuka to a standstill are not indicative of a growing trend among the Hollows. Should she somehow be confronted by such an opponent again, there must be no shortcomings in her abilities. A lieutenant's rank means nothing, after all. Only power counts. And survival. Given that this might already be the case, would it not also be a wise practice to see she receives training from those who are not only eminently qualified, but privy to the same daily risks and dangers as herself? Tutors and men-at-arms can coddle, after all. They are not all endowed with specific experience, and with the passage of time, even the doughtiest warrior can miss out on whatever changes the battlefield might have to offer. The man who took up her training afterwards is certainly skilled and up to date on combat, but he is as focused on bloodshed as the rest of his lot. Rukia requires more. Byakuya would take no chances when it came to ensuring his sister's safety. It was time to consider his options once again. If you were to enter the Research and Development Bureau, it might be with the apprehension of finding oneself in a dimly lit horror house, replete with constricting hallways and sharp turns around which lurked new and more horrifying visions which bore no small resemblance to hell itself. Well, you would be mistaken. The lights were kept at a more than adequate level. In most places, at least. The corridor down which Captain Anoha Naretsu and her second-in-command were walking was just as bright as day. Lined with a procession of numbered doors, they could hear voices coming from behind some of those portals, along with the occasional scratching and plaintive whimpering. Trailing in her captain's wake, Isane did her best to ignore anything heard along that route. This place had always felt unwelcome to her, right from the start. Eventually the silent pair stood before one door in particular. Emblazoned upon it was a large ornate X. At their approach, 4 pairs of eyes slid open at each tip of the letter. The looming lieutenant could not suppress a flinch, as usual. Small wonder she dreaded this part of the job. Each eyeball had a diagonal slash for a pupil, pointing in either direction. As the Shinigami waited patiently, the multicolored orbs turned to regard them. Under their collective stare, Anohana bowed her head politely. The heads of the 4th Division would like permission to enter the captain's chambers, in order to discuss the ordering of lieutenants. 4 spheres spun, as if reporting this information, and then began to slide along the lines of the X. When they met, the eyes merged into one another, until all 4 pupils intersected to form a smaller X. With this, the gate unlocked, its safeguards neutralized. It slid upwards, and after both ladies passed underneath, came back down. The passageway down which they now trod was shaped like a right triangle. While pedestrians could move comfortably along the perpendicular planes, the lower angle of the corridor was filled with pipes and tubes of various colors, stretching along the path. For Isane especially, this odd architecture was quite a hassle to traverse. Considering that the architect was among the shortest of the captains, he had clearly not bothered to give consideration to anyone else's comfort when designing the layout of his laboratory. As it was, the Amazon healer was always under the impression that her head was about to get stuck between the top sides of this hall. 100 meters down the way, the duo at last came upon a fleshy pink wall which blocked their path. The pipes proceeded into this surface without cease, but anything outside of a liquid format was required to place their hands upon the disturbingly warm and spongy surface, which they now did. The second seat oftentimes wondered what would happen if a person who had not been granted access were to approach this slab. Probably something unspeakable, considering how the demented doctor guarded his research and privacy. As it was, the question had to remain unanswered, as a hole opened in that sakura-colored mass, spreading out like the petals of a flower to encase them in its embrace. This was the part Vice Captain Katetsu really hated. Apparently the room that lay beyond here was not the actual laboratory. Whomever made the mistake of trying to force their way through was liable to be disappointed at the result, perhaps fatally. Instead the portal swallowed its guests, and proceeded to transport them to another room whose location in the compound was unknown to virtually anyone alive. At times like this, encased in pulsing, vaguely organic matter and kept from screaming only by the presence of her superior, the shaggy-headed sorceress wondered, he couldn't have built all this on his own. What became of the people who helped him, the ones entrusted with intimate knowledge of a captain's experimental refuge? A viscous substance caressed her cheeks, and Isane had a disturbing premonition as to what further use those workers had been put to. In the space of a few heartbeats, Captain and aide-de-camp were deposited gently in a vibrantly colored room of asymmetrical architecture. Massive pediments sloped up to the shadowy ceiling, accompanied by queerly wrinkled tubes, all composed of an adamantine reishi that could withstand even a captain-level bankai. Several huge bubbles were set into the floor, around which waist-high cylinders of death stone protruded at regular intervals. In there could be found the most prized specimens of the Lord of the RDB, Captain of Squad 12, and former incarcerated inmate of the Godi I-13. Mayuri Kuratsuki. At their feet, a hole suddenly opened, and out shot the man himself. His top lip curved fiercely, and while the mouth didn't open, they could clearly hear the madman chuckle. Isane bowed forth, while Anohana inclined her head politely. "Mayuri-sensei," she addressed him. Golden eyes blazed out of the black mask painted on his pointed face, and those dead white hands wound around one another eagerly. "The only good thing about having my ideas dismissed outright is when I am inevitably proven to be right." With that, the painted professor spun away from them and strode off, leaving the women to trail in his wake. As they moved to one of the obtuse domes, he continued speaking, very much like a man giving a tour. "You remember, don't you, Retsu-sensei? Not 1 year ago, I gave them a perfectly presentable and cost-efficient prototype body armor already suited for distributing among the troops. A design that I had spent numerous weeks designing, testing, and refining until it would serve to grace even a captain's shoulders if need be. It was light, it was malleable, and it protected the body. And do you know what they told me? I recall something from your recitation about inconvenience being mentioned. The party had come upon one of the half-spheres, and at Mayuri's approach, an opening yawned wide, granting them entry. Yes. Inconvenience. That is how they referred to my diligent labor. While I could have been devoting myself to matters of more private interest, instead I took the time to fashion something that would potentially impact the abysmal casualty rate that has only been steadily growing since my investiture. And how do those cloistered coinmongers thank me? With bland admonishments. Hanging their hoary heads, casting casuistic looks between one another, and then grumbling about how it might inconvenience our men that the armor could never be taken off. They came into a domed chamber, and at this point their crazed host whirled to confront his comrades. So they have to learn how to copulate in chainmail. Would it be less of an inconvenience to have their organs sucked out by some brainless hollow? But no. Even when I suggested it be distributed among the higher-ranked officers alone, they only treated me with studious dismissal. Perhaps young Master Arakeka from the 10th could voice his opinion about which is the more enduring irritation? Oh my, I suppose he'll never get the chance now, will he? Kotetsu was not keen on enduring one of the Shinigami scientist's tantrums on normal occasions, but this one was of particular discomfort to her. Already, the jab was having its unintended effect. Could the armor Kuratsuka developed have saved her ally's life? She had not been present when these two captains had examined the result of their latest collaboration, so there was no first-hand data to back up any assertions this madman might have concocted in his head. And the damage done to Kenta's body had been severe enough to resist even her most dogged attempts at healing. There was just no way of knowing. Blame could not be parceled out here so freely. It was an extreme example of the perils they faced. She closed her eyes. Monsters. Everywhere she looked, there were monsters. Mayuri-sensei. He appreciated that. Always. Isane knew as well as anyone how this man was viewed in the ranks of the Godai 13. Not even half a century ago, they had said such things about his predecessor. What a brilliant creation. That Kisukura Hara is a freaky genius. But nowadays, the whispers went along different lines. What a disgusting idea. That Mayuri Kuratsuki is a freak. And he was crazy. From the way he treated himself to his outlook on others. It was mad. But even madmen had their pride. And although he hardly ever showed it in public, the constant distrust of his contributions to Soul Society did anger this brilliant soul. It was like no matter what he did, there was a measure of disdain that crept into all the Shinigami upon speaking of him. The armor he had referenced was just one of his attempts to reach out in a friendly gesture that had been met with what Mayuri considered unfathomable denial. Go figure. But from the first, Anohana Retsu had treated her new fellow captain with what others considered confounding respect. She called him sensei, and offered her long insight and experience into the workings of soul bodies to that outlandish madman. Who else but the gentle, humble captain of the 4th would ever consider such a bond of trust as reasonable? And when you came down to it, none could find fault with her decision. Though other death gods treated her division with outright contempt, scoffing at their limited contributions on the front lines, they never dared afford the captain anything less than the utmost respect. When one caught sight of the black braid, all thoughts of insults died away. Perhaps that too made her dealings with Kuratsuki easier to understand. So they called one another teacher, and were on very good terms. I believe you wished to show us the results of your efforts this past month. A look of undeniable pride came over his carnival freak face. All talk of wounded egos and other such things quickly fled. Indeed I would. I think you'll be most impressed with what has come about since your last inspection. He snapped his fingers, using the long-nailed index and thumb. At this specific signal, it was as though a curtain had been pulled away from the center of the room. Coming into view, seemingly from out of nowhere, there was a glass cylinder, 10 feet in height and capped on top and bottom with a collection of unrecognizable devices. Tubes extended from the interior, drawing down to fasten upon a form crouched on its knees within that container. Isane heard her commander sigh in appreciation. You've done it, Mayuri-sensei. What? The lieutenant peered closer. Doesn't look any different to me. What was she? Then it hit her. Cradled against its chest, half hidden by the bent head, there was protruding the hilt of a slim saber. The sight sent shivers up the tall wallflower's spine. He really had done it, in spite of all the doubters and naysayers. Mayuri Kuratsuki had bestowed a Zanpakuto upon his creation. After 2 years of non-stop experimentation, failures, and running into brick walls, they had engineered an artificial lieutenant-level Shinigami. The captains couldn't have looked happier. For her part, their meek observer tried hard not to think about how any of the others would react to this news. At another gesture from the demented doctor, the capsule's shell cracked open to reveal a door, and the various scientific appendages snapped off to zip back into the surfaces from which they came. Stand up, Mayuri ordered. The figure did so, then stood still. Isane watched the motionless creation, apprehension causing her to bite the inside of her cheek. There was no way this would go smoothly. It had all started after the 12th Division had lost its lieutenant. Absurdly enough, it was not due to any act of warfare, but a simple moment of carelessness. While overseeing the transport and disposal of an unstable supply of banned experimental chemicals, the second seat had failed to notice one of the workers stacking several vessels on top of one another, in an effort to save time. Moments later this overloaded cart tipped to one side, and the casing broke along one of the vials. No one was permitted to go near the site for a month, even to retrieve the bodies. Some speculated that perhaps the accident was no such thing, and Mayuri had simply wanted to observe the effects of his discontinued formulae on Shinigami subjects. These rumors were never repeated in his presence, but they would only have gotten worse if they knew what she did. Shortly after this incident, the head of the Research and Development Bureau had approached her mentor with an incredible proposal. Having been dissatisfied with the candidates to replace his lost adjutant, Kuratsuka proposed that they create one, using the templates of his barely legal faux body and mod soul research. Much to Isane's horror, Retsu had agreed wholeheartedly, offering her insight to their attempts to fabricate from scratch a synthetic soul with the power of a lieutenant. It had been a most daring, secretive, and often frustrating endeavor. This was the result. The brainchild of the two most brilliant and powerful minds in their divisions was female, of middling height and slender build. There could be no doubt that her body was well formed, though, possessing a smooth muscular carriage that showed in her brief movements. One could tell that more strength lay therein than a casual perusal might reveal, were one not distracted by the ample endowments of her breasts, or the winsome, statuesque beauty of the face. She had hair of a royal purple hue that hung unfettered all the way down her back. Someone, probably Mayuri, had cut her bangs off straight across right above the eyebrows, no doubt so that the first observers would not fail to miss the unusual tint of deep green eyes looking out at them. Those eyes remained lowered in a subservient manner, and not the faintest hint of distress marred the brow or lips at being displayed naked like this. Had she not seen this girl move with her own eyes, Isane would not have known her to be alive at all. Captain Kuratsuka was grinning ear to ear, like a proud parent. The two head officers both stood admiring their handiwork, while in the background, the naturally born lieutenant was feeling quite out of place. While she would never consider allowing her captain to enter this spider lair unaccompanied, just being privy to such a display left her wondering what the rest of society would make of this. At first it had just seemed to be Anohana providing support for another of Mayuri's wildly unreasonable hypotheses. He didn't always succeed. She knew that for a fact. And for a time, this too had seemed to be another scheme doomed to failure, its results smashed underfoot by the maniac's pride and temper. But it wasn't an experiment anymore. It was a success. She will perform brilliantly come the trials, the cadaver captain smirked. His ally stepped forward to take a closer look. You've determined the blade's capabilities. To my satisfaction. The spirit has been confirmed and codified. By my calculations, she will uncover her Zanpakuto's name and form within 3 weeks at most, well before the deadline for the trials. The results will more than serve to prove its effectiveness when I bring my proposal before the Chamber of Central 46. I'm pleased to see you so confident, Mayuri-sensei. She turned about and favored him with a smile. Kuratsuka was rubbing the bronzed cap that was his earlobe and beaming in a most frightening manner. Let them try to find fault with my creation this time. It cannot be done. Yes, the old men do tend to look for any excuse available to constrict the purse strings, don't they? Indeed, he muttered with narrowed eyes, never ceasing to inspect his latest achievement, like he was searching for the tiniest flaw that only the artist of such a treasure could know of. Retsu frowned then, tapping a finger thoughtfully against her chin. Actually, sensei, it occurs to me that there may be one area of her training which might stand out to them as deficient. The painted features took on a look of round-eyed incredulity. Eh? What possible limitation on its capabilities could there be? We've tested it in terms of strength, speed, durability, Kido, acumen, strategy, and swordplay. Its prowess in terms of combat ranks higher than any current lieutenant at this time. He had apparently forgotten that Isane was still in the room, which suited her just fine. How could its specs be deficient? Mayuri-sensei, Anohana actually glided forward and laid a hand on the quivering academic's shoulder. At her touch, his agitation subsided somewhat. Hard to say if this was due to the healer captain's influence or not, because finding anyone willing to come within 2 feet of this diabolical genius was difficult enough to hinder comparison. In all our time together, we have sought to craft a perfect subordinate for you. But lest you forget, the duties of a lieutenant are more than just to serve their captain. They themselves hold a leadership position within their division. In the field, they must be able to assume command whenever needed over both their fellow seats and the regular forces. If an officer lacks experience with the temperament and capabilities of the ones she must lead, that inexperience could lead to misjudgments on the battlefield, ones with serious repercussions. The reclusive mortician's eyes rolled slowly in his sockets as he considered what she was saying. Oh my, you think they might ask for a demonstration of leadership? Yes, such an underhanded tactic would be right up their alley, enough to bowl heedlessly over all my wonderful accomplishments. Mayuri's attention came back to Anohana. How do you suppose we should remedy this? A slight smile lifted the corner of the beautiful pacifist's lips. You need to let her go outside. Eh? He blinked. Outside where? Into the Siriti. What? Kuratsuka drew back and raised an arm defensively before him. He looked like a night walker being exposed to sunlight, Isane mused absently. Put my creation in the midst of that dross that passes for soldiers? How can you think such a thing, sensei? Why, in no time at all, those clumsy oafs would dull and subvert its finely tuned faculties with their mindless carousing and heedless fumbling. If we expose it to inferior standards so soon in its development, there might be long-term damage that would take years to pinpoint and undo. The research possibilities are intriguing, I'll grant you, but at this time we could stand to lose more than we gain. Besides, neither of us has the time to oversee such a venue, and there is no one else qualified to handle its training. Ah, but there is. At this point Isane, who had been relatively secure in her position as a fly on the wall to this engagement, suddenly found herself to be the focus of both captains' unblinking stares. Her. The distrust in his voice would have been offensive had the looming lieutenant not been reduced to a quivering puddle of dread when his smoky golden gaze landed squarely on her. It was bad enough when he scarcely noticed her presence. Why had her respected superior suddenly brought her to Mayuri's attention? Lieutenant Kotetsu has been privy to our research since the beginning, so she appreciates the finer points of handling the newborn's care. And she is more than aware of how a second-in-command must relate to the warriors under their supervision. Isane can be depended upon to shepherd your candidate, and she will exercise good judgment as to what situations would be of the most benefit in this task. Merciful heavens, it almost looked like he was considering it. Wait, shouldn't I have a say in this? Taeko, I feel that I must point out, my duties are. There was no change in Anohanaretsu's smiling features. No movement at all. It was more like all the compassionate warmth and encouragement that naturally resided just below her skin simply drained away. What was left froze the blood with its frigid displeasure. It was every parent's face in the world upon finding their child engaged in something improper. The promise of retribution. Unholy retribution. And upon seeing it, the child knows that they have done a bad thing, and they must do everything in their power to remind the parent that they love their offspring and try to remedy the situation, crawling in the dirt like a worm so as to avoid the dreadful agony of punishment that will surely follow otherwise. Isane next found herself collapsed in the posture of submission, hands on the floor and forehead kissing the stone. It would be my honor to assist the captains in any way possible, she heard herself whimper. And with that, the magic turned back on again. Splendid, Isane-san. You see, Mayuri-sensei? She would be glad to offer her aid to you. Oh my! Such wonderful obedience, Kuratsuka mused out loud. I really must do research on how to duplicate such behavior for when the time comes. It would be most advantageous to my presentation. Oh, and yes, I suppose we can depend upon your underling to assist us in this new avenue of exploration. At this time the groveling lieutenant heard those explorers of the soul take their leave of that place. Behind them, the experiment and its new handler remained motionless. While we're on the subject of social interaction, Kuratsuka-sensei, I believe there is one area that should be addressed at long last. And that would be her name. Ah. Yes. You did make mention before of that being necessary once all parameters of survival had been met. Since so much of her is derived from your own soul body, it is only natural that you should both share a surname, in order to confirm the relationship. Naturally. To let one's works know to whom they belong. In addition, I have given the matter some thought, and concluded that the given name should serve to emphasize its most pleasing characteristic to me. What did you have in mind? Nimue. Nimue. Value from void. Why, it's a beautiful name. Actually, I meant its definition as sound of nothingness. Oh. Well, she is quite silent, after all. Pleasantly so. You also might want to get into the habit of referring to Nimue as her and she. What possible good could that do me? Allow me to explain. They then adjourned to a lounging area, where both bastions of the afterlife relaxed upon large cushions and shared their thoughts along with the relaxing fumes of a hookah, its soft blue smoke lending the air a most ethereal quality. Curved scimitars embraced Sode no Shirayuki in a razor-sharp fist, yanking it from her grasp. For a moment, Rukia stood there empty-handed in a field of blooming gardenias. Then a fist swung towards her gut. Just like last time. The thought galvanized her into action. In an instant she had raised her leg, catching one foot on the approaching limb and using it as a spring to propel herself back. It still hurt in spite of this, but for the moment she was airborne and he was not. And so the agile maiden thrust her palm out and shouted a spell. HADO 29. Heavy light. A circle of light 10 feet in diameter formed over her opponent, and then slammed down with the force of a raging cataract, crushing everything beneath it under a cylinder of massive energy. The magic user landed, observing this pillar closely. An amateur would sit and wait for the dust to settle, so to speak. But after all these years, one thing that no longer made any sense was hoping you had won, when you could be proving it. With that, Rukia Kukaki began another incantation. The back, which blocks off sight/the front, which reflects all light/stand before me and paralyze all who look upon you/you second imperial treasure, whose name is me. Takes forever, doesn't it? Yumi Chika sighed in her ear. Kukaki pirouetted and drove her elbow into his jaw. At least, she tried to, but the handsome fighter just caught it, and grinned. I was just saying. She kneed him in the groin. Wine purple eyes squinted tight. Now that's good fighting, Rukia-chan. He released her arm and stood bent over slightly, breathing deeply through his nose. When Ayasukawa glanced up, it was to find his sparring partner hovering anxiously over him, a look of worry written large over her face. This in turn brought a scowl to his own. Are you going to fall apart like this every time you injure me? Because it's going to happen more often, if your progress is any indication. I'm sorry, the young lady bowed her head miserably. I don't know what came over me there, I didn't think. Remember one thing, Rukia-chan, in a death match, regrets are for the victor. The vanquished have no such burden. Which would you rather be? Her flirtatious fencing master drew himself up, a slight pallor to his rosy cheeks the only lingering sign of discomfort. Once more a friendly smile graced his lips. You didn't have to think about it because you weren't taught it. A blow like that is basic instinct, and the reason is because it's a damn good one. And apologies aren't beautiful, if you recall. That right there was a sure sign he was doing all right. Rukia had trained with Yumichika Ayasukawa long enough to recognize his moods, even if they did only range from cheerfully narcissistic to shamelessly self-absorbed. Don't you think you should retrieve your sword, my dear lady of Kukaki? She hesitated, feeling slightly embarrassed now, then dashed off to where Sode no Shirayuki lay. You know he let his guard down when he took me away. You might want to consider that as a tactic. I'll keep it in mind. It wouldn't be the first time someone underestimated you, but you could make it their last. Whenever you get excited, it makes the air cold. You're wilting the flowers, so try and restrain yourself, yes? Sheathing the weapon once more, she then trotted on back to Yumichika, who was now seated half submerged in the ocean of snow-white petals, eyes closed. Rukia remembered how he had scolded her when she first asked for permission to sit beside him, so she no longer had to. Light steps brought her to his side, and she knelt a pace off. Have the two of you been conversing? He asked. Kukaki nodded. I've been trying to find time for her at least once a day. There's still a lot of catching up to do. Harmony between partners is a cardinal virtue of Confucianism. You're wise to seek it, Rukia-chan. They sat for a while in the fragrant field. A soft breeze was rustling the stalks, adding a steady rhythm to the sylvan backdrop that stole attention away from all the rest. It was a rather peaceful dale in the heart of a mountainous region. Ayasukawa had volunteered it as the ideal spot for sparring. Apparently a friend of his had trained Renji Abarai hereabouts in the not-too-distant past. The thought had given Rukia a strange mix of familiarity and longing, so she had readily agreed to his suggestion. After a few minutes of mutual recuperation, she stirred and glanced over at her ally. Ayasukawa-san. Yes, enchanting mistress. Focus. What do you and Fuji Kyojaku talk about? He took a deep breath of the late autumn air, and exhaled contentedly. Why, about how lovely Rukia-chan is. Saw that coming. He never answers when he can flirt. Be serious. Be serious for a change, Yomishika-san. I am. The veteran combatant looked at her from the corner of his eye. When you and I are together, my Zanpakuto won't stop yammering about how pretty you look, that cute face you get when you're flustered, and how she wishes she could get her hair to lie naturally the way you do. It can be very distracting during our battles, but ultimately, I can't help but concur. By this point, Kukaki Rukia had buried her face in her upturned knees and seemed intent on remaining in that position for anything less than a hollow attack. The fifth seat of Squad 11 only smiled affably and looked into the distance, breaking off a cloudy blossom and nibbling upon it lightly. Eventually a muffled voice spoke. Yomishika-san, do you mean it when you call me all these things? He gave a toss of his hair. Without a doubt. Rukia stirred then, and her violet gaze peered over at him. There was a moment's hesitation, but at a certain spirit's urging, she got it out. Do you consider me attractive? The look he turned on her then was so solemn it appeared out of place on his normally carefree features. Attraction means something different to each of us, Rukia-chan. So while I consider you to be a splendid example of maidenhood, I'm afraid I must disappoint you, my little flower. For you see, my heart belongs to another. Rukia hadn't known whether she would be flattered or disappointed by his answer. But in typical Yumichika fashion, he had outmaneuvered her into feeling something totally unexpected, curious. Who is it? A wistful smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. I keep their image with me always. Would you perchance like to see? His anxious audience raised her head and nodded vigorously, apparently all traces of melancholia had vanished. Yasukawa chuckled at her childish eagerness, and reached into his tunic to produce a rounded frame which he gazed at fondly before passing it over to her. Rukia was surprised at how excited she felt. Here at last was the answer to an enduring and stomach-clenching mystery: which way did Yumichika Yasukawa swing? It took all her self-control to keep from snatching it out of his hands. When she did finally look upon the visage housed within, it was to find her own reflection gazing hungrily back. A mirror. The noblewoman turned a sardonic look back upon her trainer. Then she again wrapped her arms around her knees and plopped her head down in them. An occasional shiver made her shoulders quake. Yumichika peered over amiably. "Are you quite all right, Kukaki-chan?" Her only response was to energetically wave an affirmative arm. Then she once more pillowed her face in it and seemed almost to vibrate with suppressed emotion, though whether from laughter, tears, or a combination of both was not evident. I needed this. Almost 18 months ago, there had come a time in her life when it seemed like nothing could ever make her smile again. Without warning, the truth of their existence as warring entities had been driven home. Kaien Shiba's wife had been butchered in an unclean manner, and the grief-stricken husband had pursued the beast responsible with only Rukia and Captain Yuka to back him. She had then been party to the greatest tragedy in her life. When the possessed lieutenant of her division lunged for her throat, the young woman had actually heard her sword pierce his chest and heart. Shiba died gratefully in her arms, thanking her for having spitted him. Rukia had prayed for this to be some awful dream. But the real nightmares came afterwards, when she tossed and turned on her mattress, hearing that hideous sound once again, repeated over and over. Only sometimes, the man didn't die. He came crawling along the shaft, spitting blood and obscene promises about what he intended to do when he reached her. And all she could do was stand there, praying that the blade would grow longer just to keep the demonic figure away from her. But in the end, he always reached the hilt, and she awoke screaming. She had held together long enough to return her mentor's remains to his family. But when faced with their accusing glares, her resolve had broken, and she left them to their grief without trying to explain. Once back in her sparsely furnished rooms at the Kukaki Palace, Rukia collapsed, sprawling in misery and desolation. Mercifully, her brother did not object. Most likely he never even noticed her presence. Bereft of hope, the young woman could not even bring herself to leave the room, much less attend to her division. Yuka sent a message granting her time off. It was kindly intended, but served only as another reminder of how useless she really was. It took over a week for Rukia to muster any interest in her life. This was helped along by the entire manor being turned out of doors in order to conduct some sort of residential purification ceremony that lasted more than a fortnight. The former slum dweller had never heard of such a thing, but the long and short of it was that she had no place to live, strangely enough. Arrangements were made for all the servants and staff to bed down with their families, but when it came to the actual royal family, it was decided by her brother that he would be bivouacking in his quarters at the 6th Division grounds. With this example clearly being set, his adopted sister did not have to be told that she must do the same in regards to her unit. She had assumed it would be strange now that the second and third seats were vacant, and the first seat himself frequently absent for health reasons. And indeed, there was a pervasive sense that the 13th was rudderless. But this hardly impressed itself on the Kukaki princess. Because on the third day of her return, a knock came at her door. Proper even in the depths of bereavement, Rukia answered, to be greeted by Yumichika Yasukawa of the 11th. "Lovely miss, won't you come play with me?" She was still on leave. But he was a superior officer. And she could think of no excuse better than, "I don't feel like it." So it was that later on that day, the downtrodden damsel found herself hiking at Shunpo speeds across the craggy bluffs of the Rukonga, darting through a spiritual paradise that claimed to harbor neither hunger nor want. At some point, her guide vanished from sight, and she had to work to find him. When she did, it was to see him standing with blade bared. "Sir?" Rukia asked. And Yasukawa grinned. "Fight with me." She gazed at him dismally, feeling absolutely no interest in this, and was just about to explain so, when Fuji Kyojaku swung, an instinct brought Sode no Shirayuki from its sheath to meet it. Steel spirits screeched against one another, but in the instant they seemed to be engaged in a contest of strength, Yumichika planted his foot in her stomach. Rukia flew backwards. Her sandals scraped along the stone, fingers tearing at it for purchase. She came to a halt, and crouched unmoving. You. The knuckles on her sword hand went white. Bastard. She dashed forward, moving fast, sword extended, teeth clenched. No guilt or shame right now. Kyandano, her disgrace, none of that mattered anymore. The only thing Rukia remembered was being tormented in the streets of Inazuri. Beaten and humiliated by packs of other kids, listening to them insult her and call her names. Oftentimes she could escape, but occasionally there was nothing you could do but curl up into a ball and take their abuse. Let them have their fun until they grew tired and moved off to find other helpless prey. And the hatred felt for those mindless animals awoke in her heart. I'm not a child. I'm not going to submit to your crap anymore. Think you can hurt me and get away with it now? Damn you. Take this. The raging death god fell upon her attacker. Her sword carved through the air, aiming for his neck, his head. He was taller than her, and armed just the same. The other sword always managed to interpose just before she could see his blood. Rukia shouted in loathing, and aimed now for his legs. The black-clad figure danced away this time, and she pressed her attack, putting him on the defensive. Top and bottom, darting off to the side, keep him turning to answer the blows from different angles. In the back of her mind she knew that it wouldn't do to allow him to gain the upper hand. Cut him down, hurt him, let him feel what happens when you come after me. You smirking, squinty-eyed pervert, don't you ever touch me, do you hear? Don't you ever put your hands on me again or I'll kill you. He went down on one knee, and Rukia was screaming, raining blows heedlessly upon the defending blade, trying with all her might to cut past it and slice through the body beneath. I want to see his blood. I want them all to stop laughing at me and treating me like a weakling. And they will when I kick your grinning head down the corridors, see who's smiling then, huh? In between one blow and the next, his sword disappeared, and hers came crashing down. She felt something giving way beneath the edge, and blood spurted out. His forearm. He caught it on his forearm, the one with the leather sleeve shield. It was all colors now, orange and red with the mirrored steel, and Rukia stared, entranced. Then his fingers dipped into the rivulets of crimson and darted out, smearing parallel lines across her cheek. A yelp of surprise, and the Zanpakuto fell from her hands. She reached up to touch the sticky wetness, trembling. When Rukia saw it on her fingertips, suddenly everything came flooding back. Who she was, why she was here and with whom, and what made sense. It caused her legs to give way, and she plopped down hard, gasping and panting, completely at a loss. It was Yumichika before her. He wasn't doing anything. Just sitting there watching her thoughtfully. Cool, calm, and collected. Everything I'm not right now. He was bleeding still. Oh, no. No, I didn't mean to, it wasn't you I was fighting, Do something. She obeyed the command. Placing her hands on his upraised forearm, she summoned a ministering enchantment. Everything Rukia had went into that charm. All her will was focused on stopping the bleeding, closing the wound, repairing the damage she had done. It's not impossible, she told herself. I can fix this, I know I can, and then I'll apologize and maybe he'll forgive me. Maybe. Maybe I can forgive myself, even. He's not dead. When someone forgives you, then you can forgive yourself. The only ones who can't do that are the dead ones. They alone cannot offer salvation. I'm so sorry, she whispered, and she felt tears sliding over her lips. Yasukawa withdrew his arm, and flexed the fingers to test them. The wound had disappeared in a matter of seconds. He gave an approving nod, before turning his attention back to the shrinking little soul before him. You're a very adept healer, Rukia-chan. Finally she met his eyes. About time. For a moment there it looked like his efforts had been wasted. The girl had almost slipped away again, lost in whatever world of guilt and recrimination she had conjured. Well, she was an aristocrat, after all. Maybe now talking would serve to break the ice. That was also an impressive swing at the end, there. This armor of mine has taken the claws and fangs of hollows without any of them serving to blemish my skin, but you went through it like it wasn't even there. The Kukaki certainly do produce exceptional warriors, don't they? Eh? She hesitated, and seemed to consciously join the conversation. I'm adopted. Oh, he mused. I'm an orphan, myself. From the 80th ring of the Rukanga. Whereabouts do you hail from? The lavender eyes blinked. Inuyasuri. The 78th. Ayaskawa grinned, and leaned in close to her. Why, that means we're practically cousins. You know, both of those numbers contain a digit that is written quite elegantly. A beautiful pairing. That settles it, Rukia-chan, you and I are bound by the bonds of beauty. He withdrew a bamboo flask from his robes, popped the lid and took a swig. Let's drink to our ravishing heaven-sent good looks. Kukaki didn't accept his offer, only stared uncomprehendingly. He shrugged, taking no offense, and took another sip himself, swishing the water around in his mouth. Then she looked about, taking in the low-growing trees, pebbled stream, and rocky plains bearing off to the west. What in the world am I doing? You're awake again. I'm glad. I was asleep? To me you were. I couldn't find you. Or perhaps best to say, you couldn't find yourself. The snow was falling all around her once more, and Rukia moved through the steps of the dance alongside Sodo Shirayuki. At one point she looked down, and saw a splotch of blood on the draping silken sleeve. A shudder went through her. Don't be afraid. There was a lot more just a moment ago. I was hoping it would all go away, but that little bit remained. Perhaps you haven't quite forgiven us both yet. Forgiven who? She asked as they continued to waltz through their solitary home. Me. For killing Kai and Shiba. And you, for wielding me. The spirit sounded hurt somehow, and the guilt she had felt was quickly subsumed by shame. Only now did it occur to Rukia that someone else might be suffering in silence right along with her, burdened by the pain of that night and all that it entailed for them. Their hands touched and raised over their heads, and for a moment the spirit and her lady stood face to face. Tears glimmered in her eyes, and similar drops fell below the samite hood that still concealed her partner's features. I am so sorry for putting you through this. Can you forgive me? The master of this realm apologized. One shrouded hand disengaged from her own, and moved to touch Rukia's cheek. I'd much rather you forgive yourself. Hesitation and uncertainty marred her brow, and then they flowed off again, continuing to sway and glide beneath the great shining moon. All right then. We both know how stubborn you can be. One day you'll have a reason to make peace with yourself. Maybe you'll find it by being a Shinigami. You aren't quitting, right? Rukia considered this as she danced. No. I won't quit. Maybe my reasons for becoming a Shinigami were selfish, but now that I am one, I know I can't stop. I've seen the reason why death gods exist now. There are monsters in the world, and we're the ones who must strive to stop them. Or save them. This snow you see around you, and she indicated the terrain, its purity is a reflection of what we have to offer. My touch can absolve souls of the things that bind them, their grief and solitude, jealousy, and hatred. It's in my power to bestow this gift upon the lost, so long as you wield me. Every Zanpakuto has that ability. That's what makes a Shinigami different from other souls. We are the potential for forgiveness. Don't lose sight of that. Forgiveness. That was certainly an interesting thought. Come to think of it, no one had ever really explained to her how those with soul power differed from the vast majority of their fellow helpless spirits. What was it that set them apart? Could it truly be something like this, a capacity for mercy towards all, even the hollows? Was this the purpose for which Soul Society was established in the first place? Wasn't that the reason they were all here? You remember that, Rukia Kukaki. You division hang-ons are all just ornaments. The memory made her shiver. You know, Rukia-chan. Please stop touching me. Rukia-chan. What? Someone was shaking her shoulder gently. With a start, she found herself once more looking into the concerned face of Yumichika Ayaskawa. When her eyes focused on him, he leaned back with a sigh. You disappeared on me for a while there, Kukaki-chan. I thought you might have slipped into a coma. That would have been very inconsiderate, you know. How would I have explained that to everyone, I ask you? It would not have been pleasant for me. She looked down at her hands. They were empty. Glancing over, Rukia saw Sode no Shirayuki resting a yard away. She got to her feet, then, and made her way over to where her partner lay. Picking it up, the fair-skinned Shinigami studied her soul cutter appraisingly, checking to make sure it was not damaged by her reckless behavior. A reflection of her own eyes came back in its length, and she stared long and hard at herself. That is me, Rukia thought. I failed someone I cared for, but I won't run away again. I'll find a way to be worthy of this power that I have been entrusted with. I can do better next time. I am a warrior priest of the Siriti. My service is to grant absolution to the fallen, and my charge is to fight against the barbarians at the gates of paradise. I'm a god of death, and I will make the world benefit from my being in it. Where shall we begin? Right here. So resolved, Rukia turned about and regarded the engaging enigma studying her out of his feather-trimmed eyes. She then sheathed her sword, and gave him a bow. Fifth seat of Squad 11, Yumichika Ayasukawa, the petite psychopomp spoke formally. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate once more the fighting style you used to best me earlier, sensei? Her weirdly beautiful associate beamed, looking positively radiant. I'd love to play the instructor. He hopped to his feet, retrieving his own Zanpakuto and assuming a fighting stance. First rule is, don't call me sensei. It makes me feel old. Now draw your sword, Kukaki Rukia, and I'll teach you how to fight without it. That was how their collaboration began. The gardenias had bloomed, wilted, and bloomed again in the time that they had spent together. Yumichika was as good as his word. He pointed out to his student that since she had already developed a method of sword fighting that could be called her own, it would not be advantageous to ask her to learn an entirely new one. Instead, the seated officer declared that while soul cutters were marvelously powerful and elegant weapons, at some point in her duties she might find herself deprived of this tool, and forced to fight on her own. That was where experience in hand-to-hand combat might save your life. Rukia readily agreed to learn this method of fighting, which had not been included in the rigors of Kukaki discipline or Kaienshiba's personal tutoring. Ironically, Kaien's last fight had required him to engage his opponent unarmed, having lost his Zanpakuto to that horror's hidden abilities. Had it not been so, the outcome might have been quite different. All the same, she knew for a fact that her life might one day hinge on her ability to do battle barehanded. So it was that the tiny aristocrat learned to appreciate her hands and feet, even elbows and knees, as potential weapons. It was like being back in the streets of Inazuri, when those were all you had to rely upon. Clearly Yumichika had grown up under similar conditions, and had developed this combat style before acquiring full death god powers, blending the two together at his whim now. It was frustrating, and difficult. Oftentimes painful. But if you rammed your knee into your adversary's chin when he least expected it, that gave you more time to incant a full Kido spell, which made more sense than just repeating the words off and hoping he didn't disrupt your recitation before it was complete. Being quite adept at demon magic herself, Rukia came to appreciate the tactical advantage this afforded her. Her tutor also commended her on the willingness to adapt previously learned methods to new experiences. Never once did she ask Yumichika why he had first approached her. Considering what she knew about him, it wasn't hard to guess who was behind this. Not that he would ever admit to it. Thank you, Renji. Sitting in the floral landscape of the present day, Rukia offered the mirror back to its owner, but he waved it away. Keep it, most beautiful one. It will be as graced by your visage as my own. And you never know when it might come in handy. As she tucked the treasure into her robes, Ayasukawa cast a sidelong look at his pupil. You know, my battling butterfly, the trials for lieutenant will be coming up in just over a month. Have you considered asking your captain to sponsor your name in the lists? The suggestion made Rukia gape at him in shock. I couldn't possibly be a lieutenant. I'm not even a seated officer. She plopped her chin in her hands and gazed wistfully off into the distance. And besides, it just wouldn't be right. I am unfit to occupy that position. It would be an insult to the spirit of the man who did it such justice before. He shrugged negligently. Seems a waste to me. Rukia stirred then, and gave him an appraising look. Why hasn't Ayasukawa-san become a lieutenant by now? You're certainly powerful enough, even if your Kido is no better than that of a child. The barb served to elicit a delightful laugh from its target. Ah, you verbose magicians can be so prickly towards us headstrong fighters. He shook his head. No, my dear Kukaki-chan, I have no interest in serving under another captain. Why, all my friends are in the 11th Division. With a few notable exceptions, of course. And besides, another man from my squad already transferred over to one of the vacant units in the hopes of landing a comfy second seat. I wouldn't want anyone to call me a copycat. That's much too ugly a term to flaunt in the face of my unparalleled splendor. I'd have to kill any man who said it. And that could raise eyebrows. He waggled the feathers in those self-same instruments. She couldn't suppress a grin at his delightful megalomania. Whatever the future held in store for her, at the very least one thing was certain. She would never meet anyone more inscrutably arrogant than this. He made her brother look modest by comparison. And she knew full well how impossible it was to best Byakuya Kukaki at anything. Byakuya's eyes scanned the images on the screen before him. Right now, they were just sitting together, chatting amiably about tactics and harmless gossip. Well and good. When the Battlemonger had mentioned the upcoming preliminaries, he had clenched his fist in frustration. 2 captains under his thumb, one of them an original member of their order, an army of reconnaissance agents, the fortune of the most powerful clan in Siriti at his disposal, and all that might be rendered moot by the careless ramblings of an adrenaline-crazed masochist. When the Kenpei's 5th seed had first approached his sister outside of their duties, it had been a blessing. A small subterfuge had prompted her to return to the 13th Division, but from there she had displayed no interest whatsoever in resuming her duties. The Lord of the Kukaki was at a loss. Rukia's grief had torn at his serenity, reminding him daily that she was crumbling under the weight of others' selfishness. Damn that Kyan Shiba, inflicting that sort of trauma on her. And damn Yuka as well, the man clearly did not understand what it meant to sell his soul. When you place yourself in someone's service, with the express request that their sister be excluded from the perils of an officer's affairs, it doesn't work to develop selective amnesia and drag her along on a suicide mission. Jushiro had answered Byakuya's summons, and his regret for the maiden's concern was not feigned. But the loss he had suffered apparently strengthened his resolve, and he had actually argued with his benefactor, stating that he ordered Rukia to withdraw, but she returned of her own accord when his condition manifested to debilitate him. Were it not for her, they might all have died there. Cognizant of how mourning could destroy a person on many levels, he had let it go at that, allowing for a simple leave of absence to suffice at laying the other captain's guilt to rest. Officially. Unofficially, a certain level of resentment lingered. When the man Ayasukawa entered the picture, the report of activity did indeed serve to raise his hopes initially. Of course, when he saw the footage of Rukia being kicked in the stomach, he had been forced to pause it while he considered all the ways he had available for ending the feathered popinjay's life. Fortunately, Byakuya was a very thorough man, and he had resolved to watch the remainder of the movie before deciding on his final judgment. Seeing his adopted sibling charging forth with fire in her eyes had left him awestruck at the abrupt departure of her dwindling spirits. There was something there that spoke more strongly than grief. For the first time in his life, the astonished aristocrat found himself looking at Rukia Kukaki as a Shinigami. A warrior, in form and bearing. For all that he was aware of her abilities, having it demonstrated in such an explosive manner left him absurdly grateful that he had acted to withhold her name from consideration as an officer. One look at this face would have drawn the interest of any captain in need. He paused the display several times, lost in the sight of little Rukia bringing an older and more experienced fighter to his knees. For once, one of Mayuri Kuratsuka's inventions proved of great benefit. Although he sometimes wondered if the crazed captain was capable of fashioning anything that did not look as though it had been brutally tortured and gutted before being put to its current service. The video screen appeared capable of getting up and crawling away if he turned his back on it. The training that followed was closely monitored by the Kukaki web of information gatherers. While Yumichika was nowhere near as gentle in his instructions as Kyan had been, his student did not ever falter. She proved, through sword and spell, that she was no fragile porcelain shell of a fighter. And Rukia was not the only one to sustain injuries in their regular clashes. At one point, A particularly potent blast of magic set her sensei's hair ablaze, and after the initial fit of unmanly shrieking had subsided, a shot of ice and a wig pulled from his clothing had allowed the session to resume with only some singed egos in evidence. Over the course of a year, Byakuya watched his sister blossom into her own. Your forces will feel the loss of that one for a lieutenant. Let them bemoan all they want. My wishes take priority. An ungracious sentiment. Your own men are still missing a commanding officer. Agreed. But I have oaths to keep. More than one. It is part of my duties to remind you of them, even when you strive to overlook any that might contradict one another. Your efforts are noted, but I am not yet done being ungracious, as you put it. Swordsmanship. Unarmed combat. That left demon magic and shunpo. The solitary noble reflected on his situation. It could be that Yukate's condition left him ill-suited to properly safeguard Byakuya's only remaining link to his wife, or indeed see to her training. He had noted the remaining candidates in the 13th, and been less than impressed with their qualities. Something told him that division would remain short a lieutenant even after next month. Well, that being the case, there was another person who had expressed a vow to obey the captain of Squad 6 in anything he should so require. That favor was about to be called in. To be continued. Chapter 7, The Trials, Celebrating the Deceased. And this is where we bathe those afflicted with lesions, bedsores, and other ailments that might result from too much time confined to their cots. Isane gestured, and Nimue Kuratsuka followed the movement with her eyes. She nodded, and then stood unmoving once more. No interest. No questions. Just that blank, soulless, vapid look. The gentle giant glanced guiltily about, striving to find something of interest to attract her charge's attention. What am I going to do? I've shown her everything from the mortuary to prenatal care. She's not taking anything out of this. If I go back to the captains and tell them we saw the whole division headquarters in under 2 hours, Mayuri might use me for an experiment, and Anohana might, look at me. That way she does. No, anything but that. Beside her, the source of this consternation made no move. Since leaving the 12th Division grounds, Nimue had not spoken one word. She was dressed in regular death god attire that Isane had managed to scrounge up, but something told the lieutenant that the animated doll would have been perfectly content to walk around Seoul society in the buff. Her face betrayed no hint of emotion. It remained as beautiful and as dead as when Mayuri had put her on exhibition. The straight purple hair fell down to her back, and eyes that might have been pulled out of a dead man's skull took in everything she was shown without the slightest hint of warmth, anger, or even life. Nothing seemed to elicit a meaningful response. So what was ahead of the most overworked and underappreciated company in the land of the dead to do? Suddenly, her deep brown eyes alighted on something of note. Aha! Over here is the collection of medicinal herbs and implements that serve to aid us in our efforts to foster recovery. Cold green orbs, like jade, suddenly broke away and fastened upon the pharmaceutical tools of their trade. Was that a flicker of professional interest she spied in their depths? Merciful heavens, at last. As the eerily unresponsive female moved to examine the stockroom, Lieutenant Katetsu breathed a small sigh of relief. Asking her to handle this newborn's introduction into society would not have been a good idea under normal circumstances. Isane had more than enough experience in running a division, issuing orders, and even engaging in combat. The problem lay in the fact that she remained dreadfully uncomfortable when being asked to handle anything resembling public speaking, even if her audience only consisted of one person. Over 24 low-ranked members of her order were bustling about them, intent upon their work and not what was transpiring between their second seat and the newcomer. Professionalism and devotion were two of the hallmarks of the fourth, and now more than ever she was glad that this was the case. Her sister Kian was the outspoken one, able to fill any conversational gap and bear the direct attention of a horde of expectant strangers. Maybe the difference lay in their priorities. The younger Katetsu sister was tasked with leading successful military operations. Her elder came in when things went wrong on these expeditions. It was Isane's responsibility to take a bad situation and keep it from getting any worse. And while hundreds of thousands of souls owed their continued existence to her leadership and personal efforts, whenever she failed, there was no other division waiting to pick up the slack. Only death, hovering over her shoulder, ready to snatch up its prize should the healer's attention lapse even for a moment. What was the point of bringing souls to a new world, if you only condemned them to suffer and die just like in the old? Was there no salvation? Was there no rest? At times she thought her entire existence in the afterlife had been one long nightmare that made her own nocturnal fits pale in comparison. And she showed no sign of ever waking from this litany of torn flesh, blood, and dead staring eyes that went back longer than most could recall. How they chilled her, all those horrible lifeless orbs. And then they blinked. Isane started, drawn out of her reverie by the sight of Nemu's face staring up into her own. Despite being a good head taller than her companion, the colossal vice-captain froze, panicking. What does she want, this strange, menacing figure whom she was supposed to be helping to learn about a leader's duties? If ever there was a time Isane actually wished for a bloody tragedy to occur and call her away, it was now. Mayuri's daughter continued to gaze blankly at her host. The silver-haired Shinigami felt her lips had gone dry. She wanted to lick them, but for all she knew this bizarre girl might take that as an invitation to kiss her. Nemu's social instincts derived from Mayuri the madman, after all. Kotetsu had been unwilling to let the manufactured soul out of her sight, for fear that she might turn around to find her doing something unspeakable to a hapless bystander. As it was, things were now looking grim for herself. In a faint, shaky voice, Isane mumbled, "Why yes." Nemu stared. The downturned lips parted slightly, and a soft voice said, "Your stocks are running low." They were still standing very close to each other. She glanced around quickly to see if anyone was watching them. "Ah, and how will you punish those responsible?" "If she would only stop staring at me, I might." "What? Punish them?" The lieutenant spoke incredulously. She could feel her face turning red. Was this some kind of a sick joke? That brought a nod from Nemu. If the stocks are depleted, then Mayuri-sama might run the risk of not having enough on hand for his needs. It is not proper that he concern himself with such matters, so those responsible must be taught a lesson. A small frown creased Isane's brow. "This is something Captain Kuratsuka taught you?" "Nod again." "That figures." "Yes, Nemu-san, in our division, we don't punish people for something like that. The purpose of Squad 4 is basically to act to prevent injuries. It's our credo. And among the officers of the 13 Imperial Guard, we lead by example, so that others beneath us might know how to behave." Was that an expression trying to work its way across the deadpan features? Mayuri-sama ordered it. The idea of that lunatic having a say in anything occurring in her division made Isane bristle. "We do not obey the example of Captain Kuratsuka in the 4th. That definitely needed to be made perfectly clear. The flat green eyes had widened somewhat. "He is our creator. We must obey him." The silver-haired surgeon's shoulders actually slumped. Had she just been lumped together with one of Mayuri Kuratsuka's science projects? Oh my goodness, was it really this bad? "Nemu-san, I was not created in the same way you were, and certainly not by the same person." That apparently came as a revelation to her student, who now regarded Isane Kotetsu in a marveling manner. Several of the milling squad members were having a hard time not staring at the mismatched pair now. Had Isane mentioned how much she dreaded being the center of attention? "I'm sorry, what I meant to s. How were you created?" Now there was a question that held all kinds of unpleasant implications. And it really ought to be coming from a small child, not an obviously full-grown woman. This wasn't to imply that she would have been any less distressed at having such a query put to her, not by children, Gami elders, or members of her own family. When you are self-conscious, only abusive people sought to ask you something like that in public. The one thing that could make this any more embarrassing was to have someone like the 8th Division captain come frolicking in here throwing rosebuds in his wake and offering his charms to any available ladies of the heterosexual persuasion. That had actually happened once. But no. Back to my duties. Think about it a little. Nemu is a child in some respects. Not physically, no, definitely not after what I saw earlier today. Let's not dwell on the obvious here. She's clearly been forced to swallow some pretty disturbing ideas, and heaven only knows what else. So maybe I should try and gently coax her into an understanding of a more traditional relationship. The polite and self-effacing members of her staff continued to busy themselves without giving any undue attention to the conversation being conducted in their presence. At least I can be grateful for the appearance of nonchalance. I'd better get this over with as quickly as possible so we can move on to something less explosive. Nimue-san, I come from a family. I have a mother and father who bore me together, and a sister from the same line. Mayuri-sama is my father, Nimue responded unnecessarily. This is hard enough without having to think about that. Could you please not do it? Yes, I know, and... Does this mean that Anohana Retsu is my mother? Very suddenly everyone who had been pretending to be involved in something else stopped pretending and moved to stand around them in a circle. The room had gone completely quiet. You could hear the floorboards shifting, along with birds singing outside and people engaged in conversations across the yard. And, if you listened very carefully, you could actually hear the blood draining out of Isane Katetsu's face. Trembling, she looked around in wide-eyed desperation at the mob of hungry vultures perched to feast upon their rumor-mongering. Isane. Yes? Use your influence. Defuse this situation before it gets out of hand. Right. So resolved, the towering death god took a deep breath and said in a loud, clear voice, Captain Kuratsuki and Captain Anohana are not sleeping together. At once, all other people in the area besides Nimue turned and sped from the room. A few papers fluttered to the ground, and then the silence was total. In the midst of that barren emptiness, the two women stood still as statues. I am going to run and hide now. Wake me when it's all over. Her spiritual ally then made itself inconspicuous. After a while, Isane put her face in her hands. Isane Fukutaiku, are you feeling unwell? Shake of the head. Face still concealed. Nothing more. She remained that way for several seconds. Every now and then, the shoulders heaved as a long, shivering breath was taken. Then at last, Lieutenant Katetsu let her hands drop. There were tears running down the most profoundly miserable face anyone could ever wear. And when she looked at the impassive entity still hovering before her, the aggrieved Amazonian began to sob. Uncontrollable wails beset her, and she slumped to her knees, eyes closed, howling like a lost child. You Anohana, she's going to kill me when she hears about this. Observing this display without concern, Nimue spoke. Isane-san said earlier that you do not punish people for mistakes in your division. This isn't a mistake. The other woman shrieked between balls. This is a CC catastrophe. When word gets around about this, I'm as good as dead. It was all over. Once word of this reached Kian's ears, you could bet all of Seoul society would be talking about it before dinner time. And once that happened, the call would come, and she would march herself slowly down the hall toward the captain's chambers, there to be summarily dispatched and cleaned up in a punctilious manner that would leave absolutely no trace of her existence. It could be done. Anohana was not nearly as pleasant and kind-hearted as she appeared. Isane remembered how one time. In the next instant, she felt herself being lifted up off the floor. Completely off the floor. When she got her bearings, it was to find her 2-meter frame being draped casually and effortlessly over Nimue Kuratsuka's petite shoulder. The sight would have been the end of her career, if anyone were there to see it. Before Isane could articulate anything resembling speech or an objection to this situation, there was a loud smack. Then another. Smack. And a third. By the time the vice-captain of the 4th Division of the Godi I-13 realized that she was being spanked, it was already over, and she was placed back on her feet. Isane looked down at her imperturbable associate with eyes as big as Donbari bowls. Her mouth was so wide, any passing lion tamers would have had no trouble fitting their heads in. And although she could in no way find the ability to speak at this time, apparently for once Nimue knew exactly what she was trying to say. When infants cry, it is generally acceptable to pat them on the backside. One silver eyebrow twitched in time to a muscle in the tall maiden's eyelid. At last, she managed to faintly impart, back. Not backside. You pat them on the back. Thank you for correcting me, Isane Fukutaiku, the lugubrious life form bowed. I am ready to begin when you are. Isane shook her head in an attempt to clear it. Begin. Begin what? The chase. Nimue turned her head and gazed intently out the window. All 28 witnesses to your mistake are still well within reach. If the two of us work together, we can round them up before they have a chance to disseminate the unwanted information. It is well within our parameters and capabilities. In this way, Anohana-sama will not know of what transpired. You will not have to die then. Very casual, serene, and completely unprecedented. Stop a rumor before it began. Living with her sister as she had, the mere thought had always seemed foolishly implausible to Isane. The rumor mill could not be denied. But somehow, when she heard it now, there didn't seem like anything that could be more sensible in the whole world. But wait. One thing she had to know first. Nimue-san, why are you offering to help me like this? Those mysterious emerald eyes flicked over to regard her. I am the one who is punished. I accept injury without question. That is not how it goes in your division. Things are different here. We each lead by example. That is what Nei-san has taught me. Hearing this, a strange feeling of pride blossomed in the healer's heart. She actually got it. She listened to me and understood. As Isane stood there in speechless delight, Kuratsuki reached down and casually ripped the legs off the taller girl's pants, baring her legs. Lieutenant Kotetsu gagged. Standing up, Nimue proceeded to tear the sleeves off her counterpart's kimono. The purple-haired pacifist then did the same with her own attire. Now unencumbered, she swiveled her arms and legs, as though limbering up for a marathon, and glanced over at her partner. This allows us to move more freely. Mayuri-sama designed it so. I will proceed with the operation now. There was a swish of shunpo, and the girl was gone. A few befuddled seconds later, Isane followed suit. Panting, the harried aid worker tore around a corner and drew to a halt. Before him the lane ended in an anonymous blank wall. Son of a... He swore. Who the hell designed this place, with so many intentional dead ends? The information he held was sure to garner him a rich reward from the Mistress of Whispers. It had to make it to her ears. He was just about to retrace his steps, when there came a rush of movement from behind. Turning, he caught a glimpse of dragon green eyes and flashing silver hair. An attack converged between the two. Mistress! Forgive me! He proclaimed with a mighty cry, and then fell before the strength of their combined assault. Somewhere far away, Kian Kotetsu felt her ears prick. Usually this meant there was gossip to be had. But a second later the feeling died away. When it did, she dismissed it as nothing, and merrily went back to making her captain his extra-strength tea. Isane knelt at her sprawled underling's side. He was breathing, and appeared no worse for wear. She regained her full height, wiping the perspiration from her brow with a sigh. And that's 28. Nimue bent down and hoisted the limp form over her shoulder. No spankings took place this time. I will bear him back to where we incarcerated the others. A grateful smile worked its way onto the older Shinigami's face. Thank you, Nimue-san. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't been here. You say that there is a way to cloud their memories without resorting to exploratory surgery, the burdened beauty spoke as they made their way back towards the division offices. Yes, Isane smiled. It's called alcohol. Nimue seemed to consider this. Mayuri-sama says you should only use alcohol when you do not wish the subject to develop life-threatening infections. Her accomplice brushed a hand through her shaggy metallic hair. This was a matter of life and death. She would live with the guilt of forcing 28 of her associates to get smashed later. Well, Anohana Teiko says drinking is an acceptable means of forgetting what you do not want to remember. If done in moderation. Does Anohana-sama drink to forget? Scary how perceptive she could be. No. But she knows keto mixed drinks like nobody's business. She'll teach you, if you ask her. The newborn gazed steadily straight ahead of her. I would be honored to learn from my mother. Isane flinched. Nimue-san, about that. Renji Abarai tossed back a drink, let out a loud whoop, and smashed his glass back onto the table. Doing so precipitated some hostile glares from the officious-looking members of the 10th hosting this event, but he blithely ignored them. Bunch of snobs, he muttered, though not loud enough to be heard. The other members of his company were making their way down the line of mourners. As 8th seat of Squad 6, Renji would not have been required to put in an appearance to one of these things under normal circumstances. Usually it would only be the second and third coming to pay their respects, and even the first if captain felt obliging. But since his division remained one lieutenant and a few officers short, according to the proper and prim laws of the Siridi, it fell to him to shoulder the burden of officially expressing remorse for the passing of Kenta Arakeke, vice-captain of Squad 10. Unfortunately for Aburai, this was nothing like the wakes he had attended in his youth. Those had been simple, hasty, free-reined affairs which required nothing more than some company, a bonfire, and whatever food they could steal. All involved had commemorated and recollected, mourned, and celebrated the passing of a friend. Those gatherings had grown smaller with the passage of time, until it was just him and Rukia. Right now, though, Renji would have traded his Zanpakuto for anything resembling a familiar smiling face. Or any smile, for that matter. Leaning back against the wall, he frowned at the pervasive scent of incense that hung heavy in the dimly lit room. The services were being held in the rented dining hall of a high-quality inn that rested just outside the northern gate, a district that had been the deceased's home once. On a stage in the center of the cleared first floor lay a bier and coffin that housed the remains of their departed comrade. Many people crowded the room or gazed down from the tiers that ringed it, moving to and fro along the staircases that connected this level with the ones higher up, conversing quietly among themselves while they sampled the fare. The suites along those walkways had all been rented for this evening's festivities as well, not so much to provide anyone with a place to spend the night, but more to ensure that no ignorant residents of this district come wandering in to disrupt the display of mourning. Such an expense was well within the budget of a Shinigami division, and some of the more penurious squads might have simply used their clout to inhabit the inn free of charge. It was not as though the owners could have turned down such a request. One had to afford the protectors their due. But the 10th was well known for graciousness. And so a more than acceptable payment had been made. Couldn't have any ill spirits on a night like this. Of course, if that were the case, then why the hell was everybody behaving so damn gloomy? This had to be the most depressing excuse for a memorial Renji had ever witnessed. If anyone spoke, it was in low, hushed voices. The food and drink was all high quality, but there was no music, not even a lone musician playing the shamisen. Certainly some of the grief had been tempered in the intervening weeks while the 12th conducted the autopsy, but for mercy's sake, wasn't anyone going to break into song? There's only supposed to be one corpse in the room, people. Geez, you'd think a captain was present or something, he muttered, a little too loudly, and the couple sitting next to him stood up and left. The red-headed ruffian watched them go with disdain. Yeah, go on, walk away. Not like I was being regaled by your charming company anyway. This is a morbid affair, brother. Why don't we go and sample the more lively charms of this region? You haven't had any pleasurable company in ages. Zabumaru, how can you talk so polite and still be such a dog? How can you drink so much and not realize that you're drunk? Bad enough when it was just one voice in my head, he thought, and stood up to refresh his drink and beat a hasty retreat out of this cemetery. Let the others think what they would, he was through playing the grieving mourner. As Renji clambered to his feet and stumbled forward, something soft collided with his arm. Whoops, watch out there, tall tats. He then turned, to find himself confronted by the most ravishingly gorgeous woman he had ever met. It was the disparity of her looks that really set her apart from the crowd. She had thick, honey-colored hair that was cut short around her shoulders, unlike the long dark brown or black tresses most women favored. On top of this, those huge joyful eyes staring up at him were blue. It was almost as if he had looked up at the sky and found it looking back. The shock was just the same. The bones of her face must have been designed by a sculptor, for they were absolutely perfect, without a single flaw to be seen, unless you counted the beauty mark on her otherwise unblemished complexion. Lush, tempting lips smiled an invitation at him. Was that a pink handkerchief wound around her neck? And mercy, was she tall too? Almost on eye level with him. But the part of her body that was impressing itself the most on him, literally, was her jaw-droppingly huge cleavage, which erupted out of the black uniform straining to hold them back and now gleefully wrapped around his bicep in the most soft, warm, erogenous embrace there could ever be. She looked at him with such unhindered friendliness and sparkling elation that Renji knew she had to be even drunker than he was. As if to emphasize this, the heaven-sent goddess of death waved a ceramic sake jug right below his nose. "Move it or lose it, lover," she purred seductively. "I'm on a mission here." Finding himself unable to deny her anything, he quickly scooted back a step. Then, at the inner prompting of his sword spirits, he managed to sketch an only slightly graceless bow, throwing out his arm in what he hoped was a gallant manner. It seemed to work on her, because she cooed, "Ah, how sweet," and ruffled his spiky hair as she sauntered on by. Renji turned his head to see for himself, and yes, gods above and below, her butt looked just as round and solid as he could have hoped. Even through those baggy black hakama trousers, it shone as clearly as the sun. When he came back to his feet, it was to watch while the single most erotic being to ever exist made her way through the silent throngs. "Coming through, mourning the dead here, make way for me, ladies, I take up more space than you. In every direction, I might add." As she did so, Renji's sharp ears heard someone whisper, "Waste of space, she means," which was followed by a giggle. "Hey, what kinda crap is that?" As he looked around, intending to spot the source of that vile slur and exact justified retribution upon them, something managed to become clear to his alcohol-fogged brain. While many of the other divisions were regarding that bewitching woman with astonishment or interest, most of the 10th afforded her only cool looks or outright hostility. That little third seat of their division in particular, who had spent most of the evening crouched as close to her lieutenant's remains as possible and weeping softly, now responded to that loud presence with unadulterated loathing. "Hey, itty-bitty, just because you're nowhere near as hot as her, doesn't mean you have to glare like she's to blame for it. Rukia never acted as pissy as you when her lieutenant died, and he was a really swell guy, from what I heard. Why don't you go back to looking all aggrieved and letting everybody know it, huh?" It was such a satisfying thought that he didn't realize he hadn't spoken it aloud. The other woman now, the perfect angel, she was laughing and chatting with everyone she passed on her way back to the staircase. A few made polite comments, or even smiled, but the silent majority continued to regard her lively presence as some kind of grotesque abomination. Which was nuts, because anyone with eyes who looked at her could never think those two words could ever be attributed to someone so extraordinary. Of a sudden, Renji knew he couldn't bear to be in this company any longer. There, right there, that was where he belonged. With her. The nameless beauty with the loving heart. She knew how you were supposed to celebrate the passing of a loved one, or in this case, someone he had never met and knew practically nothing about. "Yes, feet, take me there, before I lose sight of her. She's already up the stairs, come on, take me out of this place, let me make merry with her, and together we will celebrate the life and death of our good sweet." Hey, Renji grabbed an inoffensive-looking member of the fourth by the collar. What was this bozo's name, again? The kid, who had been serving drinks, looked like he was going to kick it on the spot. Pardon, sir? My name is Hanataro, and I would be pleased to serve." "Not you." He gave him a shake to get his brain working properly. "The dead guy." That clearly helped. Fukotaiko Kenta Arakeke. "Yeah, that's the one. Thanks." He let go, and the little feller scurried off somewhere. "Now that I know the name, I know how to break the ice. My darling, let us two stalwart gods of death raise our glasses in honor of Kentaro Arakaki, and send him off with a round of song and drink. Okay, here we go. This seems to be most interesting. And has a great potential for violence. Let us proceed." Wasting no more time, the inebriated officer shoved his way through the crowd until he reached his destination. He slipped twice going up the stairs, sake sloshing out of his cup. How had his buxom soulmate managed to navigate this obstacle so effortlessly? It was all he could do not to fall flat on his face. Finally Renji made it to the second floor, which was where she had gotten off. But which way? He concentrated, letting his senses reach out. Her Ryotsu had been unusually high, he realized now, and that combined with the sweet scent that had lingered faintly with her passing let him know that his angel must have gone this way. He took off, and the dismal downcasts flew to get out of his way. "I will let nothing bar my path. There's joy and wine and life down this way." The rest of you all can just sit here and wait to become corpses yourself. I fought a fucking demoness straight out of hell. I looked Byakuya Kukaki straight in the eye, almost. You think your paltry glares can do anything to me? Get serious. The corridor was empty of anyone else, and quite dark. Renji placed a hand on the wall, letting it guide him forward. Where, heart, where do we go? Yes, this way, I can hear her now. That wondrous, musical laughter, how it calls to me. Wait for tall tats. Wait for lover boy. There. Behind the flimsy painted shoji screens, he could pick out her luscious voice, so tantalizing. The sound was like a song, and it made his skin tingle, his spine shiver. Aflame with life and passion, Renji reached for the sliding door, and flinging it aside, he strode in. I'm Ri. That was as far as he got, because the room was empty. When her voice continued to tantalize him, he realized that his phenomenal hearing had deceived him, and he had entered a suite several doors down from hers by mistake. However, before he could rectify this error, his feet soldiered on, and collided with a futon. Renji Aburai pitched forward, and his forehead struck a low table. After this, he lay there quietly. Not unconscious, just not quite there. The determined dogfighter had taken much more serious blows in the past. From Ikeku, and from his pretty boyfriend Yumi Chika. Man, that guy in particular could hit. Talk about looks can be deceiving. But right now, the combination of his high blood alcohol level, the crack to his noggin, and the fact that he couldn't seem to locate his own body kept him lying face down on the floor. It was actually pretty comfortable, when you got right down to it. And to top it off, he could still hear the ravishing maiden's voice quite clearly even from this position. Hey, did you hear something? Just a drunk passing out a few doors down. Don't give it a thought, Rangiku. There was the sound of movement, and the rustle of clothing as someone slid across the floor. Ah, but I like drunks. And I thought you did too. We should invite them to join us. Not gonna happen. You're the only one I want to see tonight. There came a giggle, and what might have been someone flinging themselves on another person. You tease. Always leaving me alone. I wake up sometimes and you're not there. You never used to do that. Why all the secrecy, anyway? I want to show you off to all of my friends. Come on, let's go. A brief scuffle. No. I'm sorry, Rangiku. Nobody's supposed to know I'm here. The voice was quiet, and sad. Hey, Renji suddenly realized. He calls her by her first name. No honorific. And what a smoldering name. Rangiku. They must be close. Moaning followed, the disappointed kind. Listen to yourself, all secretive and mysterious. It wasn't so bad when you were a lieutenant, but now, it's all I can do to get you to look at me in public. What, did they make you swear to be celibate when you put on that pretty white coat? I thought you and I would be friends forever. We will be. The guy, it was a guy, too. That sucks, sounded like he was smiling now. Maybe when I become a lieutenant, you'll have to start paying more attention to me, Rangiku. He wasn't smiling now. The farthest thing from it. For some reason, that made Renji sit up and take notice. Metaphorically speaking, of course. She still sounded so deliriously happy. What? Why the long face, mister? Come on, tell the pretty lady what's troubling you. Ah, forget it, I'll tell ya later. Here, gimme a swig of that. Grinning again. It was in his voice. But not in hers. No. Tension in the air now. Don't do that. Don't give me that smile and voice you give to everybody else. You don't have to frighten me to feel safe around me, you remember that? If there's something troubling you, then just come right out and say it. Silence. Were they ever going to start talking? Or maybe he was. I came here tonight to tell you that your name wasn't submitted for the lieutenant's trials next week. More silence. Oh. I see. She gave a weary sigh. Well, I guess I'll just have to wait around again. A fifth seat wouldn't have been able to compete against all those thirds and fourths, right? Maybe in 100 years, I'll No. Not 100 years, not 10, not even 1. You deserve to be a lieutenant now. We both know you're powerful enough, you're talented enough, and by my demise, you're more than smart enough. The only reason that bitch didn't put your name forward is because you're. He hesitated, and she gave a small chuckle. Too beautiful, right? There was ice in his tone now. Wrath compounded upon wrath. Yes. You are beautiful. And different. So she's never liked you, and she's done her damnedest to keep you from rising any higher in the 10th and 5th seat. Promoting losers like Urakaki and that puny sparrow of his, just because they fit some mold of what your royal captain considers ideal Shinigami. You could have torn both of them apart if you wanted to. Ah, but I'm lazy that way. You remember, right? So that's what's got a bug up your butt, and why you have to sneak around to tell me. Ratting out a captain is pretty deplorable, don't you know? And it isn't like you've got the most ordinary appearance, right, Foxface? Rangiku. Renji could hear someone moving now, and even the scrape of fingers over cloth. I'll say it again. Come over to my squad. Be with me. Why stay here and keep butting your head against something that isn't going to change? But all my best friends are here. You know how much they love me. And besides, I believe your division already has a lieutenant. Say the word and he's gone. What? What did that mean? Apparently Renji wasn't the only one who got a bad feeling from this line of talk, because Rangiku's voice had gone cold. I'd like to think you're drunk right now, but I know you too well to not tell when you're being serious. So I guess I'll just have to tell it to you again, screw that. Her partner's words had a deadly ring to them now. I'm tired of hearing these buffoons slander and deride you. All their talk about duty, and honor, and justice, when all they really mean is control, and fear, and privilege. We came into this place together, and they didn't even let us graduate at the same time. They had their eye on you from the start. Don't start complaining about it now. It's you I'm worried about. If a situation does arise in the field where they have to choose between you and one of their darlings, whom do you think they'll pick? I try to protect you, but it just doesn't feel like enough. You big softy. I knew you were looking out for me all this time. What sounded like a kiss on the cheek came next. Or was it the cheek? I've been worried about you too. Seriously, what have you been doing that keeps you so busy lately? My duties involve. To hell with your duties, lover boy. I'm talking about those times I ask around for you, and you're nowhere to be found. Like you just disappeared into the wide blue yonder. Not even that nice little mopey blonde who tags along wherever you go has a clue what you're doing. And don't tell me you've been going back to our old home, because I checked there too, and you weren't around. Have you been skipping out on this dimension? Seeing how the other half lives, maybe. Don't worry about that. It can't hurt you. I think you offered to kill someone for me a minute back. So maybe I'm not the one who needs to be watching their back. Just what are you up to? Won't you tell me, at least? There was the sound of someone rising. I'm sorry. One day I'll tell you everything. There are things I have to do, for both of us. You're still afraid, aren't you? Why? Aren't we safe here? It's not a question of being safe, Rangiku. I'm looking for the promise to catch up with the reality. They promised us paradise. And so far, I'm still not seeing it. If they're not going to make good on their word, then we'll just have to give them a good reason to change. When you talk like that, I get worried. I don't want to have to wake up in a world where I know you're not in it. Don't you understand that? Yes. Not only that, I feel it too. Which is why I have to go now. Don't. Please. Stay. Have a drink with me, at least. Have one for me, my sweet. There's still a lot I must do. Miles to go before we rest, huh? See? You're plenty smart. I wouldn't be surprised if you get that vice captain's badge by next week. Ha ha, very funny. Don't doubt it. I know these things. I'm in the know, Donsha no. That's it, go on, get out of here. If you're not going to take me seriously, then I'll just have to drown my sorrows with the rest of my crew. Let's talk again soon. My door's always open, Moonbeam. Somewhere down the way, a balcony door slid open, and there was a slight whoosh of displaced air. After that, Ranjika was silent for a time. Then she gave a curse, and a sake jug crashed into several pieces. Damn it all. Bunch of lying, condescending, backstabbing pricks. You can all just dry up and blow away. A while later, Renji heard her get up and leave the room. He tried to stand upright, to speak with her, ask what that had all been about. But for some reason it was all growing fuzzy now. There was something about lieutenants, and people disappearing. But what did it all mean? Could anybody please explain this to me? We don't know. Something feels wrong. Can you stand and follow them? Yeah. I can. I can stand. I can do anything, Donsha no. A second later, Renji Abarai had passed out. In the barren depths of Hueco Mundo, where the wind howled with such force it had long since reduced the sand to mounds of glass, there was to be held a conference of kings. This is lovely, Aizen Sosuke remarked as he crouched down to run his fingers over the rippled ridges on which they stood. His reflection in it came back as little more than a portrait of eyes gazing cheerfully back at their progenitor. Why, he even knew someone like that. If only they were here to appreciate the similarity. He turned his head to regard the lone hollow stationed at his back. What are your thoughts on it, my dear? Watchful eyes left off scanning the sky and landscape, and Nilil Tuadolshvang cast a discerning glance in his direction. She ran a hand through her thick wealth of verdure locks, while the other stayed firmly wrapped about the hilt of her Zanpakuto. I find it lonely, and unwelcome, my lord. Small wonder we never heard of this self-styled king before now. Her Shinigami liege rose up smoothly. Any land can be a kingdom, Nilil. Do you think more highly of the terrain surrounding my seat now that it nears completion? It is better fortified, if that's what you mean, Aizen-sama. I was referring more to the sense of it, her lord smiled kindly. Does it strike you as being more majestic? The bodyguard pondered this for a time. Then she lifted her skull-crowned head. I believe it has more to do with the monarch than his domain. Precisely so. Keen senses had picked out the entourage in the distance, as well as what they escorted. The state of the realm is a reflection of the one who rules there. So we have already learned something about him. And in just a few moments, he grinned in that way he had, we will know even more. By now Nilil had also discerned the swirling vortex of charcoal ryotsu approaching their camp. The oasis of Kido magic Aizen had cast served to protect them from the gargantuan hurricane that raged ceaselessly throughout this forsaken land. But even the natural chaos at the heart of Hueco Mundo was forced to succumb timidly before the specter that approached them. It was like unto a massive spire of smoky shadow around which could be seen flying several Aegis-level hollows. A larger force of their brethren was arrayed at the base of the Black Tower. Their energy might have been nothing to sneer at under other circumstances, but right now it was completely eclipsed in the wake of the contained explosion that must surely mark the presence of their ruler. Nilil remained at Sosuke's back, slightly to one side. There was a pronounced wariness in her face that bespoke of concern, and quite possibly even fear. That was no small feat, to invoke such feelings in his chosen Tercera Espada. He had brought her, not to demonstrate his power, but because she was someone he could rely upon to recognize the difference between an actual threat and mere bravado. When conducting negotiations, an enforcer of that sort made more of an impression on thinking individuals than simple muscle. Of course, that was assuming his information on this character could be relied upon. But strangely enough, even if his hollow counterpart proved to be entirely uninterested in anything but pulling out their swords to measure them, that too would be within his abilities. He had experience with such types, after all. The Pompadour potentate let a slight smile play about his lips, and it never once bothered him that he might die in this place. While pondering the possibilities, the undead entourage ahead drew to a halt. One hollow trundled out in front. Its skull was huge and rounded, with heavy square teeth and curving tusks, yellow and cracked from many battles. This envoy shambled to the point halfway between both parties, leaning on its knuckles like an ape, a flabby legless torso extending behind it. The air had gone strangely quiet with the royal procession's approach, so when the creature spoke, they had no trouble hearing it. I speak in the name of the king. Word of your presence in these lands has reached his ears. He had assumed that you would know his wishes concerning your proposal when your messenger was returned to you in pieces. But you have chosen to breach the Lord's border in spite of his munificence, and such an effrontery has been chosen to be addressed in person. Aizen Sosuke stood with arms crossed lightly, taking in this bit of subservient grandstanding with the air of a man watching a particularly slapstick comedy. When the speaker paused to await his response, he gave none. Only continued to stare at it steadily. The Ajichas watched him. After a while, it turned its empty eye sockets to where Nilil remained standing behind him. You, unmasked wretch. Tell Yun Shinigami awful this, the longer it continues to disregard my lord's messenger, the longer shall it be forced to suffer when my lord deems this brief diversion concluded. If it will not speak. I speak for myself, at your master's request, when he treated the emissary I sent him so rudely, Aizen interrupted the hollow, a measure of remonstrance allowed to creep into his words. And I have betaken myself to his lands in order to repeat the terms whose response he did not think to include in his parcel. But it would seem that incivility is a trait his own servants have learned from their master's table well. Dull black holes now fixed him once again with their impenetrable shadows. The messenger breathed in deeply through its gaping nostrils. One long, black-nailed finger then came up and leveled at his heart. My lord cannot be expected to speak directly with a turncoat, nor the despicable murderer it chooses to grovel before. To even stand in his presence is the greatest blessing you could ever know, in addition to being the last. A tilt of his head caused Aizen's saturnine features to view the speaker in a new light, and not a benevolent one. Am I to be summarily executed then, without even being given the opportunity to speak in my defense or reiterate my proposal? It would seem that this so-called king has little in what I would deem courtesy. His will is the law, churl, the hollow relayed in a pedantic tone, as it no doubt had numerous times before. He is the Lord, the one to whom we all must pray and give thanks to for allowing us to continue to live every given moment. He carries power in one hand, and life in the other, and all in Hueco Mundo must recognize him as king in sight and word or perish. This formal prose caused Aizen's deep bister eyes to twinkle merrily. It's a very curious king whose subjects do not even know his name. His name is Death. You cannot address him by any other. The hollow seemed to grind its molars in affront. Whereas he cannot seem to address me at all, he replied, and at his back, Nilil was silently thrilled by her lord's noble bearing in the face of such a nightmare as loomed before them. As if in response, the cloud of darkness seemed to roil and spin faster. Its chosen mouthpiece turned its head to regard the event, and after a while it turned back around. His Eminence has concluded that this parley no longer amuses him. You have sullied his presence long enough, Shinigami scum. In the name of all those you have foully slain, my master proclaims upon you the sentence of death. At this, the hollow's massive jaws spread wide, and a purplish-red glow shone forth. Regret and die, interloper, it pronounced, and a Siro roared from its throat. Lit by its executioner's glow, Aizen merely closed his eyes. Nilil interposed herself between them. The Arrancar's face was awash in the visceral colors of hot organs. She looked as calm and unaffected as her charge. Without the slightest hint of reservation, the third espada reached up, and caught the blast barehanded. It was more than just blocking it. In her fingers, the Siro became as malleable and harmless as wet sand. Then, before any voices could be raised, Nilil opened her mouth, and proceeded to swallow the energy shot like it were no more than a wet liver. She stood there for a moment, eyes closed, lips slightly parted, seemingly lost to the world. Sosuke regarded her rapture with amusement, and no small touch of pride. Here and now, let this great lord see for himself what had come about from Aizen's involvement in the affairs of Hueco Mundo. Beneath the pink war markings, the white-clad maiden's nose wrinkled suddenly. Her eyes drifted open, and they locked onto the offending attacker before them. When the emissary opened its mouth again, Nilil Tuadolshvank did the same. Her double Siro lit their surroundings with a green flash. It went through the one who had spoken, and proceeded on to collide with the black wall that loomed up to the sky before them, without having any effect upon that menacing pillar. The same could not be said for its servant. The arms stayed upright, and the lower half of its slug-like body still remained. But the rest had been completely vaporized. After a few seconds, the smoking appendages pitched over to either side. As if this were a signal, the remaining members of the king's caravan howled, and attacked en masse. From the air and on the hoof they came. Beasts of 100 different sizes and descriptions charging over the glassy terrain, drooling in frenzy, eyes blazing behind the masks they wore so proudly in service to their undying sire. They were an army of some of the greatest monsters that were ever spawned on this plane of demons. Aizen and his shield maiden stood before them. Neither moved as the swarm approached. Then the death god raised his hand. And at his command, black lightning fell from the heavens. Beams of dark energy rained down, one after another. Where they landed, the explosions made Nilil's previous effort look like a match in the face of a forest fire. The dunes were heated to liquidity, and then evaporated altogether. So too went the hollows. In less than 4 seconds, the entire force of men-at-arms was completely erased, without any resistance. Watching this display carefully, Sosuke raised his hand again, and the Black Death ceased. A shimmering heat haze and pall of smoke hung before them, but at another gesture, Nilil unsheathed her weapon, Gamuza, and proceeded to dispel both with a single sweep of the blade. At their front, there was now only the Tower of Living Shadows. They waited, then, to see what decision would be made. It did not take long. From out of the base of that vortex, there rode a picture of terror. At first glance, the king seemed to be mounted on a steed made of bones. But upon closer inspection, one could see that he was not astride it, but actually growing up out of the skeletal stallion's back, from the pelvis up. He himself was composed entirely of bone, vaguely human in appearance, but much larger. Even hunched, the abomination remained a good 12 feet tall at the shoulder. But not at the head, for of this, there was no sign. It was only when the collection of skeletal parts came closer that they saw it, standing out against the ragged black cloak that adorned its chest and went streaming down the back. The skull was carried in those fleshless white hands. Bits of hair still clung to the scalp, and a battered circlet of twisted iron adorned its brow. Only the eyes remained within their sockets, sick, burning, red-veined things with huge black pupils and no irises. A picture from the darkest fairy tales trotted slowly through the slagged remains of that plain, past bubbling pits of glass and charred flesh, until at last it came to a halt before Aizen. A touch from her lord's hand caused Nilil to sheath the sword and step aside, bowing. As imperturbable as if he were approaching an old friend in a sunlit glade, the young genius looked up at his royal host. "So you are the Dullahan," Aizen said. Those disturbingly human eyes regarded him, making notice of how this Shinigami did not hesitate to meet its gaze. Then they glanced quickly up. Far overhead, against the moon, a tiny black-winged figure could be seen. And the jaws of the beheaded spirit opened, to let loose a voice like the snapping of dry bone. "The Mephistopheles," it mused, almost to itself. "Our subjects have long whispered to us of its existence, but none have ever been able to come close to locating it. We would have been pleased to see it bow before our power." Then the legendary creature's attention came back to the smiling Shinigami before it. "But it would seem that it has already bent the knee. And to a mere Shinigami, at that. Such a one is beneath our notice, regardless of the rarity of meeting another like ourselves. And yet surely one lord must wonder why he could not sense the presence of another beforehand, or why that other would willingly enter into the service of their sworn enemy, even if that enemy carries on commerce with their realm." Barebone arms came up, and the living skull looked down upon him from on high. "Know this, upstart. We do not fear your paltry skills, nor do we care to bandy words with the witless cowards who betray their own to bear throat to your blade. Straddle the fence as much as you like. In the end, we remain at war with your verminous kind, and your deaths are ours to dictate when we see fit. Nothing can ever change that." "You are mistaken, sir," the occulted captain spoke plainly. "Though a great number of hollows have come to accept my leadership, it is not their obedience that I care to call upon, but their help. I am Aizen Sosuke, and I seek to resolve the conflict between our realms that has cost so many their promised paradise. We have heard your entreaties, blood-stained peasant. And we remain unswayed by them." The Dullahan brought its head down to chest level once more. "Words mean nothing. The devious plotting and conniving that mark your lame excuse for an afterlife are of no consequence to the Hollow Nation. We will endure, as nature intended, while you strive to your utmost, and fail. We can never be truly defeated, no matter how many of us fall to your blades and go to be lorded over in your rotting holy land. I do not consider you my enemies, great lord. We are not. We are your executioners. This was getting him nowhere. Time to try a new tactic. And yet the Shinigami are not alone in opposing you. There is another group who actively pursues hollows in what they call justified engagements. And unlike us, when they catch you, there is no purification ceremony. Only destruction, on the most enduring level. A slow hiss escaped the clenched ivory teeth. Aizen regarded it closely. The bowmen have long been a source of displeasure to us, we will grant that. The Shinigami too publicly look upon their actions with distaste. But behind closed doors, their leaders secretly aid the Quincy whenever requested, and turn a blind eye to their savage crusade against the very ones they themselves claim to rescue from the dark. It is only one of the hypocrisies that have stood out before me. One that I feel could stand to be rectified without a moment's loss. Now there was clear confusion mixed with the suspicious hostility that double-formed creature regarded them with. What are you offering us, worm? The continued insults slid off Aizen as easily as raindrops down a polished blade. From within the folds of his robe, he produced a small cube and held it out to the skeleton cavalier. Here you will find the names and locations of the highest families of the Quincy race. I offer this to you, to do with as you see fit. Make of that chance what you will, but do not discount the fact that it has been tendered. The hands remained wrapped around their head, but hungry void pupils seemed to try and absorb the information contained inside that box without having to touch it. A scent of death leaked out over them all now. When it spoke next, the words were delivered in scornful tones. Do the Shinigami think to lure us into a trap? Or perhaps could this simply be a means of removing a potentially embarrassing alliance before it ever comes to light? Aizen knelt then and placed his peace offering on the transparent stretch of land that remained between them. Let it remain here, then, for anyone to pick up and use as they see fit. One does not tell the king how to act. I only make the first move toward reconciliation. It is up to you to decide whether you might wish to see what more might come of it. The invitation to visit my home of Las Noches still stands. I will wait upon your decision, whatever it may be. And now I depart from your home. Aizen turned and began to walk away. It was in no way the pace of a man who had his back turned to death. Did we give you permission to leave, Shinigami? The captain did not turn around. You never so much as gave me your name, though I was kind enough to give you mine. There was a sigh like air escaping from a concealed tomb. Very well, malapert filth. For your formality, we will extend the benefit of noblesse oblige. We are the king of the lightless domain, ruler of the wailing waste, King Baragon Lusenburn. And lest you forget, we are able to kill you all on a whim. What I forget and what I know are two very different things, your highness. Your kingly forbearance is keeping one of us alive, but only I know which. For just a moment, there was a lessening of the bonds in which he bound himself, allowing the full strength of his current Ryotsu to leak out into that deathly domain for all to feel. And the stallion drew back a pace involuntarily. Nilil did not miss this before she too moved to depart. And now you know as well, Aizen called. He never stopped moving. They made their way from that place without further altercations. After a while, the green-haired warrior at his side spoke. It seems that the information Ulquiorra supplied us with was no exaggeration, Aizen-sama. He is Vastolord. So it would seem, her lord spoke confidently, his slipper-shod feet gliding across the polished frozen ocean. And our Primera's strength in battle has been proven once more, to a certain degree. Kyoka Suijutsu was also sufficient to hide his presence even to the king. A most enlightening evening, as I had hoped. For not the first time in her life, Nilil marveled at this man's fearless composure, enough to inspire thoughts of elevation to a better life even in the heartless breast of a hollow. It was because of this that she could voice the next question. My lord, if it's not improper for me to ask, why did Ichimaru-san not accompany you on this meeting as before? Breaking from his musing, Sosuke looked back on her with the faintest of smiles. Are you concerned about our good man, dear Nilil? When her gaze did not drop, his face turned serious. Please lay any worries to rest. Ichimaru volunteered to take my place back in Soul Society in order to allow me to make this meeting, which would have otherwise conflicted with my assigned duties. We had another replacement in mind, but Jin insisted that he perform this function himself. I believe it was something personal this time. Is it anything dangerous? Neil asked casually. Not for him, though perhaps for the ones he will be attending. And he waved his hand. An offshoot of Ulquiorra's visit to the human realm last month. Nothing of importance, just one of those things they require from us captains every now and then. All part of the game. The Espada are not alone in changing ranks. Speaking of which, his follower spoke up, who will take the place of the Segunda now that he is dead? Ah, Aizen smiled. We'll just have to wait and see. Stepping into the funeral services for Kenta Arakeke, Isane Katetsu found herself blithely wondering if she should have brought a date. What an absolutely crazy thought, she decided. But then, from the way a few of them were looking at her, they clearly thought she had. Nimue Kuratsuka stood at her side, as was often the case nowadays. Since the captain's daughter was not technically a part of any division yet, not even her parents, she did not have any duties beyond the ones Mayuri specifically chose for her. That being the case, whenever her scientific forebearer was not pumping her full of information or subjecting her to a variety of other gruesome training methods, Nimue was often assigned to observe and learn from her only regular contact outside the Research and Development Bureau grounds. The doer maiden was practically joined to Isane at the hip during those times. She did not stray far. Because of this, certain nasty-minded people had come to unfounded conclusions about their relationship. Dog and owner, they would whisper, and giggle. Or even, bunk buddies, and let their imaginations wander in most disrespectful fashions about the tall, awkward lieutenant and her half-height mystery accomplice. For her part, Isane thought of her purple-haired partner in more familiar terms. Little sister. She was accustomed to that role. When first leading Nimue out into the world, it had been with a strange mix of courtesy, respect, and dread. After all, this girl was fated to be one of her fellow officers, regardless of the manner of her birth. But after their first day together, it had dawned upon Isane that she had been looking at this pairing all wrong. It wasn't really that she had been tasked with mentoring an ally. Rather, it was an elder sibling showing her baby sister the ways of the world. Anohana must have seen it herself, the need for such a bond, and that was why she had recommended Isane for it in the first place. She already had experience. Kian had taught her how to handle young minds, and Nimue was certainly less of a handful than the bouncy and rambunctious little girl who would dash off to chase butterflies and ask everyone she met who they were and where they were going. Where her sister went, trouble could not be far behind. In this case, though, it was more a case of ensuring that no one came asking for trouble. Because in spite of her placid exterior, Nimue Kuratsuka did not balk at taking action. Isane took note of their surroundings. The mood was subdued, as should be expected. Arakeke had been a respected member of this division, but there was something about the manner of his passing that seemed to overshadow any good he might have done in life. The thought that a lieutenant could be brought low so quickly and unexpectedly did not bode well for the rest of them, after all. And with the culprit still unexplained and on the loose, any simple foray into the world of the living could result in their own untimely passing. That fact was not lost on anyone present. The next person who looks at me cross-eyed had better be holding out a stiff drink, because otherwise they won't be going down pleasant. Lieutenant Katetsu flinched at the volume of that shout, recognizing from experience the sound of a loud drunk. The thought made her feel rather uncomfortable, considering the circumstances. People expressed grief in many ways, and there were. I'm sorry, what? I can't understand a word you're saying, you'll have to speak up. A very unpleasant suspicion was building in her mind now. One could almost call it a premonition for disaster, well honed by many years of being confronted by just that. Unacceptable? Unacceptable? It's a dim wake, you're supposed to make merry and celebrate the person's life, not sit around wringing your hands and hoping you're not next. Mercy's sake. Nimue was staring straight ahead, paying no particular attention to anything going on. She would probably continue doing so until her assigned guardian chose to point out an incident or personage of notice. And suddenly an option became quite clear to Isane. Disrupting what? You're not doing anything. How can I be disrupting nothing? It's a contradiction in terms. They could leave. More than that, they should leave. The service would be going on throughout the night, plenty of time to come back later in order to express their regrets properly. Everyone was now more concerned with the altercation occurring somewhere up ahead. They'd never notice us depart. Quickly now, before the false face of fortune turns its eye upon me once again, let's beat a hasty retreat. Turning to her associate, Isane said, Nimue-san, we should be going. I'm going already, get your hands off me. Let me just pick up something from the bar. What? The bar? Her eyes traveled over slightly to the left. Not a foot away there stood a long table stocked with all manner of liquid refreshments, of any quantity or proof that a person could ever wish to imbibe. Standing behind it, looking particularly ill at ease, was a member of her own unit who had clearly been roped into performing the service of bartender. From under a fall of lank black hair, a pair of miserable eyes regarded his lieutenant with something akin to commiseration. We're in the same boat, they seemed to say. Run now, while you still can. Good advice. But before she could take it, the crowd before them parted, and the pair of females found themselves confronted by the source of this night's disruptions, in the form of a cross-looking blonde beauty who towered over most of her companions. She was exposing a scandalous amount of cleavage, and her sapphire blue eyes were composed of equal parts inebriation and infuriation. It was those self-same orbs that riveted the mismatched ladies standing by the bar. Isane could have cried at how unfair this was. Why do I always get singled out like this? Don't make eye contact, don't make eye contact, don't make. She made eye contact. A look of hostility marred the other woman's lovely face, causing her eyes to blaze as they focused on Isane's. And then they traveled up. Silver. Shortcut. Even some braids. They traveled down into Isane's left. Purple. Down to her back. Bangs. Green eyes. And then, slowly, purposefully, inquisitively, they moved down, 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 to fixate upon the shorter woman's very conspicuous chest. There looked to be almost a nod of approval. Back over to Isane, now to inspect her endowments. Another nod, more forceful. That golden head came up. And a big happy smile lit her face. She spread her arms wide, and proclaimed loudly, Sisters. Then before either of them could move, she encased both in a fiercely powerful hug. Nimue glanced over at Isane, to gauge how to respond to this situation. But the look of stupefied amazement on her elder's face did little to illustrate the proper course of action. In that case, acquiescence took hold, and she submitted to the unexpected abrazzo without complaint. Their alcoholic assailant drew back a pace, one arm resting on either of her new playmates' shoulders. Come with me, she announced. We're forming our own party, one that'll put this one to shame. The woman turned then, started grabbing up bottles and jugs from the table, and thrust them out at her chosen company. Neither Isane nor Nimue made any sign of protest, only accepting the offerings without a word. Removing her zanpakuto sheath and all from the obi tied around her waist, the vocal vixen proceeded to drape it over the back of her neck and then looped several jugs of sake on either end. Some Division 10 residents looked to their superiors questioningly, as if to ask if they should put a stop to this, but apparently it had been decided that so long as the offender left, nothing else mattered. Move out, the blonde declared, and like soldiers on parade, her hijacked cohorts turned and marched back the way they had just come. They exited through the drapes, heading back out into the night. At the curtained archway, Rangiku Matsumoto turned back. She held her hand up vertically in the direction of the casket, and bowed her head slightly. Then, with a sniff and a disgusted look at her fellows, she spun about and strode off in search of different company. It's okay, Isane told herself as she trundled along. We're doing a good deed, removing ourselves to another area. Once this person has drunk enough and been put to bed, we can come back and perform our duties. Just watch. It'll all turn out for the best. I remain impressed by your optimism. I can handle this, the lieutenant told herself. I can set a good example. Behind them, their self-appointed leader began to sing loudly. At 1:15 Isane was feeling in control of herself. At 1:05, she was starting to get a bit buzzed. At 3:30, Isane Kotetsu was visibly smashed. They were in the top room of an expensive establishment, one whose ownership and repute had never been made clear. A vague reply of, "Somebody's got to, right," was all their leader had offered. Several articles of clothing had been discarded during the preceding festivities, and even more types of musical instruments lay scattered about during an impromptu attempt to determine whether or not the trio had what it took to be traveling performers. The jury was still out on that one. "The are all bunch of smarmy, uptight cowards," Ranjika was explaining, slurring her words dreadfully but still managing to make herself understood. "They tell you, come on in, nice and warm air, never have to worry about nobody and nothing. Yeah, right. Unless you can't keep quiet and do as you're told, then it's a slap in the face for you. But that's the law, Ranjika-chan." Isane was feeling particularly untroubled at this point, and wished to share that feeling with her new friend. She had one arm about Matsumoto's shoulders, and the other was hugging Kuratsuka close to her. Nimir remained unchanged, stone-faced, and silent. The Goody Soul Society is a military organization at heart, made to combat the hollows. You have to obey your superiors or the chain of command has a weak link. The voluptuous tow-headed female rested her dizzy head on the tall girl's arm. "Tha's not right. Not right at all. I's not getting nowhere, don't ya see? Things don't change, stay the way they are, we're gonna keep doing this forever and ever. No end in sight. Nothing changes, nothing gets resolved, just swept under the rug so nobody sees it." Too scared to speak up and all. Those words had an effect on Isane. Now she felt like crying, it felt so bad. "You're right. Right, you're absolutely right. They don't let us speak. We're muzzled, night and day. And she leaned her silver crown down to rest on Ranjiku's. "I know what you mean, Goldie-chan. I've been thinking it for so long, but I never had the courage to say it. I don't want to do this for the rest of my life. There's no winning this war, it's just more death, over and over again, and nobody ever gets to declare it over. It's been that way for centuries and centuries, since before you were born. They don't remember it, the young ones, because they all die, out on the field, and the only ones left are the generals, Her voice dropped to a hushed whisper. "Monsters. Silver-chan sounds so old." The drowsy damsel mumbled against her. "Like an old man." And she giggled. "Ajiain-san. It's true," Kotetsu whispered, and she began to rock back and forth, crying and clutching her friends. I'm old, Ranchan." Isane Kotetsu is the oldest lieutenant in the entire 13 Imperial squads. Older even than Yamamoto's lieutenant, Grey Fox. She's been in the land of the dead for over 1,300 years. Under her, the healer, the good one. And a lazy smile touched her tear-stained face. "The good monster. What's a monster?" Ranjika's golden curls had collapsed into Isane's lap, and were somewhat muffled by the cloth. "They are," she insisted. "All of them. They're all monsters. It didn't used to be this way, there were more good ones than bad. The Shinigami had honor and dignity, and they went out into the Rukanga and sought to communicate with people. The fourth used to offer their skills to the other souls outside the walls, to bring them relief, and we would actually go into the living world and heal those plagued with illness and discomfort. On the battlefield, we ministered to the living, and took them up when they died, and through the streets of their cities, we offered them our gifts, and they named us gods, angels, miracles, they used to call us." The ancient storyteller reached over, snagged a sake jug, and took a long pull on it. Setting the container down, she continued. "But times changed. The captains had falling outs with the administrators, and the old man went to the old man. Over his head, even, there's the king, and they told him, we need to change our priorities, it's costing us too much. Cost, they said. Cost. We're dead, you stupid people, what the hell do we care about cost? There are no pretty stones here, no jingly coins, that's from the old world. Why should we care about cost, it doesn't exist anywhere except in your heads. It's meaningless. Some of the captains complained about how their men were being sent out to die, and so they got replaced. Or they got promoted, to the chamber of 46 or higher, to Zero Squad. And the hollows, they were getting worse and worse. Stronger. Because we were losing sight of our purpose, things in the mortal realm were growing more horrible. And as for us, she waved an arm, encompassing the whole of creation in its wake. Person who knows Bankai, comes along maybe once, twice in a generation. And the captains, they're the real strength of the Siratatui. So when we lose one, it's a big deal. Can't let our strength appear to deplete, have to save face before the old mountain and his king, otherwise, he might reconsider and fire all of them. Literally. Have to find a replacement quick, and the only thing they check to see is if a person's strong enough. Can do Bankai. And she tossed back another swig, wiping her mouth on the back of her hand. Doesn't matter where they came from or what they're like. Crazy as a loon, bloodthirsty, cold-hearted bastard, doesn't matter. As long as they can kill like nobody's business, they get the job. That's why. The shoulders slumped. They quaked. Isane's eyes were shut tight, teeth gritted together as tears flowed down her cheeks. That's why, there are so many monsters today. And it's not just the obvious ones, either. You see Zaraki, and you know he's a beast. Outshines even the old school four. Her companions did not interrupt. But on top of that, there's Jin. He's a fox in a henhouse, and whenever he looks at me, I know he's thinking about taking me into one of those dead-end alleys and raping me to death with that Wakaizushi. He'd think it's funny, killing me, because who do you call when the healer's been stabbed? I can tell. Then you've got Komamura, and so iPhone. They're both so quiet and officious, but if Yamamoto points at you and says, "Kill him," they'll do it. Seriously, both of them, they're crazy loyal. And don't get me started on Byakuya Kukiki. I wanna kiss him, he's so pretty, but then he'd cut my head off, don't think that he wouldn't. The 9th squad captain is a mope, he just shakes his head and pretends he doesn't see anything. Easy for him, what about the rest of us? As for the 10th and 12th. Of a sudden, a hand came up over her mouth. Muzzled, the tearful death god slowly rotated her head to regard her companion. Nimu's expression had not altered in the slightest. She still displayed that mask of resigned impartiality that she had worn throughout the entire evening's proceedings, even when Matsumoto was stripping her to compare bust sizes. Quite possibly that was her actual outlook on existence. Not by a single twitch of her eyelid or pout of her lips did the reserved creation display any sort of reproach. Even her voice, when she spoke next, was completely calm. Isane Nisan, it is best that you stop there. Certain developments in my body are designed to record all experiences that I receive, so that Mayuri-sama can analyze them later. If you were to say anything against him, he would eventually hear it, and it could displease him. Mayuri-sama does not appreciate being spoken of in unflattering terms. She took her hand away, and the bleary-eyed Amazon stared at her. Captain Kuratsuke, can hear me? A nod in the affirmative. So he knows everything we've done together. Another nod. For a moment, it looked like Isane was going to drop dead on the spot. She swayed in her seat. And then suddenly, a newfound gleam came into her eyes. Leaning forward, she turned Nimu's head, leaned in and whispered in her ear. Hey, there, Mayuri Teiko. I know you can hear me, and I just wanted you to know that one time, when you and Retsu Teiko left me alone in your office, I sat in your swivel chair, spun around and laughed like a crazy woman. And you wanna know something else? That time you showed us how you halt blood flow from severed limbs, and you took your shirt off for the demonstration? For just a second there, all I thought was, wow, sexy scientist. And then of course, you had to ruin it by cutting off your own arm. You are crazy. And sexy. Crazy sexy, my sister would call you. And if you ever try to take me to task for saying this, I'll tell her so many stories about you, it won't matter which of them are true or false. By lunchtime everybody will have heard it, and you'll be back in the maggot's nest before you can spin your head around and vomit pea soup. Mayuri Kaizu. Panting, Isane leaned away with a satisfied look on her face. Nimue regarded her through flat dispirited eyes. And Isane's satisfaction dissipated. They're monsters, Nimue-san. Like your dad. They use us up and won't let us stop. Don't. And suddenly she was crying again, leaning forward to wrap her odd little sister in a warm heartfelt embrace. Don't let them make you a lieutenant. It's a death sentence, can't you see that? You all get killed eventually. I don't want you to die, Nimue-san. Mayuri will just make a new one, that's what you represent to them, ready-made lieutenants. No more having to search for them, they'll just make them. You have to live. Don't take the trials next week. It's another sick game they play, they all already know who's going to be their lieutenants, the trials are meaningless. Just an excuse for the captains to demonstrate how strong they are, to keep any other strong souls from getting ideas. It's how the chamber officiates. They want people to be scared spitless of the captains. Continuous, unchanging, respectful fear. That's what matters to them. It's not about guarding anymore. We're not guardians, we're potential monsters, pushed to achieve Bankai, waiting in the eaves for one of them to croak. They're maniacs, they're just. Slowly, the eldest living member of the vice captains sank into her 2-year-old protégé's lap. Broken, tearful sobs came out of her, while against Isane's own legs, Rangiku Matsumoto was sleeping peacefully. After a few minutes, the older woman too dropped into exhausted, drunken slumber. Nimue Kuratsuka continued to sit quietly. The candles in the lamps were burning down low. Half an hour later, they guttered out, and still she sat. Alcohol had no effect on her body. Her father had seen to that. She had lived up to his expectations so far. It was her duty, after all, as his future lieutenant. No dissent, no backtalking. Obedience, pure and simple, without consideration for anything else. Or anyone. Deep green eyes moved down to take in the gentle medic sleeping gratefully against her body. Nimue reached back and felt around her Achilles heel. Locating the catch, she depressed it, and a super-thin stiletto the length of one's longest finger shot out of her heel. Withdrawing it, the bleak-eyed soul held the deadly implement up over where Isane lay disheveled and oblivious. There was no disobeying or insulting of Mayuri Kuratsuka allowed. The penalty was severe. She knew. The dagger gleamed, and Kotetsu stirred, mumbling sleepily. Eyeball, soup. Could be heard clearly. Nimue knew. Without hesitation she reached up, and placing the weapon against her own auditory canal, she then drove it in. Piercing the tympanic membrane, angling down towards her eustachian tube, until at last Nimue felt the tip puncture the small pulsing sac that served to capture all of her auditory experiences. Withdrawing it, she repeated this procedure on the other ear. And then she took care of the ones for her eyes. Dabbing at the small drops of blood that resulted, Nimue settled in and waited for the dawn. To be continued. Chapter 8, The Trials, What's the Harm? She was sitting Caesar in the offices of the 4th Division, waiting for her brother to finish his meeting, when a voice called out her name. Rukia-san. Turning, the wealthy recluse spotted someone coming down the hall. At first glance, it seemed that the laws of diminishing distance had doubled, because the person approaching her looked extremely small. But as she drew closer, it dawned on Rukia that this one was just as short as she was. Little girl size. And she looked familiar. Renji would have rubbed her head just like mine and called her. Then realization dawned. Renji. This was one of his friends from school, an advanced student. They had been introduced once before. What was her name? As she rose to her feet, just when Rukia's keen memory finally served to locate the answer, something else became visible. A lieutenant's badge. Hinamari Fukutai-ko, the member of Squad 13 bowed forward, proper and graceful towards the second-in-command of Division 5. Now that they were on eye level, it was glumly apparent to Rukia that there was still an inch worth of difference in their height, and not in her favor. Another disparity lay in the unguarded warmth and tenderness of those doe-like brown eyes. With her hair held up in a fluffy white bonnet, Hinamori Momo could have passed for a carefree waitress in a friendly mom-and-pop restaurant, one who was dearly loved by the locals and appreciated by newcomers for her kind ways. Only the black Shiakusho and gleaming Zanpakuto at her hip served to accentuate the deadly power this dwarfish death god possessed. Her name was legendary, not just for the speed with which she had graduated and advanced to her current position, but the indisputable talent this girl possessed for Kido spells coupled with a warm gracious heart. Renji had a nickname for her, the Mighty Momo. According to him, an anonymously rude person had once referred to Hinamori within earshot as, the Mighty Midget. Anonymous because, once the raging leprechaun had finished with disciplining the offending party in a school-sanctioned and very public honor duel, there had been no further mention of him, whether in classes or without. Gone and quite forgotten, though some rumored that he was now a ghost haunting the mortal realm for fear of coming back. Those same rumor-mongers had fallen quiet whenever Momo glanced in their direction. And now this dazzling star of the Siridi was standing in front of Rukia, smiling good-naturedly and generally making the object of her attention feel distinctly awkward. She was never at her best when required to trail along in Byakuya's shadow. It was long, and cold. The times when it was necessary were limited to matters of house business concerning other divisions and administrative entities, of which there seemed to be quite a lot. The House of Kukaki was intricately involved with the running of Soul Society, and their representatives were required to make themselves conspicuous at times, so as not to allow others to forget. In spite of this, there had never seemed to be any real need for his lordship's younger sister to accompany him on these visits. Most of the time Rukia just sat around in the background, observing the proceedings and responding to any polite comments directed her way. Today she had been requested to wait without while Captain Kukaki consulted with Captain Unohana in regards to their collaboration in the upcoming lieutenant trials in 2 days. Then this happened. "It's good to see you again after so long, Rukia-chan," and by the other girl's tone, she could tell that comment was sincere and not simply empty words. Hinamori smiled, and continued. "We've not spoken since my graduation, I think, when you stopped by to congratulate Renji-san. Speaking of which, how is Aburai-san? I hear that he's in the 6th division now. Are you two still close?" For the most part." The Kukaki delegate sought to deter the conversation from talk of her oldest comrade. Even with all she knew he had done for her, there was still a gulf between them that neither had quite been able to breach in the intervening years. "We don't see one another very often, our duties and separate divisions keep us moving in different circles." At seeing the lively face fall, she quickly sought to amend that. "What I mean is, Renji is still working hard to advance himself, and he's kept very busy by that. I wouldn't want to diminish his efforts with my presence." Momo gave a tilt to her head and smiled sadly. "Good wishes are always welcome, Rukia-chan." "Oh." She blinked and gave a little jump. "I'm sorry, how very discourteous of me. I should be referring to you as Kukaki-sama, or even Lady Kukaki." "Oh dear, please don't be offended, I was just so surprised to see you, it totally slipped my mind, please accept my apologies, my lady." Rukia had been searching for an opportunity to jump in and mitigate the embarrassing situation, and she took it here. "Momo Fukutai-ku, please, there's nothing wrong with the manner in which you addressed me. We were classmates, even if you graduated far ahead of me." In response, the lieutenant's stream of apologies cut off, and she regarded her old schoolfellow with a searching air that left Kukaki feeling woefully inadequate once again. "You know, when he was still in our division, Aburai-san often spoke of you, Rukia-san. He said that you were the bravest, purest, most dynamic person he had ever known. You could lead an army, that was how he put it." A sudden image of herself on a horse in full samurai armor galloping at the head of a force of foot soldiers with sword bared caused Rukia to almost grin. Mercy, but that Renji was a heedless lovable dope. She quickly brought herself back to reality, as her superior was still speaking. "I know that when most people graduate from the academy, they don't keep up with old school friends, and certainly not the ones they left behind in the Rokanga. Even I don't get back home as much as I would like to. But you and Renji, it just seemed like there was such a strong bond between you. Respect, and reliance. Trust. Like family, really. And that's why, I understood what he couldn't express when you left. It was more than just wanting to graduate with you. He wanted to graduate with only you. And when that didn't happen, he threw himself into something else, I think as a way to try and make up for it, Now this was really getting disturbing. It was Renji who had chosen not to deter her inclusion into the ranks of the nobility. If he had spoken out against it, even for a second. Suddenly she felt like she was about to start crying all over again, here in the heart of the fourth in front of this girl she barely knew. It didn't work, Renji. I have nothing to show for it. You're still the only thing holding me together, now. You and your kindnesses from afar, reaching out to me through others. Oh, Rukia-san, forgive me, I got carried away with myself again. I forgot there was a reason I was so glad to see you. The petite brunette edged closer, and her voice hovered just above a whisper, like she was afraid of being overheard. To see me. Maybe it was just her previous line of thinking, but that seemed somewhat suspect. Perhaps her trepidation showed in her face, for Hinamori launched ahead animatedly. You see, I'm going to be giving a lecture series on Kido for Academy attendees. It's something I felt I could do in my spare time, to try and advance the Kido core as a viable option for new graduates. They don't get as much publicity as all the rest, although really it's their own fault. What with all the secrecy, you'd think they were related to the mobile core. I mean, it's not like back in the olden days, when the sorcerers all lived alone and never shared their arts with anybody else. But I'm getting off track again. Rukia remembered Momo from her brief encounters as being honest, outspoken, and highly susceptible to emotion. The sort of person you could count on to squeal when seeing a baby or adopt every stray kitten in any given area. Or beat your head in for abusing a person she had never met. But she was also extremely skilled in a plethora of abilities, lest anyone forget that. My point is, this isn't a division activity, or even something that would require a lieutenant to handle. Seats above 10th have free rein in organizing such events for the students when they feel it would benefit them, though. Did you ever attend a Division Seats lectures, Rukia-chan? No, I didn't. And for some reason, that felt like a lie. But while she was puzzling over this odd sensation, Hinamori steamed on. The focus of the lecture is on applying demon arts in ways that don't always seem useful to students. Like sleeping Kido spells, or the more esoteric charms that most of us only know from Kido mixed drinks. Things that don't make a lot of sound in Fury, and often get disregarded as such is what I mean. There's a reason they all exist, you know, and it's got nothing to do with getting drunk. In conjunction with high-end spells designed for destruction and subjugation, they can prove to be very effective. Basically, I want to show them how to be creative in the application of their Kido. And I've been needing someone with talent who doesn't know the spells to see how a person will respond to learning them. Since we met like this, it occurred to me that owing to your graduation being hastened, you might have missed out on any quiet courses like that. It would make you a perfectly qualified candidate, and would be a great help to me personally. When there must have remained no trace of encouragement from the target of her pitch, the lieutenant seemed to grow anxious. Renji always noted how you were far better than him at demon magic. That's not saying much, Rukia remarked before she could stop herself. Momo blinked for a moment, and then grinned mischievously. Well, he did fit in nicely with the 11th for a while there. Actually, I wondered what happened to cause him to be transferred out of there. Rukia-san, did you ever? Momo-san. Her vertical and official superior stopped talking. Rukia then smiled in a charming and disingenuous manner. Fukutai-ko, I would be more than happy to help you in developing your lecture in whatever manner you require. My duties at home and in the 13th still allow me plenty of free time to myself, and this sounds like a very worthwhile effort. I'm sure that I, at the very least, could learn much from studying with someone of your caliber. Well, thank you, Rukia-san. Hinamori looked as if she had been prepared to argue most long and vociferously in order to suborn an affirmative from her. This sudden and unexpected compliance apparently took the wind out of the tiny vice-captain's sails for a moment. But true to her nature, this did not last long. Momo's smile, when it came back, was as genuine as the rest of her. I'm really looking forward to working with you, Kukaki-san. I feel like I'm back in the academy, never knowing what was going to come next, but always looking forward to it. Being a Shinigami isn't just about stopping hollow rampages and purifying souls, right? We have our own afterlife to live, after all, and lots of time to do it in. I couldn't agree with you more, Fukutai-ko. Everybody wants to enjoy themselves from time to time. This sounds like a great deal of fun to me. Me too, absolutely. Momo clapped her hands together and beamed like a cheerful little sun, enough to light the hallway. Just then, a cloud passed over the sun. Facing each other, both women stiffened. Rukia knew. Behind her, Byakuya Kukaki had completed his business, and loomed over the diminutive duo, his Ryotsu seeming to wrap around them with soft, silken, lethal fingers. The lieutenant of the 5th bowed low. Kukaki Teiku. Good afternoon. Uninterested gray eyes spared her the briefest moment of attention. Fukutaiku. And then he was moving off, regally dismissive of anything that might serve to keep him from wherever he might wish to proceed to next. Without having to be told, Rukia moved after him, remembering only at the last second to give a bow to her superior officer. Thank you, Hinamari Fukutaiku. Please excuse me now. She hastened to catch up with Byakuya before any more could be said. Her actor's mask had slipped drastically back there at his arrival, and she wasn't sure she could reaffix it sufficiently to still convince this intelligent, innocent girl that she actually wanted to have anything to do with her proposed venture. Once again, it all sounded too pat. Like something that had been made up just for her convenience. Not for the first time, the wary former street urchin thought she detected a familiar scent here. But how on earth had Renji known where she would be now, to send his old friend Momo over to offer and help her with Kido? And for that matter, he was one to talk. She had seen him in the yards of Division 6 from time to time, and his skill at spellcasting remained as dangerous to himself as his intended target. If anybody needed a genius instructor to improve their abilities, it was him, not her. And yet, he had gone to all the trouble of setting this up. Plus, when you came down to it, the opportunity to learn with and from a genius like Hinamori did not present itself every day. Her instructors at the manor were famed far and wide, but their preeminence was flavored by a distinctly unapproachable pall. Questions and suggestions on how to influence demon arts were always met with affront and scorn. Like they knew everything there was to know, and she should just keep quiet and soak up whatever they were so gracious as to teach her today. In terms of approachability and friendliness, Momo already had them beat. Who knew what more she had to offer? Come to think of it, this really might be of benefit to me as a Shinigami, Rukia decided. There was no reason to feel regret for going along with this transparent facade. With a distinctly lighter heart, she continued on her way, a tiny iceberg beside the continent of snow that was her aloof and disinterested brother. The day had finally arrived. Anxious applicants talked amongst one another, while more taciturn contenders took themselves off to secluded sections of the hall, there to keep their own counsel. It was no small thing, challenging oneself like this. The matter of lieutenants was held in the most serious regard by the administration, since they altered far more frequently than their superiors. After all, more often than not it fell to these souls to lead the forces of heaven out in the field. Captain class did not step onto the soil of the Middle Kingdom very often, and always with limiters. Such power tended to disrupt the flow of souls on Earth, leading to enhanced conflict and aggressiveness. Even a lieutenant was considered of sufficiently potent cogency to warrant having their strength restrained to a fraction of its peak. A captain at full strength could melt the flesh off a mortal's bones without even noticing. It had been documented. And it was up to them to stand in for their leaders if, heaven forbid, something were to happen to them. Nimue Kuratsuka was one of those who remained off by her lonesome. The captain had instructed her to concentrate solely on distinguishing herself in these trials. The better her performance, the more prestige it would add to Mayuri's presentation to the central chambers. That was her purpose in being here, to showcase the talents that Mayuri-sama had endowed upon her. And, of course, there was also this. From the sheath at the small of her back, Nimue withdrew her slim-bladed sword. She tested its edge against her forearm, and found it more than sharp enough to pierce her skin. Lay a blow upon him, if at all possible, her creator had instructed, a finger raised in warning. Don't disgrace me, above all else, but take any opportunities presented to demonstrate your superiority to all involved. I won't have it be said that you balked at drawing blood, understand? She did understand. I want to see Nissan. Isane-san cannot be here at this time. How come? She has to prepare to serve her function during the trials. Oh. Sing to me. I cannot right now. Does your tummy hurt? No. All is well. I'm not tired anymore. Let's play the blood game. The trials will start soon. Then we may do so. Rewards? If Mayuri-sama is pleased. Tell Nissan I want to see Yachiru again. I like her. I will do so. Somebody's coming. It is the captain. Be ready. Okay. The massive red doors which led out of the waiting room began to open with a groan. Behind it, a figure garbed in grey stood, masked so that only his eyes were visible. At this, the more than 30 people waiting in that room all knew that their time had finally come. At long last, they had been called upon to answer for their supporters' trust and the needs of the Godi I-13. The grey shaman stepped into the hall, and then gestured for them all to follow him. The trials await, he announced. The crowd moved to obey. No more words were spoken. Not a single encouragement or jape. They were all as silent as the grave. Nothing to fear, right? Sitting on the lowest tier of the Colosseum, Isane tried mightily to ignore the butterflies fluttering in her stomach. Over 1,000 years since her own exhibition, and hundreds of them under her belt in the capacity of her division, yet she still felt as cold and anxious as if it was her turn to strive to impress the elders. Before her were the eastern sparring grounds, a faintly elliptical field of dirt and rock punctuated here and there with small granite outcroppings, like teeth. This stadium in particular was one of the larger ones reserved for such uses. A huge dome that capped the arena itself was over 100 meters high and some 200 meters in diameter. The ringed seats that descended down from a point halfway up the walls could have seated 3 whole divisions if necessary. Kept underground as it was and reserved only for suitable occasions, it was the rare day that this stadium saw itself filled to even a quarter of its capacity. Today especially, there was hardly anyone in evidence. A scattering of black robes were bundled together in groups and in pairs or singly. The number of people allowed to observe the lieutenant's trials was limited to those who were deemed to be of most benefit. Certain high-ranking nobles, distinguished members of the bureaucracy, and of course, those powerful Shinigami candidates who had not been permitted to participate, but were deemed of sufficient stock to have earned the right to see how and why they had been excluded. The elder Katetsu sister could see her own sibling off in the distance. As if sensing her gaze, Kian left off arguing with her goateed accomplice and turned to peer about. Upon catching sight of Isane, she waved her arms back and forth, excitedly hollering something. She might as well have been on the other side of the Siriti, for all the sense her sister could make out of that. But when she raised her own hand slightly and waved back, that seemed to satisfy the caramel-haired imp, and she returned to screaming at an equally red-faced fellow third seat. In a way, though she knew it had come as a disappointment for her baby sister, Isane was glad Captain Yukatake had not seen fit to put forward her name as a candidate. Not that Kian wasn't powerful in her own right. But the level of difference between second and third seat was as daunting as that separating captain and vice-captain. And while more than enough to handle the average hollow, her bellicose baby sister had a tendency to throw herself all out into whatever she was doing. That sometimes led to some dangerous missteps. More than once Isane had been shocked to enter the 4th Division hospital and find the 13th's co-third seat being treated for some terrible wound inflicted while out on patrol. Although Kian was more often than not fully conscious and engaged in some vocal discussion even while in the midst of being healed, the sight of her injuries always made her sibling wish that she had never consented to allow them both to become death gods. It was simply too dangerous. Of course, this was just an official display of fighting capabilities. Nothing really serious to worry about. The same thing was happening at 3 other places throughout the Court of Pure Souls at that very moment. Whenever more than 3 divisions were without vice-captains, their heads would choose those members deemed sufficient to fill the void and offer their names up to partake of the trials. Naturally, the matter of whom they wished to be serving directly under them as their subordinate was entirely up to the captain. They had to believe their new lieutenant was someone they personally could rely upon. But this was the Siriti. Entirely didn't quite mean exclusively. So oftentimes, she knew, there were matters of family lineage to consider, who had the most seniority, how they were viewed by members of their own division, and how they were viewed by the council members. It was the rare captain who simply tendered one hand-picked candidate and then waited for them to come through the day's proceedings with flying colors. Usually you found at least 10 from every division that was wanting at that time. Only one was the chosen successor, of course, but in the interests of maintaining fairness, all had to be given their shot at proving themselves. Once the trials had concluded, the judge at each presentation would evaluate the roster of potentials and submit a carefully worded and meticulously culled report on their performances. This would go straight to all captains involved, as well as the central chamber and head captain Yamamoto. They would evaluate the subject's history, their reputation, and the quality of skills displayed. As soon as the necessary paperwork had been finished, they would give their blessings, and a new lieutenant would emerge to be welcomed by all their brethren. On extraordinarily rare occasions, the deciders would disagree with the captain's first pick. It was then up to the squad commander to try and find a means to convince those doubters, or simply choose their second draft. There were no recorded instances of anyone ever having to settle for a third choice. Captains were rare and not to be treated like common soldiers. Their opinions were always given special attention. So it went, year after year, century after century. Out with the old, in with the new, Isane reflected. Only I remain, to watch them come forward time and again, all fresh-faced and eager, little comprehending how they made themselves targets for the politicos. Creatures far deadlier than mere hollows. Before her thoughts could grow any more accusatory, the red gates leading to the staging area opened, and into the arena there marched the pride and joy of their divisions. Assembled therein were some of the most distinguished Shinigami from the 10th, 12th, 13th, and 6th squads. All those who were in need of command figures. Only one thing was left. Their opponent. A note of the terrain, its advantages and obstacles, as well as the number of observers were all registered in Nimu's thoughts. Mayuri-sama always wished to know how many people were watching anything he was involved in, just in case it became necessary to deal with them afterwards. He said one should keep track of witnesses. She couldn't tell if any of the other contestants were performing the same calculations. Judging by the way they stood and moved, virtually none of them were outfitted with anything more than their soul cutters. Nestled within her uniform and body were a host of advantageous items that might prove useful in this endeavor. Anohana-sama had mentioned while the captain was supplying her that if he added anything else, she would look like a porcupine. The analogy had been quite mysterious. But now was not the time for such quandaries. A yellow-robed official in the imperial box had stood to address them all. Warriors of the Seireitei, he called out to them. All of you here have proven your worth on the battlefield and within your divisions, enough to warrant the approval of your respective captains. Nimu had never seen a battlefield in real life, but she did not question his erroneous assumption. She had been warned countless times about the inadequate information that many suffered to live with. Now prove yourselves to be more than soldiers, or even officers. Show us all why you are deserving to wear the badge and flower of your division's sacred office, which have been passed down through the hands of great men and women for as long as our world's history. Actually, the concept of lieutenants had only occurred to them 200 years after the official start of the Shinigami system. Another misrepresentation. We value your lives more than any honor or ambition, so take heed again, you are all being watched closely. Anyone who attempts to assault another candidate during this trial with the intent of improving their position will be summarily disqualified and disciplined. This is no blood sport. It is a time-honored tradition, a celebration of our arts and your talents. Do yourselves and your associates justice. Strive bravely, choose wisdom, and fight with temperance. We wish you all good fortune. He sat down again. Nimu's eyes flickered over to the lowest rung, where a small group of Division 4 personnel were led by their lieutenant. From this distance, it appeared as though her Naisan's face was quite pale and agitated. But no reason why this should be so was evident. At that moment, a portcullis of death stone began to rise along the wall of this battlefield. And as soon as it did, an aura of incredible potency washed over them. With it there came the scent of hot blood. While the others stared, she drew her sword and held it with the blade concealed behind her forearm. Nimu watched the enemy approach. These were the lieutenant trials. All people recommended by their division heads were brought to a secured facility. There a judge would test them in a melee battle, with all the candidates pitted against him at once. They could fight with any weapons or skills at their disposal, and when the battle was deemed over, the judge would recognize those who had distinguished themselves the most notably. Afterwards a formal review board was convened, the captains in need would hear the committee's opinions, and a new lieutenant would be officially recognized for their squad. There were 3 such trials taking place at precisely the same time in the Court of Pure Souls. With 4 squads needing lieutenants so desperately, it was necessary to split up the pool of claimants, as sometimes was the case. This one was her group. Isane had spoken to the head administrative agent earlier. All preparations were tested and ensured. Buried beneath the floor of the arena was a layer of solid deathstone, while at regular intervals around the perimeter of the stage there could be found cylinders of the same substance. Should anything untoward appear to be occurring, the switch would be thrown, and those cylinders would be connected to their partners and the underground floor plan to create a dome of draining energy that would rob any death god in the field temporarily of their powers. It was simply a precaution, just like she was here to guard against any loss of life. No one had ever died during the trials. But there had certainly been some close calls. And there was no reason to think that record was going to change. The first, second, and third seats of the support division were always present at these events. Right now, Retsuteiku and Yasakika Imura were also engaged elsewhere in preparing to treat any injuries that might result from this competition. That left only the judges. The captains. Naturally, the people best qualified to determine the worth of a vice-captain were their superiors, in order to serve the needs of the realm. It went without saying that a commander of one of the divisions missing a lieutenant could not reasonably be asked to cross swords with his hopeful aspirants, as this might lead to charges of favoritism. So instead their fellows were called upon, tasked with tendering an honest, untrammeled opinion of the submitted Seines Chels. There were other factors that disqualified captains from competing. The commander-general for certain could not be bothered with anything so commonplace as sparring. And the current Kenpeki had no conception of how to fight anyone without trying to kill them. According to him, bloodless battle was an oxymoron. So with 4 other captains forced to abstain this time around, that left 7 to choose from. A certain officious 8th Division officer had developed a system that allowed for rotating captains to perform the duty as judge. Since Anohana Retsu had not been chosen, she was ready to offer healing for another mixed catch of cadets from the 4 brigades. This time around, the group overseen by Division 4's captain had been assigned Shunsui Kiraku as the judge. Captain Soiphone was selected for the one under Imeso, and Sosuke Aizen would be the delegate for Isane Zone. After the trials were completed, the representatives of the 4th would tend to all wounds that had resulted from the explosive efforts of close on 100 powerful Shinigami. The results would then be determined at the judge's discretion. Considering that the number of contenders in any single trial could reach over 50, it came as no surprise that the written evaluations did not always include much to say about every individual. Some people simply didn't stand out. On top of that, not every captain was what you might call chatty. Isane had seen reports that consisted of nothing but the same word written by every name, adequate. Others might go so far as to say, dazzling, extraordinary, the best one this year, phenomenal, 4 stars, and electrifying. And at the opposite end of the spectrum, there were those like Byakuya Kukaki, who noted everything that transpired under their auspices and proceeded to describe it in minute detail. Beautifully written, but still, Isane was secretly glad he would not be active in her display. These reports were subsequently read by the administrators, noted, and then usually shipped off for storage in the Imperial Archives. Clean, safe, and orderly. Almost like a well-run hospital. This was undoubtedly one of the most carefully maintained and respected institutions of the Siriti. It was something they could all take pride in. Even though Isane knew it to be basically grandstanding, little more than a sham in terms of actually concluding who would be given the badge, the valiant efforts of those deluded souls out there served as an example of the best that Soul Society had to offer. They were proud and alive, and it was her responsibility to keep them that way. And that was why, when she recognized the impossibly huge riot so making its way towards the judge's entrance, Isane Katetsu felt the most plain and simple horror that a person could possibly know. He ducked beneath the rising crisscrossing of bars, a smile on his face, white haori fluttering idly as he walked. The competitors watched him approach with varying levels of surprise, incredulity, and outright dismay. On the fringes of the gathered assembly, someone said what they were all thinking. "Where's Captain Aizen?" They were all thinking the same things. Something had gone wrong. This wasn't the way it was meant to be. Why was he here? Then, almost as if the object of their distress could hear what they were all thinking, Jin Ichimaru smiled even wider than before, baring his canines in a singularly intimidating manner. The scattered pockets of aspiring officers had unconsciously drawn together in a close crowd, like sheep seeking to protect themselves in numbers. And as the wolf approached them, they parted to get out of his way. The captain of Squad 3 cut through their lines like a sword through flesh, and the wound closed up around him. At long last, Ichimaru stood alone in a circle at the center of the crowd. By some odd twist of fate, he was facing Nimue Kurotsuki. From behind him, they heard the administrative agent from before shout, "Begin." A Kido force field came up around the combat pit, protecting the observers and preventing any attacks from entering or exiting. There would be no help from the sidelines. Eyelids almost completely shut. A smile on his face. He couldn't be seeing them, right? There was no real risk anyway. It was just a trial. There were safeguards everywhere, and healers to attend them if necessary. They all knew this. So then why did no one make a move against him? Even Nimue could feel it. Something was very, very wrong here. Mayuri-sama had ordered her to fight with the person chosen as judge, to display her worth. And for the first time ever, Nimue found she actually doubted him. She doubted her creator's wishes. What should I do? Blood game. Very well. With no more consideration for anything else, she sprang forward, and a naked sword cut through the air. He moved. She could see him move, all her phenomenal senses attuned to their maximum. With everything that she had been designed with, at the very least the young being was acutely aware of what she was capable of in terms of power. And before this, she had believed that it was enough to serve any of her master's wishes. It had to be. Because he had made her that way. But as her cut went wide, and the man's foot plowed into her stomach, Nimue recognized that Mayuri had not built her well enough. As she soared across the arena, people frantically dodging out of the way, it was this thought that hurt her, far more than any blow. Where's Captain Aizen? Aizen Katetsu was on her feet, fingers digging into the stone wall before her. She whipped around, and for the first time ever, the lesser members of the 4th Division saw their lieutenant truly angry. Before any of them could comment, she tore past them, up the steps towards the administrator's seat far above. Calm down, Aizen. You are behaving erratically. I know, damn it, I know. But I have to stop this before it's too late. The spirit did not offer any more resistance. They both knew what too late might mean. There had never been any deaths during a lieutenant's trials. But there had been some close calls. Most notably, during Captain Jin Ichimaru's first participation. He had nearly killed 3 people. The only thing that saved them was having a Nohana present to heal their wounds immediately. The administration gave him a reprimand. However, they couldn't quite forbid him from performing his duty in these events again. So since then, certain special dispensations were taken into account whenever the silver-haired death god was chosen to step into the ring. Those dispensations had not been taken here. Racing up the steps, the questions bombarded Aizen from every conceivable direction. Why was he here? What was going on? Why hadn't anybody warned her? What were the officials thinking, allowing Jin to fight these children without any restrictions placed upon him whatsoever? He was a killer, possibly worse than Kenpei Kazaraki, at least that man wouldn't cut down a person who was already on their knees and beaten. But he would. He would do that and worse if nobody stopped him. Why didn't anybody ever stop him? Maybe nobody could. No. The harried healer shook her shaggy silver head. She wasn't certain why this time was so much worse. Because someone you care about is out there now. Yes. Her companion had it right. At this instant, Aizen couldn't have been more frantic if her own little sister was under the grinning headsman's axe. Nimue was beautiful and deadly and odd, but at heart, she still remained a child in her Nisan's eyes. And that is where I draw the line. I won't let him do what he does to any children, grown up or not. If I'm going to continue living in this society I never asked to come into, it has to be without having allowed something like this to take place. Damn you all, and take your rules with you, Aizen panted. I've seen enough kids maimed and dying, bleeding out into the dirt and screaming for their mothers. Why do you let it happen? Why do you excuse every single vicious heartless thing these monsters do? Who? Who gave you the right to decide how we are supposed to spend eternity? Take all your monsters and go live somewhere else. Just leave us the hell alone. At last she reached the booth. The field that protected the combatants from outside interference also served to enshroud this seated box, to prevent any attempt to manipulate the outcome. Standing within its perimeter were 2 mages of the Kido Brigade, charged with allowing those permitted entry to come through. Isane came to a halt before the entrance, breath like cold knives in her throat. Or maybe that was just fear. I am Isane Katetsu, Vice Captain of Squad 4 and acting emergency designee for this trial. Let me in. She commanded them. The pair of sentries only stood across from one another, wrapped in their hoods and cowls. They made no sign of having heard her. Isane stared at them, mingled fury and frustration causing her shoulders to shake. Raising her fists, she brought them down upon the glowing blue transparent barrier, beating against the durable surface. Still they did not move. Farther down the way, the administrative attendant was sitting with his back to her. He did not respond to her shouts in the slightest. What is the matter with you? The towering death god screamed. This is not what we were told would happen. You have to put a stop to this trial at once. And somewhere out in the arena, over the sound of explosions and clashing swords, a woman screamed. Even seeing what became of those who did, the other Shinigami were emboldened by Nimu's example to attack their opponent. Jin didn't even draw his sword. Instead he whirled and spun, brushing up against his assailants briefly, letting their lagging fingers feel contact with his clothing, before pitching them to the dirt as he had that first one. Members of several different divisions were calling out the names of their Zanpakuto or hurriedly reciting the lines of demon art spells. No matter what they tried, though, it made no difference. The grinning ghost eluded their swings and simply skipped away from the blast radii and ceiling perimeters. No one had even come close to touching him. And all the while, the bodies kept flying through the air, sent aloft by the merest brush of his hand. It was absolutely extraordinary, and beautiful. Nimu couldn't believe how slow their movements were in comparison to his. Including her own. Lying face down in the dirt, she was forced to a conclusion. There was simply no way to defeat this enemy. He could not be challenged by the people assembled here today. She could not touch him, not with blade, fist or spell. The difference in their capabilities was made clear in that first moment. And several voices seemed to be clamoring for her attention. Do not dare to disappoint me, wretched thing. If you fail to so much as cause him to break a sweat, I assure you, I will not fail to break you. Get up, get up. Go get him, I want to play the blood game with him. He gets it, he gets the game too, let's go play. These both wanted the same thing from her. Something she knew couldn't be done now. It was the second pair of voices that claimed her attention. Nimu-san, when others focus on killing, they forget to guard. That's why the 11th Division is always covered with scars. But that's not what we do here. We guard the Guardians, when they forget how to take care of anyone, even themselves. Look at him, child. More than strength and speed, tell me his pleasure. What is he fighting for? And how does he try to achieve it? Nimu watched, while the voices reached out to her thoughts on so many levels. This last one I can do. Find an answer. Seek a solution. Determine what it is that he wants, and use that against him. Even if it is nothing more than the sight of blood. Jin stretched up, and slammed his elbow down on the back of an overextended assailant's neck. Something broke. When he attacked, where did he aim, and in what way? A crackling line of binding energy soared towards him. He caught it, and yanked the caster off their feet to send them flying through the air. When he moved, how much effort did he make? A falchion blade came down, and Ichimaru stopped it between 2 fingers. He backhanded the owner sharply, and cast the released sword away. Did he alter his attacks for men and women? Did he respond differently to assaults from behind? 2 men and a woman acted in conjunction, lunging at their target from different sides. He then grabbed the one slightly ahead of the rest in a headlock and flung him towards the others. The man checked his attack in time, but his partner failed to respond as quickly, and bright blood spattered the sand. What was he doing? My answer is, he's scattering them. Ichimaru's movements had caused the tight-knit group to break up into fragments once more. Even amidst all the confusion, she recognized that this was no accident. Nimue levered herself up slightly, gripping the hilt of her sword. The enemy was maneuvering them. Why? He wants to see where everybody is. It's a game too. Hide and seek. Could that be true? Was Jin seeking someone out specifically? There were over 30 people in here with her. And her information on him implied that this captain in particular liked to immobilize and torture his opponents. Yet he had not proceeded to do so, to her or anyone else. He had been given plenty of opportunities. So that means he hasn't found his playmate yet. Yes. I can see it now. Kuratsuka watched the captain's violent dance carefully. Saw him leap and dodge, smiling and tossing them around, mocking their efforts with his casual grace, his cheerful grin, his eyes opened. It was certain. He had opened them, just for a moment. Maybe no one else had noticed, they were not bending all of their concentration on simply observing him as she was. It hadn't even been long enough for her to see the color, but if I follow his line of sight just then, where did it lead? To a girl. A small, plain-faced thing with long black hair. Mayuri-sama had instructed her to memorize the names and faces of all division officers up to 12th seat. So she knew that this was Sachiko Fugunashi, 3rd seat of Division 10. At that moment, the young woman didn't appear to realize that she had been targeted for whatever reason by Ichimaru, and was attempting to cast a long and complicated Kido spell from a safe distance. So she did not notice the captain reach down and grasp the hilt of his blade. I know what he wants now. And when he gets it. Her own hand tightened around its soul cutter. That was when she would get her chance. With small movements and restricted ryutsu, Nimue brought the tip of the short sword over to her wrist. Bloom for master, aka Chan, she breathed softly as the blade drove through her glove and stabbed the flesh beneath. She continued to stab deeper into herself, but although full half the blade's length was in the wound, it did not pierce through to the other side. Instead the Zanpakuto obeyed its mistress' quiet release, and began to transform itself. 20 yards away, Jin Ichimaru unsheathed his weapon, Shinso, and tucked it up his sleeve. His mouth was stretched in the most disturbing way imaginable, it couldn't be called smiling anymore. Striding forward swiftly, fire and explosions falling all around him, he kicked an attacker's legs out from under him, fired off a huge blast of blue flame from his fist that sent singed people soaring and caused all present to clutch their ears, and in the ensuing chaos, Nimue heard him clearly say, "Shoot, Shinso." The weapon thrust out, and out, extending past its perceived length with the fluid grace and speed of a falcon slipped off its tethers. Glowing a disturbing white, the captain's shikai shot across the field, faster than anything present. As if finally sensing the danger, Sachiko Fugunashi looked up from her conjuring. It took her in the stomach and kept going, dragging the girl along until it pierced the wall as easily as it had flesh and slammed her back against it. Sachiko's head collided against the stone. She rebounded forward, finally managed to draw in a breath, and screamed. Nimue saw an opportunity then, and attacked. Flailing wildly against the shield, Isane heard that shriek cut across all other noise. It was the sound of someone staring death in the eye. She knew it well. Which could only mean the thing she dreaded was happening right now. A feeling of heaviness in the air, like a pressure threatening to push her to her knees, let Lieutenant Katetsu know that the captain had gone to Shikai. Enough of this. Release me. So be it. Ripping her partner from its sheath, the Shinigami howled, "Run, Itagumo." Their conjoined souls flared, power rising free from the chains that had bound it. In a moment the Shinigami lieutenant stood invested with all the might of her office. And without question, she turned it upon the barrier that denied her. Bringing up Itagumo, Isane sent it crashing down against the force field, unleashing the full force of her guardian spirit against that wall. The spell was cast by two most puissant magicians, and empowered by wards that had been set in place throughout this Colosseum ages ago. It could hold against a small platoon of regular Shinigami, and even a lieutenant if need be. But there was more than just strength being directed against the barrier. Idagumo's two shorter sabers were invoking their own ability, the power to freeze Reishi around her. In terms of combat, this could be used to generate a field that left any opponent immobilized, their muscles locked in rigid spasms, and more. The Zanpakuto could convert any energy directed against it, from Kido to Quincy magic and Blasts, into a solid, petrified state, completely harmless to anyone. The cloud of spirit particles was altered from its natural malleable form into something more fragile and focused. And so when Idagumo touched that barrier, the will of its casters to repel all invaders was rendered meaningless, as it became nothing more than a thin wall of transparent glass. With a shout, Isane then unleashed a blaze of power that shattered the obstruction. Springing into the stadium box, the determined death god was momentarily taken aback by the reaction of both mages. Or rather, the lack thereof. They remained at their posts, but the eyes peering from those face-concealing masks were glazed and vacant. Nothing that had just happened made any impression upon them. But there was no time to remark upon this mystery. She lunged over to where the agent from Central remained seated, watching what was taking place below. All sound from the stadium had ceased, save for the shrieks of that one tormented woman. Most likely no one was willing to attack that madman now that he was radiating even higher levels of energy than before. But that was about to end. Unwilling to spare a glance towards what was transpiring beyond this seat, Isane rounded on the rotund bureaucrat, only to be confronted by that same look of stupid incomprehension that adorned the faces of his attendants. What the hell was happening here? Focus on the immediate problem, Isane. Yes, of course. So where could I find the... And then she was flying back through the air, colliding painfully with the wall. A power surge. One so enormous that it had completely overwhelmed Idagumo's defensive capabilities. The first thrust had frozen, but then it was forced along by the tidal wave behind it, turning that solid mass into a battering ram that knocked her off her feet. The sword spirit was dazed by the titanic intensity of that aura. Only one thing could have caused this. And as she slumped to the floor unconscious, Isane heard a nightmare come to life. Bankai. To be continued. Chapter 9, The Trials, Torturous Conditions. Ichimaru stood there grinning, savoring the sound of his victim's terror. It had happened so fast, and now everyone around him was immobilized by the brutal scene. He was clearly intoxicated. Now, were anyone to have looked at her, it would have appeared as though Nimue was holding the mere hilt of a sword against her wrist. But now she withdrew it as she sprang forwards, and what came forth was no metal shaft. Sliding out of the hole in her arm was a long crimson lash. A liquid whip, growing and extending, black and red colors shifting along its length. Not even 2 seconds had passed since Sachiko was speared, but even that seemed like too much time wasted. Feeling her opportunity slipping away, Nimue dashed at dazzling speed across the arena. Aka-chan kept drawing from her veins, the blood surging to form it. Hair streaming behind her, the deadly maiden focused on her distracted target, and halfway to him her wrist snapped out. The whip grew. 2 meters, 10, 30, the tip finally emerged, and with a crack like a lightning-split tree, the keen edge of that lash licked out across the cleared space between them and caught Jin Ichimaru on his left cheek. All saw the captain's head jerk slightly. In the next instant Shinso retracted to his hand, its victim collapsing on the floor. Long thin fingers came up to disbelievingly touch the spot where he had been struck. When they drew away, there was the faintest trace of blood upon them. Ichimaru's head then turned and looked upon his assailant. His smile was gone. A deadly serious Nimue Kuratsuka watched him in a languid stance, aka-chan's coils winding slowly in a possessive manner around her body, a serpent to match the one she now faced. Mission accomplished, Mayuri-sama. Jin glanced down at his fingers once again, examining the scarlet wetness. The rest of the candidates watched this nerve-wracking display. Then he looked up once more. And grinned. Bankai. Held loosely in his grip point downward, the innocuous soul cutter flashed out again, and buried itself in the earth. There was a moment of silence. The death god captain's spirit erupted, howling like the one and only god of death. There came a flash of light from the super-powerful deity's body, so intense they had to look away or shield their eyes lest they be blinded. The ground around his feet tore open, and something came forth to encase him. Everyone present was blown away by that release or went to their knees. The precipitous spike in his aura did not diminish, but after a few seconds the blazing illumination faded. The master of Squad 3 was no longer in evidence. Instead, what met their astonished, fear-filled gazes was a small mountain growing up out of the floor. Further examination revealed that this was no mere formation of earth. It was a conjunction of weapons. There looked to be like nothing less than a dozen enormous jagged spearheads which had risen about that spot, their edges clashing together as they formed a cone 50 feet high that completely enveloped the caster. The tips of these barbs stuck out in all directions, forming a spiked crown of sorts on top. Not a single crack could be seen in this armor. There was not even enough space at the edges to slide a piece of paper through. It was like unto a funhouse mirror room that had gone crazy, and everyone could see themselves clearly reflected in its polished steel sides. Nothing else happened. Several people glanced around, perhaps expecting some kind of intervention from the authority figures at this point. A few even began edging towards this looming configuration of twisted knives. Nemia remained where she was, wary now of the threat this posed. The force field around this arena was still active. Isane-san had disappeared, presumably to learn why the session had not been halted. There were events transpiring outside this battlefield that could yet determine its outcome. But for now, the majority of her attention was focused upon that menacing spire. At last one of her comrades, a tall veteran from the 6th, drew close enough to the distorted mirror that he could actually reach out and touch it. Before him, his own pale, sweating face stared back. The look in his eyes was not pleasant. And as he watched, Jin Ichimaru stepped out from behind him. Several people screamed, none of them louder than this man. The captain was visible in the reflection, smiling like he hadn't any cares whatsoever. But in the real world, there was no one to be seen. The fighter whipped his head around to the spot where Jin would have occupied, sword raised in readiness. However, nothing was there to see. It was only in the side of that complex conglomeration of blades that their demonic tormentor stood laughing, though no sound emerged. Then in front of their eyes, that impossible figure lazily raised his sword, now at a regular katana's length, preparing to cut the soldier from the 6th down. Before he could, though, his prey struck first, swinging his blade in a deadly arc through the space where the invisible fighter must be standing. As he did, blood splashed out. The man collapsed with a scream, sword falling from his fingers. All down his chest ran a diagonal wound, opening him from shoulder to hip. Ichir leaked out with his terrible shrieks, while standing above him in the mirror. Jin still had not made any further moves, only stood there with his weapon raised on high. Then he let the blade slowly drop to rest back at his side. A second later, his uncomprehending victim slumped over. His face hit the steel wall with a loud smack, and he slid down it, mouth leaving a trail of blood on its otherwise pristine surface. Jin appeared to say something, though no sound came forth. It almost looked like Makaiso. Hellish spear. After this it was madness. Maybe some survival instinct had kicked in, but the terrible petrification slipped from the limbs of all the other aspiring vice-captains in that ring. No longer did they look for anyone else to save them. These were some of the bravest and strongest people to be found in the whole of the Godi 13. Not for nothing had their captains looked to them to step into the most prestigious position in the divisions after their own. It was not a question of scoring high, or pleasing any faceless overseers. The impetus to fight was now the simple, honest realization that if they did not do so, they were as good as dead. This was what they had been training for all these years, to fight for their lives against the wickedest souls that existed in all the depths of creation. No matter that this thing was one of their own superior officers. Right now, it was kill or be killed, and let them suffer the consequences afterwards. Some of the Shinigami charged boldly forward, diverse weapons screaming out defiance with their masters. Within the mirror bright spike, their silver ghost passed into the edge of one colossal spearhead, only to emerge not in the one adjoining it, but in another on the opposite side. He strolled casually about the battle, appearing and disappearing from every angle, even at the top of the great metal teepee. When some people tried to attack the spots he seemed to occupy in the real world, they fell with cries of agony as their bodies spurted blood from wounds that appeared out of nowhere. In the midst of all this, Nemia crouched on one knee, her lash held against her cheek. What is happening? I don't know, but it's stupid. They're not even getting close to him. Why? I know a captain's Bankai is a most dangerous thing, but I can see no explanation for how he is even injuring them. Yeah. Why won't he come after us? We're the ones who made him bleed. Agreed. Why has he not attacked me yet? A small squad had reached the fortress of spears. They joined ranks, and all together, began to cry out the words to a level 60 Hado attack. In the side of the shaft, Ichimaru danced around them, apparently screaming with laughter. But these stalwart sorcerers paid the phantom no mind, and concentrated their attention on the palisade itself, not the smirking killer flirting in its depths. When the final syllable of the spell was uttered, a swirling green gas bloomed in the midst of their formation. They flung out their arms with a shout, and the corrosive cloud grew. It rose up into the air, and then enveloped the released Bankai at its highest point, seeking to infiltrate any microscopic cracks that might lie in its shell. A good idea, Nimue decided. Until the spellcasters began to scream. Their skin was bubbling, she saw now. Some of them clutched at their throats, gasping and choking while their clothes dissolved away from them in tatters. They collapsed in steaming bloody heaps, howling for mercy, begging for the pain to stop. Interesting. Glancing up, Green Eyes noticed that the correspondingly colored mist had disappeared without a trace. Ah. That explains it. What? Reflections, she supplied back. How come? He hasn't made any attacks against them. They have. Everyone who attempts to cut the image of Ichimaru, or assaults the pillar directly, is automatically inflicted with the same injury they attempted to produce. Wow. That is so mean. A perfectly cruel defense. I wonder what its limits might be? Further away, apparently someone on the other side of the hall had not noticed what became of the others, and attempted to cast a binding spell against the fortress. When it struck, the spell vanished, and its caster suddenly found herself encased in glowing red shackles that bound her hand and foot, leaving the woman lying helpless on the floor, unable to break free. Demon magic, Zanpakuto, physical attacks, they all come back against their wielders. That much was visible to her carefully distanced gaze. Aside from those already seriously wounded, Nimue was the only person not engaged in flinging herself against the psychopath and his diabolical juggernaut. Do you think this means he can't hurt anyone himself while he's like this? I have my doubts. But if all this is true, I ask again, what can we do to neutralize this power? Tunnel under the Bankai to reach inside? I am almost 100% certain that it extends below the floor, but only to a certain extent. The Deathstone layer is still beneath us. If we delved deep enough, we might be able to use the Deathstone to protect ourselves from his attacks. When you say we, you don't mean me and you, do you? No. Her gaze flickered around the area. Wherever she looked there were people bleeding and in pain, clutching wounds that appeared out of nowhere. None of their injuries appeared fatal, though. Perhaps Jin was still just toying with them, not allowing the full force of their attacks to be felt, because having their own strength turned back on them would be sufficient to kill them instantly. This way he got to enjoy himself for longer, and everyone visible was his potential prey. Her comrades were tearing themselves to pieces in their attempts to destroy this dire threat, without even bothering to understand it. Comrades. Lead by example, Nimue-san. Aren't I doing that now? If they only refrained from attacking as I am, they would be safe. Haven't I told you that people don't always think clearly in the middle of a battle? Sometimes you have to slap them in the face and shout at them to get them to listen to you. That's the only way to save them. If I make any sort of attack, he can turn it against me. Nimue-san. Look out. In the far-off side of the spire facing her, she suddenly saw the image of Jin Ichimaru drop down to loom over where she crouched. The two tiny figures remained that way for a moment. Nimue did not bother to look where she knew he was not. Instead she kept all her senses trained on the reflected confrontation in the distance. Within its depths, the scientist's daughter saw one fine-boned hand reach out to caress her cheek. Her skin registered nothing. As she had suspected, apparently he could not reach them to attack. The crazed Kitsune looked up then, still holding onto her, and gazed out from the confines of his steel womb. He looked Nimue right in the eyes. His lips moved, and she saw him shape the words. I see you. Then in his fist, Shinso swiped through the air. And down Nimu's cheek, blood began to flow. She bolted instantly, seeking to put distance between them. Her hypothesis was proven incorrect. He could hurt her, even if she made no move against him. Of course. What good would a weapon like this be if it relied entirely upon the opponent? An intelligent adversary would recognize the limitations early on and use them to their advantage. As she thought this, zipping through the carnage that still raged throughout her surroundings, a line of fire traced across Nimu's back, cloth and flesh parting to release the blood within. She could feel Aka-chan responding to this, chanting blood game, over and over. And a part of her was thrilled as well. But as the muscles in her calf were pierced by an intangible thrust, she recognized also the peril that she faced. He intends to disable me, and leave me to his non-existent mercy. Just like the other girl. I wonder why he chose her first? Is there something there I could use? I must use what I know. Lead them to safety, Nimue-san. Save them from themselves. Yes, Nei-san. I remember. The duty of a lieutenant. Still clutching her whip, Nimue resolved on a new tactic. With Jin's cuts still appearing all over her body, she sped over to where a young 5th seed from the 13th was attempting to stagger forth to the battle with blood streaming into his eyes. Before he could take another step, Aka-chan licked out to wind around his ankle, and he pitched forward onto his face. Speeding to his side, she dropped down, and clamped her fingers around one wrist. Small needles extended from her fingernails to pierce his skin. He passed out from the venom only 2 heartbeats later. The same sensation did not occur in her body. This realization came moments before another shallow cut opened along her abdominals. Only attacks directed at him. Good. Then she was flitting about the room, administering her drowsy ministrations to everyone she could reach. Sometimes she had to resort to restraining Kido, or simple brute force, like a blow to the head. Aka-chan and her mistress cooperated to deflect all attacks that were being sent towards the captain. When about a third of them were incapacitated, apparently Jin had had enough. This time the wound was in her gut, and so severe that Nimue had to stop moving or risk damaging her internal organs. Only 10 feet away from the mirror shield she collapsed and lay on her side. Standing in the shining steel before her, Captain Ichimaru wore a faint look of tension around his eyes. The smirk that still curved his lips was now more of a snarl. They twisted, shaping words, and a weight of Bakudo slammed on her, its disabling magic like an iron weight against her back. No further action was taken against the other sleeping Shinigami, however. Apparently Jin could only be in one place at a time to inflict his own attacks. And torturing people who weren't awake held no appeal. She had deprived him of some of his entertainment. But there was still so much more to be had. With a last scornful look that promised further damage later, his reflection then turned and walked away. As soon as his attention was elsewhere, Nimue wrapped Aka-chan around her waist. In moments, the blood ceased to flow from her stomach wound. It still hurt abominably, worse than any of the other injuries he had inflicted upon her. But perhaps he had failed to notice that she was not bleeding as copiously as one might have expected. The benefits of having a partner one could depend upon. I'm not tired. Why are you stopping? He has apparently lost interest in me. And that most likely meant he would return to his primary objective. From Kuratsuka's position with her face pressed to the dirt, she watched as another angle reflected the sight of the destructive demon moving to stand beside the still sobbing form of Sachiko Fugunushi. The girl had managed to crawl a few yards away from where she had fallen. Jin was keeping pace with her now as she attempted to reach the exit which was barred to all present. His smile was back full force. He looked as happy as a man seeing his true love again for the first time in months. The same expression was on his face when he cut her leg off at the knee. The 10th's third seat stopped trying to get away, and rolled over on her back, pulling the bleeding stump to her chest and howling miserably. She doesn't even know what's going on, Nimue realized. That must contribute to his enjoyment. Indeed, Ichimaru looked positively joyous, right before he took the left ear. It didn't stop there. He was carving the helpless amputee like she were a pig, and him a butcher. I know how you feel, Sachiko. Many was the time she had experienced the feeling of Mayuri's knives slicing into her, questing for some intangible answer to a question he did not care to share with her. Nimue accepted this always, without the slightest protest. She would not seek to deter her father's curiosity. Nothing mattered more than seeing his vision fulfilled. What more can I do here, then? What is my purpose, Mayuri-sama? Don't disgrace me, I believe that was made quite clear. And what else? Blood, 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 let's play. In what way? Don't let him do this, Nimue-san. I beg you. Put a stop to this travesty before it's too late. I cannot think of how to defeat this opponent. Useless lackwit. I humbly apologize, Mayuri-sama. Blood, dummy, it's blood you need. I cannot. He is beyond my ability to injure. My little one, I had hoped for more from you than this. I know, better than anyone, that you are more than just a sword to kill. What am I, then? Nimue-san, you are like me. You are a protector. Protector? You are a shield, my dear, one your father crafted for himself. But when he is not present, then you must decide whom your body will take the blows for. Yes. I bear wounds, so that others will not have to. I act, to prevent the pain of others. Mayuri-sama's, and Isen-san's. She taught me as much. Do to me what you will, I will suffer through it all. Come, do your worst, Ichimaru. I can accept any pain. Not pain. Would you listen to me? I'm saying, it's blood. Pardon? Ack. Do I have to do all the thinking? Look. It's a magic mirror, like in a storybook. And if you don't want to see what's in the mirror, then you break it? No. Cover it up. With what? I have nothing to bind it with. Perhaps I could skin myself. Me. Use me. Use our blood. Blood? Look there. Nimue did as directed. A few yards away, the first man to attack Ichimaru's Bankai remained slumped and insensate on the ground beside it. His blood was smeared over it. Blood. It isn't an attack. His magic only reflects pain and death, not anything else. And he can't hurt what he can't see in the mirror. We can use it. So then. I must. Get up, dolt. Rise, Nimue Kurotsuki. Stand and accept our duty, my sister. Go get that big sissy. Aka Chan then sprang up and wrapped around the grey block of demon magic that restrained Nimue. The whip dug into that heavy weight, shouting its defiance. Though cast by a master sorcerer, the spell was not as strong as it could have been, since it had been invoked without the full incantation. And its assailant was no weakling herself. Ichimaru's spell shattered, and Nimue scrambled to her feet. He was intent on his work, but still, he noticed. A moment later, Jin's image stood once more at the modified masterpiece's back, a frown of displeasure at being interrupted clearly evident. She looked up to meet his hidden gaze squarely in the mirror. There were no words spoken between them. Instead, the cruel spirit lifted his blade once more without hurry. In response, his intended victim wrapped a loop of her own soul cutter around her left elbow. She did not appear to be paying him any attention. Jin raised an eyebrow curiously. Grimly calm, without hesitation Nimue then gave a swift jerk. Like piano wire, the blade sharp lash tightened. And it sliced off her arm. The appendage fell to the dirt, and Ichimaru stared at her like she had lost her mind. Then Aka Chan retracted into its handle until only a thin red knife protruded forth, and it was this that the dour young woman drove through her skin, right above the amputation. The blade went in, and then blood thundered forth. It was a torrent of red fluid, more than any body could contain. And it kept coming. Standing before her enemy's solitary fort, Nimue trained that carnation-colored deluge on the image that stared back at her. Ichimaru, herself, the whole room and everyone in it, in seconds, it had all been covered by a sheet of dark opaque life blood. The flow cut off. Nimue watched appraisingly. In the scarlet-stained expanse before her, she could see a tinted reflection on the slick surface, showing herself staring right back. No one else stood around her. Sweet. Let's do the rest. In a flash of Shunpo, they were off. The blood goddess spun around that jumbled blade hideout. For just a moment, she saw Jin Ichimaru's raging features next to her own, his eyes still shut in wrath. But then her guardian spirit was surging once more, and the blood was pouring out like a river, dashing away that hate-filled image before it could strike. She went round and around its base, until the lower reaches were soaked in gore. From there she leapt into the air, bounding up to attain the highest reaches of that deathly abode. Nimue aimed her cannon of benign living paint at it. No attacks were launched in return. The experiment was apparently a success. Swift as only she could be, in just a handful of seconds, the entire face of that incomprehensible fortress was besmirched, stained the color of death itself. Nimue landed 20 feet away, taking refuge behind a low boulder. She was feeling lightheaded, but weirdly satisfied. All around her, shocked silent faces stared at the construct dripping with blood. The members of the other divisions had ceased in their desperate struggles upon witnessing that horrific testament of strength. Now they gaped in shock. From the safety of her refuge, Nimue ripped a long length of fabric from her sleeve and wrapped it tightly above the joint where her arm had been. Only then did she bother to withdraw, aka Chan. Fun, that was so much fun. Do it again. Let's do it again. She did not respond to the blade's anxious pleading. Instead, the winded warrior reached into her tunic, and withdrew a small mirror tucked inside. Though slightly cracked, it still remained functional, a gift from a strange vocal golden-haired woman she had met during a funeral. Holding this implement up, she brought it past the lip of her shelter slowly, carefully angling it to see what lay beyond without exposing herself. Ichimaru's Bankai stood silent. No attacks were made. Not a single injury to speak of. There was no sign of the captain anywhere. I would seem to have nullified him. She closed her eyes with a sigh, bringing her remaining arm up to cover her brow. A slight tremble shook the ground. A premonition of danger, and then, from out of the earth before her, a sharp-edged spearhead shot straight up into the air. No more than 10 feet tall, it was a miniature of the vast parent. Staring hungrily down at her, Jin Ichimaru had come to keep his promise. He drew back his blade, and unable to dodge, Nimue flung her arms up instinctively to protect herself. It ended. Isane came back to herself with a gasp, already scrambling forth, remembering her mission. That soul-numbing presence was still evident. No way to pick out anyone else's through it, to tell if they were already dead or still fighting. Didn't matter. Nobody here could beat that thing. Jin Ichimaru regularly sparred with Kenpei Zaraki. He was the only captain willing and crazy enough to do so. And whenever he went Bankai, he won. Zaraki would always drag himself into the fourth covered with wounds, either unable or unwilling to find a way to breach the other man's defenses. What could a pack of kids do against that? Not them. Me. It's my privilege to keep them all safe. And there's only one way to do it. In the next instant she had reached the dumbfounded agent's seat, and she pulled his kimono open, searching for something. Aha! There it is. Isane snatched up a small black tube, the key for activating this arena's fail-safe measures. Turning to the stone bench set before him, she passed a hand over it. The tabletop glowed, and from it there grew a black pyramid. Without hesitation, she found the hole in its side, inserted the key, and turned it. Looking up at last, her harried brown eyes caught a glimpse of a mountain covered in blood. The next instant the pit's ring of black deathstone cylinders had sunk into their bases, and a field of negative energy engulfed everything inside under a pall of hungry gobbling force, enough to reduce even a captain to the level of the Rukonga's meanest stray. Jin's Bankai wavered, twisting like a mirage under the desert sun. Then it vanished, and where it had risen down in that barren landscape, Ichimaru once more manifested in the world. Isane could have fainted, she was so relieved. It was ended. A second later, the first screams of pain started. Realization set in. They need help. Quickly she withdrew the key, and below, the emergency measures were disabled, allowing full spirit powers to abound once more. Without having to be told, her division members vaulted over the railing and ran to their fallen brethren, spells and medical tools already coming out. Halting blood flow, tending to burns, neutralizing any disabling wards, this was their mission. Nothing could deter them. And while she knew that her place was below, helping her fellows in their life-saving efforts, for some reason Vice Captain Kotetsu remained where she was. In some perverse way, she found that she could not take her eyes off him. A wide berth was given to the solitary soul standing at the center of that carnage. From up in the balcony, Isane watched in fascination and outrage as Ichimaru stood idly scratching his head. You. And as if he could hear what she was not even able to think, he turned around, directing his veiled gaze in her direction. At finding a look of outrage on the lanky lieutenant's face, a wolfish smile twisted his lips. That grin said it all. She knew then that there was nothing she could do to touch him here. His position protected him, along with a host of other threats. When the next highest-ranked officer in that room made no move to detain him, Jin Ichimaru then shrugged casually, turned on his heel, and sauntered out the way he came in. Total authority. Absolute power. Pure sin. The most egregiously wrong soul she had ever known made his way from the scene of his latest crime, unchallenged and unrepentant. Isane remembered her obligations then, and horror clutched at her heart. Nimue-san. Her long legs then moved in a blur, and she materialized from seemingly out of nowhere at the infant fighter's side. What she saw there made her want to kill Jin Ichimaru with her own hands. The daughter of Mayuri Kuratsuka continued to wear a look of uninvolved disinterest, even though she was bleeding from several places. Her left arm ended in a stump just below the elbow, and only a tourniquet kept that wound from spilling blood all over her guardian's clothes. Isane knelt beside her, tears gathering in her eyes, teeth gritted against the brutality and injustice of it all. She reached up trembling fingers, and touched Nimue's cheek. At this tender caress, vacant eyes came over to her face. He hesitated, the girl murmured. Just before the power drained, I saw him. Confusion, possibly caused by a head wound. Nimue-san, look in my eyes. Tell me who I am. A brightness grew in those green depths. Isane Nisan, she murmured. Yes, the healer whispered. Nimue glanced over her shoulder, then back again. These wounds are not fatal. My Zanpakuto is actively preventing the worst of the blood loss. You should turn your attention to Sachiko Fugunashi from the 10th. She received the worst of the damage this evening. Who? Isane blinked miserably. Vice Captain. She looked up, to find two of her squadron standing anxiously beside her. Ma'am, one spoke in urgent tones. We need your help immediately. One of the 10th Division is going into some kind of anaphylactic shock from the riot so. She's been cut to pieces, and I don't think we have what it takes to save her. We need you. A refusal died halfway from her heart to her lips. Isane Kotetsu stood up then, and gestured down to the girl prostrate at their feet. Administer first aid here, and see her transferred to the division hospital as soon as possible. Bring as many people back as you can. And send a hell butterfly to Captain Anohana immediately. Tell her what's happened, everything you've seen. I want charges brought against that monster now. They bowed to her will, and with a last heartfelt look at her adopted sibling, she dashed over to where they had indicated the most grievous case could be found. What remained of this child was pitifully heartbreaking. As she brought her extraordinary talent at saving lives to bear, something seemed to be nagging at her memory. At last it came to her. She knew this woman. This was Sachiko, the girlfriend of the recently departed Lieutenant Urakake. Not 2 months ago she had stood at Isane's back, screaming at the medic to save her lover's life. And I failed him. But I won't fail you, Sachiko-san. Or you, Nimue-san. I promise. You are not going to die today. I am going to bring you back, and then you are going to get what you deserve. Because he's not going to get away with this, the incensed physician thought. Not this time. I'm going to see that he pays for it. They can't possibly turn a blind eye to all this. It's not like all the times before, we have dozens of eyewitnesses. I won't stay quiet for it, he's gone too far, there are rules in place for a reason, and if Jin Ichimaru thinks he can flaunt them at his leisure, then he is going to learn what happens to those who go against the system. You challenge the laws of the Siriti and Captain, or no, you are going to be. What do you want to have happen here, Lieutenant Kotetsu? Standing in the center of the most heavily guarded complex in all of Seoul society, Isane stared disbelievingly at the person who had addressed her. The grim-faced men and women who composed the central chamber of 46 gazed right back, no emotion but stern admonition written all over their faces. "Sir," she responded, fighting to keep her voice calm and level, "I do not believe my wishes have any bearing on the crime that has been committed, nor the clear response that is set into our laws. Outside of extraordinary circumstances, even a captain is not permitted to callously butcher the members of our ranks. One girl is alive only because Captain Anohana was able to arrive in time, and even then, she was so severely injured that she will never be able to engage in combat again, when all she wanted to do was serve out in the capacity left to her by someone she loved. Personal feelings do not enter into our decisions," Katetsu Fukotaiko, one gray-haired and coldly prim woman announced as if she had heard only the last sentence and nothing before it. "And there is significant confusion as to what actually transpired yesterday," another announced pedantically. Confusion. She slipped a little there, allowing some of the contempt she felt to color that word. "Yes, we were all confused when Jin Ichimaru intruded on a ceremony that was meant to be overseen by Captain Aizen, and proceeded to use his bankai on a group of people who thought they were only there to demonstrate their skills in combat, not to be slaughtered wholesale. So Suke Aizen was called away unexpectedly to treat with high delegates of the Quincy race in the mortal realm. One of the oldest members of the chamber, from before even her time, spoke from his seat high up in the balcony. Captain Ichimaru offered to replace him at the last minute. This was all properly submitted and notified well before these actions you speak of took place. But we weren't notified of it. They aren't listening, I have to make them see. And it was more than just that. Something was done to your own emissary and the Kido Corps sent there to oversee the trials. I don't know what it was, but even after they recovered, it was clear that they had been affected somehow. Jin must have done it, there's no credible explanation otherwise. We are working to determine the exact nature of their ailment. That is none of your concern, Lieutenant, and we must warn you that such unfounded speculation on your part is tantamount to official misconduct. Is there any evidence that Captain Ichimaru was behind the malady suffered by our agent? Her stomach was sick, and there was the taste of bile in her throat. No. He continued. And you freely admit that you did not directly see for yourself what actually caused the captain to attack the aspirants. Damn you all, what kind of cause could excuse this? But she forced herself to say it. No. Thank you. You may step down, then. She did so, hands clenched into fists at her sides. The hoary head turned now to her right. Can you offer any explanation for these events, as well as your own actions, sir? And then he stirred, and stretched casually in his seat. Well, now, Jin Ichimaru drawled, I honestly wish I could tell ya for sure what went on last night. But you know, my mind's a bit fuzzy in that respect. However, if you want my unvarnished opinion, seems to me that everything started to go bad when that weird little angel cut me with her whip. Yup, that's the last thing I remember clearly. There was a faint stirring and mumbling from the ranks of the council, and several of them conversed quietly with one another. At last, one of the junior members spoke. You are implying that the attack from the experimental entity's weapon had some kind of unwanted effect on you? Perhaps some chemical agent that was responsible for the episode that followed. Nonsense. Mayuri Kuratsuka came to his feet, ignoring the guards who moved to stand between him and the venerable assembly. There was no such thing in my creation's blood that could have affected the captain in this way. I made sure to include only what was reasonable considering the opponent she was intended to fight. And yet it was Captain Aizen whom you expected her to face last evening, one of the noble dignitaries was quick to point out. The painted alchemist sniffed disdainfully. Do you think me so obtuse? I modified her body to favor fighting all of the captains, Aizen included, in case something unscheduled happened. And I stand by the assertion that none of the patented drugs which are present in her bodily fluids could have precipitated the oddly lucid berserker rage that grinning fool is trying to foist off on all of you. I can't be the only person in the room too intelligent to fall for such unsophisticated sophistry, can I? They didn't like that last bit. Isane could tell, and that horrible empty feeling in the pit of her stomach began to grow. They were losing here. Without a doubt. It was the 4th Division captain who spoke up then, in her quiet determined voice. There is no evidence of any foreign agents in Ichimaru Teiko's system. In response, Jin only crossed his arms, and shrugged. Must have been destroyed when the emergency preventative measures were activated. He then rounded and flashed a sick smirk towards Isane. Really owe you for that, Isane-san. I'd hate to think what else I might have done if you hadn't been there to throw the switch and all. Scream and die, pig. That was the only thought that had actual clarity tumbling around in her head at this moment. But the fury was calmed when the woman she respected most in all of time and space spoke up once more. According to several witnesses who had unobstructed views of the entire affair, it was only due to the actions of Nimue Kuratsuka that a third of the victims were spared from receiving even more serious injuries than the ones they had. Which she accomplished by attacking them, a short, stout man said accusingly, and by forcibly administering a drug of previously unknown origin. I trust you can see why we have our concerns about the veracity of Captain Ichimaru's suggestion. Mayuri was shaking so badly he looked as if he might whip out his own Bankai on the spot. Before that could happen, Anohana stood, and placed a hand on his shoulder. Without taking his venomous golden eyes off the man who had spoken, the livid genius allowed himself to be guided back to his seat beside her. This went on for another 20 minutes, but most of it was filled with pontificating and unnecessary repetition of things that had already been said. In the end, the central chamber made its decision. There is insufficient proof to warrant our taking any disciplinary action at this time. Captain Ichimaru has agreed to submit a formal apology to the heads of the divisions who were affected by his loss of control. Until such time as new and compelling evidence comes to light, we will consider this matter settled. They were all dismissed then, and the chamber of 46 was emptied. Mayuri stormed off immediately, escorted by 2 armed wardens of the 2nd Division. Ichimaru followed afterwards. He was allowed to leave without so much as a guard to accompany him. In the end, only Anohana and her lieutenant remained sitting next to one another. Isane stared straight ahead. There was blood surging in her ears, and her heartbeat sounded loud and disturbing to her. A sheen of cold sweat made her cheeks glisten in the bright lights of that room. A hall of justice, they called it. She put her face in her hands and wept. I promised her, it would be different, this time. When Anohana gripped one of her hands tightly, for once Isane took no comfort from it, and shied away. Isane-san, the Grand Healer spoke gently. I should have warned you earlier. You've seen how they react to a lieutenant position going vacant. Asking them to vacate a captain's seat, for any reason not deemed absolutely crucial to the affairs of the realm, is like suggesting they cut off one of their own fingers. Souls with a captain's power are not easy to come by, you know that. It would not be in the best interests of Soul Society to lose any of its top warriors at this time, especially with the questions surrounding how the last lieutenant died remaining unanswered. That would cause the balance of power to tilt to the other side's favor. Do you see? Isane leapt up and ran. Like her soul cutter's release command, she tore out of the room, shoving past the guards outside, following the curve of the halls to reach the outside. She had to get out of this place, it was all too much, she had to get away. Her racing feet finally brought her into the early morning dawn, and there she ground to a halt. Before her, Jin Ichimaru turned from conversing with his vice-captain and looked at her. He was still smiling. Isane froze. Hatred like she had only rarely felt surged through her veins. Then the white-robed horror skipped lightly forward, until he was standing nose to nose with her. In this close proximity, she could smell his ryotsu, and it was like the scent of a wound gone bad. Vaguely she recognized that the two of them were exactly the same height. Jin suddenly bent down a little bit, and thrust his chin forward to stare up into her dark brown eyes. His own remained all but closed. Lieutenant Isane Ko Tetsuo, he whispered, and a hideous thrill went up her spine, like facing down a tiger. A white one. The beast studied her intently for a few moments, and it took every ounce of her self-restraint to keep from shoving him, slapping him, spitting in his face. Because she remembered quite clearly what they would do to her if she did. And he knew it, damn him. But the hatred was still clearly delineated in the curl of her lip and furrowing of her brow. Upon seeing it, the man-like demon grinned even wider. We make a good match, Doncha think. Folks who didn't know better might think we was brother and sister. If you ever feel lonely or wanna talk about anything, just drop on by. I'll treat you right, make no mistake." To this, Isane replied back in a hoarse whisper, "You're a pig, Ichimaru-te-ku." He enjoyed that. She could tell, by the way his insane grin widened to reveal teeth that would have done a fox proud. Then he tilted his head to look past her trembling form. Behind them, Anohana had stepped out into the cool new day. The expression on her face could not be confused with anything but a warning. Upon seeing it, the first seat of Squad 3 righted himself, and covering his mouth with the back of his hand, he yawned dramatically. "Careful on your way home, now." He left then, with his adjutant trailing miserably in his shadow. Anohana took her drained lieutenant back to the main infirmary of their division to check on her patient. As soon as they stepped in the door, they heard the screaming. Rushing to the mending ward, both officers were confronted by the sight of Mayuri Kuratsuki holding his injured daughter up in the air one-handed by the throat. There were beds scattered about, and several low-ranked Shinigami crouched fearfully in the eaves, some of them supporting other injured members of that terrible fiasco, rescued out of their cots. "Useless dolt." He was rasping in that high, cracked voice of his. "I gave you the best of everything, even my own blood to call your own, and how do you repay me? By allowing some half-blind clown to make a fool of me, in front of everyone. Damn your eyes." His thumb was digging into her neck. Nimue was facing the ceiling, eyes closed, like none of this was happening. Her one hand was still hanging at her side, unresisting. She said not a word. And Isane had taken enough for one night. Brushing past her captain, she put all of her spiritual power into screaming, "Drop her this instant, you maniac!" Several people staggered and fell from that cry, or clapped their hands to their ears, but Captain Kuratsuki only rotated one bulging eye in her direction. Nimue's lids sprang up too. She looked over at her solitary friend, facing down her captain father for no one else's sake but hers. And a single tear fell. "Isane-ni!" Mayuri dashed her to the floor, causing Nimue to scream out loud. He stood over her crumpled form, teeth digging into his bottom lip till it drew blood. At a subtle gesture from Captain Retsu, all remaining squad members fled, carrying their charges when necessary. "You!" The madman swore at his coughing offspring. "Had you not failed to report your recording functions being damaged, I could have submitted detailed evidence of what actually went on yesterday. Instead you chose to hide this from me. From me, the one who gave you life. You wretched excuse for a sentient being, how dare you defy my wishes?" He stood there, panting and crazed. And crying. Mayuri's face was streaked with tears. "They called you deficient." He sobbed. "They actually dared to imply that I had made you poorly. But it's not true. I gave you a part of my being. If you are deficient, then so am I. That's what they were trying to tell me. I received the notice after the commission ended. The council chamber will not consider using you as a template for designing further lieutenants. Unreliable, they called it. They recanted their promise of funding, denied my exhibition permit, and forbade me to do any further research into customized lieutenants for the others. Forbade me. They said I should work harder to live up to the expectations and reputation of my office, but I know what they were thinking, indeed I do. Goddamn Urahara. He'd never have done anything like this, would he? Just Mayuri. Maggot nest Mayuri. Mayuri the madman, they call me when I'm not 5 feet away, not realizing I'm hiding in the walls. What do I? Kuratsuka stopped. His shoulders were heaving up and down, and he held out his hands toward Nimue. What do I do now? He's really crying, Isane thought dumbly. Staring disbelieving at this impossible sight, she felt an absurd sense of guilt, because she and her sister had indeed referred to the mad scientist captain by such terms in the past, even giggling when they did it. I didn't think he could cry anymore. In the midst of this emotionally charged scene, Anohana stepped forth, features compassionate and concerned. To her distraught colleague, she said kindly, "Heal her." That garishly outfitted head swung over, keen eyes staring into their counterparts' midnight blue ones. Heal her. Anohana simply nodded. Mayuri tilted his cap curiously. Why should I? He almost sounded like a kid there. And Unoha Naretsu knew how to deal with children. Because you are her parent, Mayuri-sensei, she replied. And as such it is your duty, and your responsibility. You have to be the one who does it. The remaining 3 people in that section of the building were all staring at her intense, dignified features. Even Nimue seemed entranced by the sight of the woman who had watched over her since her earliest conception. Face so calm, glossy black hair bound in a thick braid falling down her chest, eyes that revealed so much about the person herself. There came a sound from behind her. Turning, Isane saw Captain Kuratsuka bending down over his daughter's form, a long syringe held in his blue-nailed claw. Before she could think to protest, he inserted the tip into Nimue's amputated limb. She cried out. An instant later the bandages burst, and before their eyes, an entirely new limb wiggled out, completely formed in less than 5 seconds. Oh yeah, the tall medic realized. Limb regeneration. I remember him using that after he cut his arm off. When he took his shirt off, and I thought. Come, Mayuri-sensei, Unohana spoke as she stepped forward. Let me accompany you back to your division. There are still avenues to explore for your research into modified souls. I know you will find something of interest to occupy yourself. The gentle powerhouse gestured politely, and her cohort followed, muttering to himself. Oh my, yes. So many wonderful options to explore. No limits to what my research can produce, after all. For instance, it occurred to me the other day, if I can synthesize a soul, why not try to craft those with enhanced abilities in only parts of their bodies? Less chance they will implode from all the modifications. This will allow for the swift development of specialized soldiers, geared for specific advantages in combat. And we won't even have to bother with crafting Jigai for them. We can use corpses, which are infinitely cheaper to procure and replace. So absorbed in the convoluted workings of his own mind, he left that room. Unohana glanced back at Isane once and nodded down at Nimue, before following him out. The tall healer did not waste any time. Moving over to where the young woman lay, she reached down and lifted her into her arms. Briefly she remembered the first day they spent learning together, and being hoisted over Nimue's shoulder for a lesson in handling infants. The thought brought a smile to her face as she laid her slight burden back into an upright bed. Isane then rose up with a groan, bending backwards to ease the tension she had not noticed developing in her midriff. When she came forward it was to find Nimue staring up at her, an incomprehensible expression on her face. But that was nothing unusual. Isane-Nisan. That honorific again. One of these days she really should correct Nimue on using it in public. But right now, it only served to warm her heart. And after today, that was something she sorely needed. Yes, Nimue-san. Would you please do something for me? Now this was unusual, her reserved friend asking for something for herself. It made Isane feel quite curious. What is it? The unemotional eyes flickered briefly for a moment, almost as if afraid to continue. But then she reached forth and took her Nisan's hand. Would you braid my hair like Unohana-sama's? Of all the things she had been expecting, that was nowhere on the list. But still, the sisterly aspect of this act made it seem so very right as soon as she thought of it. Once more, Isane Kotetsu smiled warmly. Let me find a ribbon, Nimue-san. Rukia pulled her head out of the dirt with an effort. At that moment, she could never recall having been so utterly exhausted, thoroughly beaten, and completely awestruck. The effort of withdrawing her face from the ground was all she had in her at the moment. Now she just lay there, trying to remember exactly what her opponent had done to get her into this position. A pair of feet came into her point of view while she was still considering this conundrum. What do you think, Rukia-san? Momo Hinamori certainly didn't look like a particularly harsh taskmistress. This did not prevent her from being one of the most disturbingly intimidating enchanters it had ever been the adopted noblewoman's pleasure to learn from. Inspiration did not really do it justice. If the word genius applied to anyone, it was this deceptively sweet and carefree person. Wah! Her tongue felt like sandpaper, and twice its regular size, so she tried again. What did you do? In response, the vice captain of the 5th squad reached out, offering her a hand, which Rukia accepted. Momo pulled her back to her feet with no apparent effort. She had yet to express any form of discourtesy, admonishment, or even weariness in any of their practice sessions. Her erstwhile assistant and unofficial student was grateful to be learning from this humble, brilliant soul. And whenever she asked a question, a detailed answer was always forthcoming. Bakudo number 18, Stare of Starlight, is a technique that doesn't get much credit, because it's functionally impractical in the regular world. The spell creates a solid invisible surface of no really great durability, but it serves to bear a person's weight fairly well, and at least in Soul Society, it can be used to bridge divides or help you ascend to high places. In the world of mortals, we can all fly and walk through their walls, so as I said, such a spell doesn't receive much notice in the academy. But in a pinch, it can serve to trip a person up if you cast it on the ground and then remove it when they walk over it, which is what I did. When you lost your footing, I just punched you down with Hado number 1, Sho, another underappreciated spell. If you were a hollow, I'd have put my sword through your skull before you could regain your feet. Momo could also say some pretty odd things very casually. Perhaps she didn't appreciate the word blood-curdling. But then, it was hard to associate such a term with so sweet a disposition. Finding her feet once again proved difficult, however, and she almost fell in spite of having Hinamori there for assistance. Rukia tried to laugh it off. That wasn't number 18 just now, was it? Come on, Rukia-chan, I think it's time we took a break. The devoted death god led her diminutive ally over to a cherry blossom tree flowering in this practice field on the grounds of the 5th Division. I'm afraid I put a bit too much force behind that blow to the head, Momo apologized as they took a seat. I'm sorry for that. It won't happen again. This was not the first time she had been injured helping the lieutenant with her lecture series, but every time only served as an opportunity to grow more proficient. And she truly was, not just in her spell repertoire, but in their application and even combination. Rukia had experimented with demon arts in the past, but never to the extent that Hinamori seemed to have devoted herself. Apparently her teacher had a strong reason for doing so, while if she had to be honest, Rukia herself had been somewhat disheartened not to be clearly superior to her fellow Shinigami upon entering the academy, as her only previous means of comparison had been between her and Renji. No contest there. Still, in a way, this was a pleasant experience as well. Hinamori was an exceptionally decent person, slow to anger and quick to empathize. She could best be described as unrestrained, and the Kukaki maiden secretly envied that aspect of her personality. People seemed naturally drawn to Momo, and she responded to them in a way that fostered familiarity and further communication in the future. This meant she had no surfeit of friends and acquaintances to call upon in times of need. Which begs the question again of what she needed to seek me out for. Ah, here you two are. At that cheerful voice, both ladies looked up. Crossing the grassy space on the roof of the building was Aizen Sosuke, Hinamori's captain. Rukia didn't have to look to know that her partner's sparkling radiance had just gone up by a factor of 10. Whenever in the presence of her gentle mentor and personal hero, the girl became animated enough for 20 different people. Rampant speculation about them apparently abounded among the rumor mill of Soul Society, but at least as far as Aizen seemed concerned, their relationship was purely platonic, if deeply respectful. The bespectacled bulwark of the Godi I-13 moved with casual elegance towards them. When they would have risen to bow to him, he waved them down easily. Sosuke Teiku, Rukia inclined her head formally. Be welcome, Aizen Teiku, Momo smiled merrily up at him, which the captain returned. Was there any particular reason you were looking for us? Only to ascertain how the lesson plan was proceeding. He had a very natural, friendly way of speaking that complimented his junior officers well. Whether this was a result of Momo's concerted effort was impossible to say. Whatever the case, it worked. Rukia could not help but feel relaxed around these two, not at all unwanted or unnecessary. That was certainly a nice break for her, even if it did only happen every 3 days. After 3 weeks she had come to look forward to these associations almost as much as the ones she regularly shared with Yumi Chika. At least here she could tell when people were being completely honest with her, even if she still harbored doubts that any such lecture series actually existed. May I join you? Aizen inquired graciously. It would be our honor. The noblewoman moved over to make space between her and Hinamori, and the curly-haired gallant lowered himself into a sitting position without effort. Despite having been a captain for over 50 years, Sosuke did not show any signs of letting his strenuous position get the better of his magnanimous personality. As if to emphasize this, he reached into the broad sleeves of his haori and produced a ceramic flask and 3 drinking bowls. I hope you ladies won't mind my offering to share a drink with you. It's purely to honor the fact that just half an hour ago, 3 of the divisions were pleased to welcome brand new lieutenants into their midst. That's wonderful. Momo beamed with glee. I'll certainly toast my new comrades. Aizen smiled and filled her cup, passing it over. When he offered the same to Rukia, however, he did not fail to notice the troubled look that passed over her features. Sir, she began, you said 3. Can I take it to mean that my own division? There was a touch of sympathy in the look he gave her. I'm afraid there could still be no clear consensus between Jushiro and the committee. It would seem that the 13th will have to wait a little longer to find a qualified candidate. I see. Rukia glanced off to the side, and then back again. In that case, I'll just have to toast the newly seated officers, and hope for better fortune at home. Nobly put, the first-class officer concurred, and proceeded to fill her cup. She accepted gratefully. Her first sip told her that the liquor was of the highest quality. Apparently Captain Aizen did not stint when it came to his luxuries. Perhaps it was this that caused Rukia's tongue to grow loose. So whom did they finally decide upon for the rest? Well, let me see, their informant pondered as he poured himself a cup and settled the flask on the earth. From the 10th there was a 4th seat named Hideaki Rashomon, who performed quite remarkably during the trials against Captain Kiraku. Rumor has it he remained on his feet for 5 seconds after Shunsui turned to his shikai, a most impressive feat. And your honored brother's division will be graced by one Hachiro Yutaka. A very old and luxurious family, from what they say. Of course, Captain Mayuri only had one candidate, so it goes without saying that she received the nod. Her name is Nimue, I believe. No one she recognized. Sorry, Renji. She took another sip, rolling the names around in her mouth. It really was an excellent brew. Momo certainly seemed to be enjoying hers. She hadn't said a word in the last 2 minutes. That was unlike her. It was quite an escapade, from what I hear. Aizen continued chatting good-naturedly. Apparently the 3rd seat from the 10th injured herself a bit while trying to cast a particularly long and frustrating spell. I just thought I would mention that before either of you tries the same one and finds yourself waking up in the grounds of the 4th with no recollection of how you got there. Which spell was it? Her cup was empty, and upon noticing this, she reached down and picked up the flask for herself to rectify this. It didn't seem like a big deal, and Aizen certainly didn't treat it that way. Its name, he said in a slow, clear voice, is Getsui Yakumo. Cloud over moon, I believe. Rukia paused while pouring the drink, thinking. It's a very complex incantation, as anyone from the old days can tell you. Momo here actually did a paper on it once before. It's supposed to grant you heightened perceptions and better than average cognitive abilities. Useful for those of us ruled by our hearts and not our minds. She made no response to this last statement. Aizen kept talking. I think if you were to analyze the spell's basic structure, though, you might be surprised at what you find. It's actually a 3rd-generation manufactured charm, based upon magic that was initially supposed to impair a target's cognitive abilities, not enhance them. A cherry blossom fell on her still outstretched hand. Rukia found herself staring at it. She began to feel sick. The spell was intended to aid in the transmission of secrets. When you imparted a message to someone, you give the person the first part of the spell, in whatever form you find most advantageous to you. Like, say, in a wine cup. Then, once they are receptive, you incant the remainder. The target forgets everything about what you told them. They will remain so unawares until the person who holds the 2-part counter spell applies it to them. Her cup was shaking, sloshing out clear rice wine onto her fingers. Afterwards, they remember everything they forgot, and can proceed to discuss their message with anyone who asks. There was ice in her stomach, and in her veins. It hurt abominably. And by now, Captain Aizen Sosuke spoke, staring into the depths of his own drink. You should have remembered everything I told you on the day we first met, Rukia-chan. From the events of that evening, to the life story of a young man who went by the name of Yoshi. The flask fell from her fingers. She looked at him. His glasses were reflecting the midday light, shielding his eyes as he rotated his head to return the stare. Yoshi Hitsujikai. The name hit her like a Kido spell to the back of the head. There's blood on the flagstones, she thought. Blood, spilling out of him, dripping off their knives. 2 men with knives. And a captain. 2 of them. They stabbed him in the street, in the dark, and then he came up behind me. He took me away, and said things to me, true things. Then his eyes opened, and when they did I could see that he wasn't who I thought he was. Instead he was. You, she whispered hoarsely. She scrambled to her feet and backed away, hands instinctively reaching for Sode no Shirayuki. When she touched the blade, there was no answering presence. It felt like the sword was gone completely cold. Aizen watched her move away, still calmly sipping his drink. Beside him, Momo Hinamori had her chin on her chest, apparently sleeping. And then he spoke. Bakudo number 92. Stone Throw House. There came a sound like a nail being drawn over glass. Then all around there was a shimmering, akin to heat over a fire. This distortion served to form 4 walls arranged at the cardinal points of where they sat. When Rukia backed against one of them, she felt how solid it was, and without hesitation she spun and drove her weapon into that barrier, but nothing happened. Again and again she slashed, with no result. You don't have to be afraid, Rukia-chan, Aizen commented on seeing her actions. I only want to test something on you. Help! She screamed at the top of her lungs, staring wildly out into the empty rooftops and far-off horizon. Somebody! Please help me! It had all gone so wrong. She wasn't ever meant to be here, she knew that. No. I would have run long ago, if they had only let me. If I had only remembered the truth about what they really are, all of them, there. What ya doin' there, Rukia-chan? Monsters. For a second she didn't want to turn around. Seeing just might drive her crazy. What if it's true? I have to be ready. Dance, Sode no Shirayuki, she whispered. In response, the sword transformed into a white marvel, ribbon flapping about her protectively. Now I'm ready, Rukia Kukaki decided. Now I can look. So she turned around. Sure enough, Aizen Sosuke was no longer there. Instead Jin Ichimaru came walking across the grass towards her, smiling. Big, happy, and threatening. Been remembering things you weren't exposed to, Rukia-chan. Stuff that was locked up inside your head, but started to leak out for some reason. Gave me quite a surprise when you quoted my own words back at me, the day you came to plead for young Renji's life. Made me curious about you for the first time in a long time. He was coming nearer, and everything Rukia had learned about Kido, swordsmanship, and combat in the last few decades just went right out of her head. All she knew was that she had a sword in her fist, and the man she feared and hated most was coming straight towards her. Don't let him near me. Now I just wanna see what you've got inside, yeah. Then we'll go our merry separate ways, and you won't tell nobody what I did to you. Ain't that right, Rukia Kukaki? He kept on coming. Don't let him near me. You're gonna stay nice and quiet and proper like always, till I'm done with ya, and not say nothing that might raise a stink afterwards. Stay away, she wanted to cry, but couldn't. Sides, not like anybody'd believe ya. Certainly not Big Brother Byakuya, right? And with an agonized howl, she lunged for him. The point drove towards his heart, and stopped against his chest. Like his skin was armor-plated. Rukia could have wept, she was so angry, so scared. She remained in that position, snow-white sword extended, arms trembling with fear and loathing. But Ichimaru didn't move. Harder, he whispered. She shook her head, crying and gnashing her teeth strangely, and pushed. The blade still didn't break his skin. Harder! Jin shouted. Make it go away, please, make it go away, make it go away. Harder, girl. Do you want to die? Ryotsu flared, driven by a fear of death and everything wrong that had ever been done to her and ever would be. Her eyes glowed, the sword keened a wild cry. Flesh gave way before it, and Rukia Kukaki stabbed Jin Ichimaru through the heart. He smiled at her. Shatter, Kyoka Suijutsu. The illusion ended. Before her once again stood Aizen. His palm was extended, and through it had been driven Sode no Shirayuki. Blood dripped down from the wound, limning the blade and his Haori with its crimson stain. Rukia stared at him, not believing or understanding what she had just seen. Aizen stepped in closer then, a look of profound satisfaction on his face as she gazed up at him incredulously. I knew you could do it, Rukia-chan, he spoke. He leaned over until their foreheads almost touched. Her wide soft lavender eyes gazed into deep brown pools, filled with all manner of secrets. Aizen whispered one of them to her then, in the form of a Kido spell, and the disbelieving blue orbs closed shut, sending her into a dreamless sleep as deep as the one he had put Momo into. The bloody captain carried her back to where his second lay, and placed her carefully on the ground beside his lieutenant. He removed all trace of his presence, brought down the barrier, and walked away, feeling quite satisfied. Elated, even. When the girls woke 20 minutes later, they chided one another for falling asleep, and then got back to work. To be continued. Chapter 10, Mortal Realm, Testing the Waters. Held with precise control between long, slender fingers, the brush made its way across the surface of the page with the ease and grace of a waterfowl on a pond. Dipping and moving, sliding, and performing, alert and responsive to even the most minute command issued by its owner's fingertips. It was a level of mastery that could only lead to artistry. At length, Byakuya Kukaki came out of his zone of concentration and looked upon the work as a whole. He studied his latest creation with the care and discerning criticism that could be found only in its creator. Were there any mistakes? Any slight unbalancing of form and function that could taint his appreciation of this effort? After about a minute, he ruled that there was no such vexation that could serve to mar his masterpiece. As if sensing the dissipation of artistic energies that had filled the room, there came a knock at the door leading into this candlelit hall. The wall slid open, to reveal Byakuya's majordomo abeyant beside the screen. Lord Byakuya, the representative from the Sasato family is here to call upon you. His creative effort had finished with perfect timing. Cleaning off his implements, the artist said, "Send him in." It took only another 15 seconds for his guest to appear at the entry to this sanctuary, but in that time, Byakuya had already cleaned off his workplace and made himself presentable. A cushion had been placed before his seat to offer the envoy all necessary comforts that were his due. Dawn had only just begun to color the sky outside the veranda. His day began much earlier than that, though, and other people must need accommodate his preferences. Ueda Sasato came into his presence with no sign of being discomfited by this early hour. The members of his family held high favor in the upper echelons of the royal court, and not without good reason. They obeyed the precepts that formed the underpinnings of the afterlife, and strove to promote harmony and goodwill amongst their fellows. This was not always to be expected of nobility, and Byakuya for one was more than aware of that regrettable fact, as well as the merit that accompanied those who did not subscribe to it. The Sasato clan had titles, honors, and no mean wealth. They were a force to be reckoned with in their own right. In addition, their members held ties to his own kin by dint of marriage. This was as much a family affair as a social call. Kukaki-sama. Ueda went to his knees on the cushion and bowed forward. At a sign from his host, he rose back to a sitting position. The second son of the clan patriarch, he was dressed in a green kimono with dark ivy silk designs woven into it, a bright red sash wrapping about the same. A man of regular features, he had slightly sunken cheeks and a lower lip more prominent than the upper. He carried himself with aplomb, however, and had proven to one and all that he was no mere society darling, but an erstwhile, patient, and considerate young man. He got along well with his elder sibling, and more than well with the younger scions of their house. Intelligent and highly spoken of, Ueda was a good beginning to Byakuya's busy day. "How may I be of service to you, my lord?" The Sasato clansman spoke. In response, the Shinigami captain opened a drawer in his desk and removed a small stylized golden dagger and a folded note. These he slid across the mahogany surface. "My grandfather's estate borders one of your family's holdings to the east. He has asked me to relay to your father a request to purchase the tract in question. The dagger is a small token of remembrance from the gentleman, and he also hopes that at some near date your sire and his wife will visit him in his retirement." They have been in correspondence with each other, but my father's concern about his lordship's health has prevented him from broaching the topic of a visit. Ueda reached out and retrieved the knife, meeting his elder's stern countenance with a studiously courteous look. He will be pleased to hear of this invitation, and no doubt more than willing to meet both your grandfather's requests. Byakuya did not bother with speculation or idle chit-chat. He had more important matters in mind. The note is for your elder brother. I understand that he is the patron of the 9th seat of Division 5 in the Godi I-13. They are both aficionados of hawking, my lord. No evidence of interest, or even having heard the statement. As you may be aware, my own division has been lacking a second seat since the death of Lieutenant Yutaka. Ueda let his eyes fall to the floor. I attended the funeral services. You were most generous to his family. He was of good service to my company. But now his successor has been chosen. And the person I have decided on is one who is known to both your brother and his comrade. Tell him that message is my assessment on how the news of this promotion should be handled once it becomes available to the public. We must strive to encourage harmony in our ranks, no matter what may have transpired in the past. A slight lowering of the brows was the only evidence of Ueda's confusion on this topic, but the royal personage was apparently not about to alleviate him of his understandable befuddlement. The underlying implication was, no more needs to be said, and he took this message to heart. Lastly, Kukaki lifted a small silk-wrapped square from the corner of his desk and placed it over the note. In conclusion, I ask that this be delivered to your honored mother, and convey to her my most sincere apologies. While I am cognizant of the honor inherent to her offer, unfortunately destiny seems to have played havoc with even the most well-intentioned affairs. Her son's intended courtship of my sister Rukia must be put on hold, as I am sorry to say her duties in the 13th now include an extended furlough in the mortal realm. This last took the gentle go-between clearly by surprise. Truly? I spoke with their third seat not a day past, and he assured me that Rukia Kukaki's name was not on the list of any official assignments. Your diligence at your brother's behest is commendable, but this was a decision reached by Captain Yukatake himself just last night. Apparently he is of the opinion that hollow activity is on the rise in certain key locations, and as such, more suitable respondents will be needed to address this influx. Though not a seated officer, my sister's qualifications were apparently good enough to warrant this change of schedule. I am not in command of the 13th, and so the official decision is in no way mine to make. You have my regrets. Official decision. Whom do you seek to deceive with such disingenuous circumlocutions? Hopefully not yourself. There was a trace of disbelief in the other man's gaze now. Do you know for how long Rukia-sama will be on patrol in the mortal realm? No inkling of emotion, whether pride or dismay, was evident in the marble-white face that regarded him closely. 1 month. Ueda's fingers clenched, and then he slowly reached out and took the remaining messages. That may prove to be a hindrance towards my family's proposal on that score. I am sorry to hear you say that. You nearly killed the messenger responsible for relaying the initial offer. The gardening staff would have been burying his mangled body out in the rose bushes had I not intervened. Do not flatter yourself unduly. You never even left your sheath for a moment. You were fingering the chopsticks. Don't think I didn't notice. We will continue this discussion later. Out loud, Byakuya could only be heard saying, "It has been pleasing to have you in my home, Sasato-san. Give my best regards to the rest of your family." Dismissals of this nature were almost like a form of high-class art in and of themselves. Like a well-trained performer, Ueda apparently took this as permission for him to make scarce. The two men exchanged courtly bows, and then he took his leave of the master of the house of Kukaki. Byakuya rose and moved from the room. He strode down the hall, white haori rustling faintly, silken scarf trailing behind him. Alone with his thoughts. And his soul. Explain this to me. The Sasato heir has no malign stain upon his name. He is well-bred and of excellent standing. So why would you strive to prevent him from courting the young lady? Simple. It is not him that I am concerned for. It is Rukia. Continue. She has yet to fully adapt to our customs. If I were to arrange a marriage for her with someone she has never even met, I have little doubt that her happiness would be at risk. What happiness? She is miserable. Can't you see that? Of course. And I have taken steps to try and alleviate her malaise. None of them involve treating the source of her discomfort. Namely, you. I am aware of how I have chosen to behave regarding her. You know why I cannot permit myself to become too close. Already I nearly broke my word once before, through impulsiveness. Impulsive. Like your dismissal of this marriage proposal. You never even considered it for more than a heartbeat. Rukia's well-being is under my auspices. I will tend to her to the best of my abilities and powers. I am worried for you. For both of us. What, pray tell, gives you cause for concern? Your actions. All the lies and manipulations. It is not honorable. I have broken no laws, offended no gods, denied no justice. Where is the harm? You have allowed others to do these things, though. And do not think yourself clean. What of this man you see fit to choose as the lieutenant of your division? What of him? He is little more than a crude swordsman, a reprobate from the kens of the ogre's Araki. His power is great, to be sure, but strength alone does not mean he is suitable to lead. You are correct, my friend. Strength by itself is worth less than nothing in this life. The Kenpeka proves that with every breath he takes. But Renji Abarai has qualities that are worthy of my recognition. When first he came to us, I did not consider him to be anything more than an obligation. But he has proven himself, both on and off the field of battle. My last choice for lieutenant was done only to assuage the powers that be. It proved a fatal mistake for that man. I would not see another family deprived of their loved one. At the very least, Renji has demonstrated a remarkable ability to survive. And at this time, I find that to be a trait most desirable in a lieutenant. Remember your oath, Byakuya. The one you swore on your parents' graves. I do not need to be reminded. I will continue to honor my vows, no matter what suffering might befall me. That is what makes us worthy of the title noble, with the eyes of the world upon us. And its weight. Do not forget that either. You shoulder more than one heavy burden. Eventually, there might come a time when you must discard one to keep hold of another. I am worthy and able to accept any obligation. There is always a way to win through. I have been loved more than I ever had hope or right to expect. And I am still not done proving worthy of that most blessed burden. Then I pray you may continue to stand strong beneath them. More than any of the others, you are the foundation upon which all rests. Should you fail, there is no telling what may befall our world. Senbonzakura, you are a very morose weapon at times. Have you looked in a mirror lately? Smiling will not cut your head off, you know. Good to hear, else Ichimaru would be without one. A pleasing picture. For both of us. Rukia Kukaki held up the roll of parchment, a triumphant smile on her face. I've been assigned to a post in the mortal realm. Wonder of wonders, Yumichika mused as he craned his head over her shoulder to see. There clasped in her small hands was indeed an official notice of active manifestation, kissed by the mark of the Corporeal Dispatch Committee and blessed with her own commander's floral seal. He raised his fluttering eyebrows and whistled a descending note. So that's why you looked all sparkly today. And just last week you were moping about how you never see any action. The gods have answered your prayers, Rukia-chan. Rukia turned and punched him in the chest, which Ayasukawa took with a smile. I was not moping, I was wondering out loud. And I thought you were too engrossed in buffing your fingernails and admiring your reflection in them to notice. I notice everything you do beautifully, my little dancing snowflake, the dandy purred back. Yomishika-san, if Kukaki Teika heard you talking like that, it could be taken as grounds for disciplinary action. On Rukia's right, Lieutenant Momo Hinamori managed to sound both innocent and officious at the same time. For his part, the fifth seat of Squad 11 only flashed a smile and a saucy wink back at her, which caused his superior officer to blow her bangs out of her eyes in mild exasperation. As she did, Yomishika's eyes lit up, and he placed a hand over his heart. Oh, if only my poor dull brain were as sharp as my sword, I could count upon it to forever remember that sight just now, Fukutaiko-chan. As it stands. His hand ducked into his robe, and emerged with something clutched in it. This will have to do. With that, Ayasukawa grabbed Hinamari's shoulder and pulled her against Rukia. Both girls yelped, and the handsome rogue knelt quickly, one arm now around them. The other extended outwards before the trio, and there was a brief flash. "Happy memories!" he cried, and then danced up and away, laughing and twirling his prize on its loop. "Yomishika-san!" Momo squeaked indignantly, leaping to her feet in a flash. "Give me that camera right now. That's an order." "And that was a very lovely position you two were in," he responded back in playful tones. "Why, look." And he turned the cell phone around for them to see. The three of us were cheek to cheek. I know a few people who would pay their entire month's salary just to get a shot of this. You wouldn't dare. Lieutenant Hinamori sped towards him, and their ally sauntered backwards, holding the offending artifact high over his head as Momo tried desperately to grab it, the difference in their height serving to make this a most impossible and admittedly amusing spectacle to Rukia's eyes. For her part, she remained where she was. Knowing her mentor as she did, he wouldn't follow through on his threat, but Momo had proven time and again that she was most receptive to any sort of teasing on his part, and now was no exception. "Class is over for today. We're off to spread the word, Rukia-chan." And with that, he vanished from sight. "Don't think you can outrun me, you girl a featherhead!" Momo shouted indignantly. Why did Captain Kuratsuki ever market those crazy devices? We already have hell butterflies to communicate, this is just a waste of resources. She was about to take off in hot pursuit, then paused, turned and bowed to Rukia. "Forgive the lapse, Kukaki-san. Our training is indeed complete for now. We will resume in 3 days' time." The noblewoman inclined her head respectfully. "I will see you then, Momo-sensei." They exchanged warm smiles, and then the senior Shinigami shot out of the courtyard, intent on quelling any unfounded rumors. Those two are going to kill each other if they don't have sex soon. Rukia buried her face in her upraised knees and resisted the urge to scream. At last, something had happened. She was being permitted to partake in the actual duties of a death god. It had been years since anything of interest had happened in her career. Time and again her skills had proven unworthy of promotion through the ranks. Not that such authority was her goal in being here, but it would have indicated the possibility of being able to accomplish more than what she had been permitted up till now. The Kukaki heiress had spent years training with some of the most exemplary Shinigami in their fields. Perhaps it was unworthy of her to think it, but she had been hoping some of their greatness might rub off on her. And to her teacher's credit, there had indeed been vast advancement in her combat abilities. It no longer felt as if she were lagging hopelessly behind the rest of her brigade. In truth, Rukia felt that her presence might actually be of benefit to the Godai 13. And this realization fed her desire to put these awakening skills to good use in protecting others. There was another reason she was glad for this assignment. Unlike her swordsmanship, the situation of her home life had not seen any sign of improving with the passage of the years. In the Kukaki family, one lived by the word of law. There was hardly a facet of their daily lives that did not require an exacting knowledge of some archaic set of bylaws or scruples. The proper way to bow before a superior, the proper way to bow to an inferior. How to hold a teacup, depended on the tea, how to wait for someone to open a door for you, not all doors, but some, and what not to do when you were bored, like climb to the top of a watchtower and shock the guards on duty. Rukia had long since become accustomed to having a family retainer courteously point out some important nuance just as she was about to make a move. But you can become accustomed to eating bugs, or being whipped once a day. You didn't have to look forward to it. If there were any hint of warmth or good humor to be found in that house, things might be different. But despite having been able to adjust in accordance to her family's wishes, in all these years, not once had she ever felt welcome in that luxurious realm of the privileged elite. Eventually, the weary social climber just felt like she had to get away. There were certain aspects of living in the Siriti that made her wish she had been born in a different era. She was no hardcore member of the 11th. Her blood did not burn at the prospect of combat and slaughter. And yet she was a Shinigami. Fighting accompanied virtually every aspect of her existence. At times the Kukaki princess tended to forget during her now regular training sessions with Ayasukawa and Hinamori that what they did was not for its own sake, although it could be. Sometimes seeing them immersed in their areas of expertise was a weirdly beautiful sight, but to prepare her for using such tactics when blood was flowing and monsters were screaming for her flesh. Defending others. Forgiving them, even. This was what she told herself was the purpose behind living here. Otherwise, she might have just up and left long ago. In spite of however many awful secrets seemed to live in this place, if you knew everything about yourself, at least, you could bear the shock. That was comforting, in a way. And being placed in the midst of carnage was oft-times very telling. It was quite a surprise what you might find yourself doing when it came down to life or death struggles. So now she would perform the task of cleansing spirits once again. Withdrawing her Zanpakuto, Rukia inverted it tip down and examined the hilt. With one finger, she slowly traced a symbol on the blank haft. Free. That was the spell that brought the decent souls out of their prisons of grief and loneliness into the bounds of heaven. Kukaki looked up and around her. Maybe it is heaven, she thought, rising and dusting herself off. But it's certainly not a home. She took a leisurely pace heading back to Kukaki Manor. It was springtime in Seoul society. Flowers bloomed in small gardens scattered throughout their labyrinthine living environs. Several of them were lovely to behold, rivaling even the professional horticulturalists employed by her brother. Division 4 tended to them, and it was well known that Captain Unoha Naretsu was an ardent botanist as well as president of the Flower Arranging Association. In spite of all this, Rukia never really liked to linger in these green oases. There was no specific reason. Even before joining the 13th, something about quiet secluded spots like this left her just a little bit uncomfortable. A little might go a long way, but a lot is still no picnic, the black-robed maiden thought as she turned a corner and spied the colossal portico that led into the private estate of her family. She would be allowed to leave, and not a moment too soon. It had taken many years, but she had once again been granted permission to escape into the world of the living. Rukia pondered the prospects as she nodded in recognition of the guard's deep bows. The chance to stretch her wings, and in an active capacity this time, was most welcome. Breathing deep of the fragrance of cherry blossoms that pervaded the air stirred memories and experiences. Yes, it would indeed be nice to return to the land of her birth. Reacquaint herself with that mysterious other world, get back in touch with a few familiar faces. Good people, good times. Memories. Standing outside a certain set of chambers in her division, Rukia was trying to think of something to do. Should she leave and participate in one of the drills being overseen by Lieutenant Shiba? Or simply wait here for her superior to tell her what to do? That could take some doing. At this moment, the 5th seat of her division, Kian Katetsu, was engaged in some matter so secret that she hadn't even told Rukia why she needed her. This was not uncommon in their relationship. The Kukaki lady had learned a few tricks that had come in handy when dealing with this volatile young woman. First and foremost, under no circumstances should you ever make mention of their captain, Yukatake Jushiro, unless you wanted to listen to a breathless recitation of all the man's phenomenal good points delivered in a high-pitched girlish tirade that brooked no interruption and could conceivably cost you your sanity. Second, if you want to distract Kian, make mention of their captain, Yukatake Jushiro. That pretty much covered it. Rukia was feeling rather useless right now. She had only been in this division for 2 weeks, and was beginning to suspect that her being put under the auspices of the co-5th seat was somebody's idea of a sick joke. For starters, she had yet to determine what exactly Kian did in this unit. She seemed to spend every waking minute either thinking about Yukatake, trying to be of use to him, or wishing she could be of use to him. In addition to that, at odd intervals people from all walks of life ranging from seated officers to landscape architects would approach Officer Katetsu and offer her some kind of nonsensical, vaguely ridiculous information concerning the habits or doings of one or more members of the Siriti. Whenever that happened, the sandy-haired imp would develop a most determined expression, and proceed to relocate to her room with the informant in tow, there to engage in some secretive collaboration that may, or may not, involve money being exchanged. Now was one of those times. Voices engaged in earnest discussion could be heard from beyond the shut shoji door. There was something rather unsettling about all this. Her instincts were leaning towards quietly absconding from the site of this potentially criminal act. It wouldn't be the first time. When Kian and her equally voluble co-chair got into one of their eternal disputes, Rukia tended to slip away and busy herself with other matters. It was like a game, really, seeing if she could guess how long this particular spat would last, and then learning whether or not she was right. Only there had been mention of something earlier that might concern her. Seated before the flimsy screen, Kukaki raised a hand and knocked on the frame. Kotetsu-san. The voices within died out. There was a faint susurrus of sound, like someone trying to move with as little noise as possible. Then the wall slid open a crack, and one large dark eye peered out suspiciously. Yes. Was she always this crazy, or did it happen gradually? Ma'am, you spoke earlier of an assignment for me. I wanted to know if you wished me to get on that as soon as possible. They stared at each other for what seemed like a very long time. Suddenly Kian's face cleared. Oh, yes, Kukaki-san, that reminds me. You've been given an assignment to complete on the outside. Outside? Her manager turned and began rummaging excitedly through what seemed like a small mound of paper by the door. It looked for all the world like she just dumped everything off to one side as soon as she came into her room. Rukia shuddered to think how their division would be run if this person were the lieutenant. Where is it? Where? Ah. No, wait, not right. Ah. Here it is. The tiny chipmunk produced a sealed document and passed it over to Rukia. Take that to the Southern Senkaimon right away. Once you're done, send word, and they'll dispatch a hell butterfly to guide you back. Confusion reigned supreme. Back from where? The senior Shinigami had just seemed ready to close the door, and almost caught her head in between the panels when she stuck it back out again. The mortal realm. Back she went like a turtle into its shell, and the portal slammed shut. Kukaki stood shocked. Did I hear her right? Did she just say, I have to leave? I can leave? She stared down at the form in her hands. Opening it, she found a properly written document detailing the need for lost souls to be purified in a place called the Bay of Japan, along with authorization for a Shinigami from the 13th to fulfill that duty. It was her ticket to freedom. A real, actual, honest-to-goodness assignment. Not just doing errands, or running messages back and forth, or engaging in drills. This was it. Full-fledged death god work. Without waiting for confirmation, or anything else that might spoil this marvelous moment, Rukia took off as fast as her legs could carry her. She paid no attention to the astonished stares of her fellow souls, only concentrated on getting to her destination as fast as possible. I'm free, she thought. Free. I'm going to see the mortal realm for the first time. Suck it, Renji. For the first time in what seemed like a long time, the orphan-turned-aristocrat found herself feeling excited about what her day might hold. Kian settled back down, eyeing her nervous informant with a most disturbing visage. If I find out you're lying to me, little man. Despite being a good head and shoulders taller than the person he was facing, the death god found himself unable to deny that disparaging insult. Right now, he felt like a flipped-over beetle at the mercy of a raven. All of his ilk knew the penalty for bringing false information to the mistress of whispers. I swear it, my lady. He continued in a shaky voice. The person who wrote that scandalous arrow poem in last week's Shinigami Confidential was Nanao Ise, lieutenant of the 8th. The officer leaned back on one hand, tapping a gloved finger thoughtfully against the floorboards. Tell me why you think that. Well, you see, his voice dropped to a hush and he leaned forward, prompting his audience to do the same. I was cleaning in her office, and I found a note lying on her desk. Naturally, I wouldn't dream of violating a lieutenant's private correspondence, but as it happens, the paper was rolled open a fraction. I couldn't see to whom it was addressed, but what I could read was a most shockingly graphic verse. I noticed something very familiar about the style of writing. And then it hit me. This had been written by the mystery author of Her Glasses Are Hanging Off My Love Sword. As soon as I saw it, I came right away. He watched her cool unreadable profile, shivering in expectation. Would this be of sufficient interest to earn him favor with the woman known as the voice of the dead? Not even when taking the final exams at the academy had he felt this anxious. And then she gave a slow nod. This is good. The low-ranked flunky almost giggled with relief. For retrieving and delivering such valuable information, you will be greatly rewarded. She reached a gloved hand into her robe, and produced a folded sheet of paper, which she passed over to him. He accepted this offer with trembling, grateful hands. Kian rose as he opened his prize, not even bothering to wait until she had left. No manners, she thought. But then, people who read other people's mail could hardly be accused of having a surfeit of scruples. And her web of informants took many risks in her favor. She could overlook some of their less savory habits. They weren't perfect, after all. Not like her captain. He would never stoop so low as to engage in rumor-mongering. Instead of spreading unfounded accusations, he would take the injured parties aside to speak privately, drawing them away in his elegant paternal manner, speaking to them softly, courteously, while Kian observed all this from her place in the rafters, straining to catch every word that fell from his gracious lips. "Hey!" The informant's voice behind her made the fifth seat pause. "What the hell?" he spluttered. "This isn't a layout of the Shinigami Academy ladies' bath. It's a terrestrial survey job for somebody named Rukia." "Huh? Wait 1 minute. If that's her duty notice, then what did I?" The Queen of Rumors opened her mouth and said, "Oh, crap. It was the world of the living." And it was. What? Filled with things that existed in a way that she didn't recognize. Plants and trees, air, even light. They were almost non-existent. Rukia passed through them like they weren't even there. She could walk on air, move through the earth, pass unnoticed before anything. Animals barely registered her, staring curiously but not reacting. They called it the real world sometimes. So then why did it feel like such a dreamland? That was what Rukia told herself, flying across the plains and skipping over the limbs of trees. Branches did not sag, nor did leaves rustle at her presence. Is this place even real? Or is it I, who lack something substantial? If that's so, then what is Soul Society? A place for the bodiless, the dispossessed? How can you tell what is real in this place? The Shinigami wondered as she crested a hill. There's nothing to let you know it's not some illusion crafted by demons, it could just be a mirage, there's no. And then she saw it. Something huge. The land just seemed to end. It cut off, like someone had slashed through the face of the world. And beyond, there was one big. How to explain? It looked as if the clouds had become one with the sky and fallen to earth, merging into a vast, endless plain interrupted by innumerable crests and peaks. It was always moving, never standing still. Deep blue, but scarred by pure white cobwebs slicing through it. The thought occurred to Rukia that this must be some kind of writing on the face of the earth itself, white ink forming immense words and meaning that could only be understood by the stars, who looked at it from a sufficient distance to grasp its intent. So big. As big as anything. It's water, she realized suddenly. A lake the size of the world. Is this what holds up the realm of mortals? This incredible body of water, on which their cities and mountains float like so many toy ships on the surface of a pond. That's beautiful. It's carrying them all along, never letting them sink, no matter what might happen. Rukia's legs had taken her to the edge of the cliff. Now she found them giving way, slowly dropping her down to that odd immaterial surface that seemed even less durable than she had first perceived. Crouched on the lip of a world more different than she could believe, the awestruck soul tried to take it all in, and failing that, she just sat there. Looking at it, listening to it. For the first time she realized that there had been a sound building faintly since she first set foot out of the Senkaimon that emerged in the forest. With every movement she made towards the destination that her communicator indicated, that tumult had increased imperceptibly, until now she could recognize its source. The voice of this land and sky was constantly changing, but always recognizable. There had to be a word for something like this. But since its like did not exist in Soul Society, Rukia had never learned it. Had all the others known this place existed, and simply never mentioned it to her? Hard to believe. But since it was right there in front of her, she had to. After several minutes, Rukia recalled her purpose in being here. The communicator indicated that her targets were still much further out, and down. They must be in the water, she thought. Hundreds of them, according to the report. This would be a difficult assignment, to be sure, but somehow, the sight of that unprecedented liquid landmass let her believe that nothing was beyond the realm of possibility. If it could exist, then she could fulfill this task. It was no good letting the unknown daunt you. That she knew all too well. The delegate of the afterlife then rose and stepped off the cliff face, descending until she was on the same level as her marvelous new discovery. Tentatively, afraid of getting wet in spite of all previous experience that this place could hardly touch her, she stuck a toe into that surging, spreading body of water. Rukia flinched when it lapped against her sandal, but there came no sensation of cold or damp. This was not her world. Does that make me unfit to even be here? Why am I asking that now? I am here, that's what matters. And I have a job to do. Let's get to it. She moved into the tide, leaving no disturbance to mark her passing. In moments, there was a new ceiling directly above her head, one that flowed and melted like liquid glass. A few seconds to marvel at this event, and then she turned back to the lightless depths that stretched out before her. It certainly looks deep. I wonder what kind of souls are hiding down there? With that, Rukia got moving. A ghost swam beneath the waves. All that lived in the ocean feared her, though they could not see her. She was a phantom, invisible to mortal eyes, but perhaps not to their senses. Fish and creatures of the sea fled at her approach, sensing that here was a predator that exceeded anything they could achieve. The Scylla moved through her chosen domain, the only evidence of her existence being small will-o'-the-wisps that danced all around her bulk. She was one of the great old hollows, those that had striven in secret to achieve the very pinnacle to which their kind might aspire. It had been a process that served to magnify and intensify every pain or fear she might ever know, leading the resolute wraith to question whether or not she could endure the obliteration of self that was a necessity for this process. But by then it was too late to turn back, and she knew it. The only recourse was to prevail, outlast the hunger and dissolution, to come out afterwards stronger than anyone or anything. She had done all this to escape servitude. The Scylla had fled from Hueco Mundo when the Dullahan first appeared and made itself known. She had recognized that even then, her strength as an Aegitius would draw his interest, for a warrior in his army and possibly something much worse. So she had escaped to the land of sunlight and even greater peril, risking death at the hands of the hunters and the blade killers. Early on the exile recognized that there was one place that might offer her protection from all her enemies' eyes. It was the source of all life on this world. The vast, unplumbed ocean. Overlooked by those who policed the afterlife. Unlike her, they often retained memories of having lived in this dimension. An unintentional result of those lifetimes was that the killers tended to overlook anywhere they had not considered a suitable habitat while alive. And there were no human settlements in the cold lightless world beneath the waves. There were souls to scavenge, however, and more than one might think. Drowned sailors, murders, suicides. No feast, to be sure, but that was precisely the appeal. Others of her breed did not trouble themselves with the sea, when there were far richer pastures to graze upon to fill their hungry spirits. That meant she had it all to herself. And for one lone Aegitius, it had proven enough. Sometimes the aquatic carnivore came upon pockets of souls hiding in the dark, searching for treasure, or secrets. On very rare occasions, there might even be a lone spirit of noteworthy quality and power. But those were few and far between. The last had been a woman, the flyer from foreign lands whose craft had faltered during a storm, and that had been over 50 years ago. There had been a tempest like that blowing when she experienced the final reward for her perseverance. The sky had been completely black with clouds, lightning tearing through its surface, thunder laughing at her dwindling screams. The very ocean had pulled away from her as she bobbed to the surface, leaving the aspirant hanging in a void. Her hollow hole had swallowed nearly all of her, allowed to spread from enforced starvation and the resulting horror it had bestowed upon her. But this was the secret, one she had learned at great cost to herself. If she managed to endure, then she would become one of the great lords. There were no guarantees. Spirit power had nothing to do with it. You had to be at a certain soul mass to start with, to be sure, but when the final reckoning came, survival depended on something that could not be explained. Maybe luck, or destiny. Or clarity. No one could tell her that. When the final shreds of spirit form were annihilated by her emptiness, she finally understood. The taste of her own soul. With it came the realization that the mortal realm would not be sufficient to stabilize her apotheosis. Hueco Mundo beckoned, and so she returned, to feast upon her native home. The soul stuff of that barren plane was absorbed into the black hole that she had become, along with any hollows unfortunate enough to have been in the vicinity. Her influence reached out to absorb every sliver of spirit particles for hundreds of miles in any direction. The formless entity knew that she needed as much as she could get, and her whole of a heart devoured all available Reishi it could find. Then it recreated her, as a Vastolord. The form she took was apparently influenced by her time spent under the sea. A woman's torso appeared with the antlered hollow mask still covering her head, only larger than any mortal, huge and beautiful, a giantess with skin of bronze like those humans who lived their lives under the tropical sun. But thereafter any resemblance ended. Iridescent lines of aquamarine scales drew symbols along the incredible muscles beneath that skin. Shafts of cartilage grew and connected from her back, almost seeming to craft a skeleton behind her. Below the waist there sprouted no legs, only an assembly of ravenous beasts, some bearing the heads of lionesses, others like eels twining on vast serpentine coils. She had been a composite entity ever since winning over the collective of Minos Grande, and this was represented in her new form. Scylla. Ecstasy was her first experience upon beholding herself. And with it came dejection. The new-made monster realized that although her strength now dwarfed even the Shinigami elite, memory let her know that she had failed to surpass the level of the tyrant king of Hueco Mundo. Already the Dullahan sensed her. She could not remain here. And so it was back to the watery kingdom that would forevermore be her home. Subterfuge and solitude served to keep her apart from any would-be threats. If that failed, she could always sacrifice one of her appendages, granting it new life as a separate entity and thereby distract the search parties, giving her time to escape. Perhaps one day, the tyrant would fall. How, she could not guess, but until then, it was her lot to wander the seas alone. Although she no longer hungered to feast upon the souls of the living and the dead, an apparent consequence of her transformation, the experience was still soothing. Their auras flowing down her throat remained as sweet as ever, and she could appreciate it even more without that gnawing empty craving that had previously occupied a part of her thoughts. The Vastolord now felt secure enough to attack whole ships and devour their crew, leaving them to float as ghost hulks upon the ocean surface. One of the humans' flying vessels had fallen into the ocean recently, and she had been tempted to locate the main concentration of souls, even though there was a chance such a large collection would attract more of her kind. But now the Scylla had the scent of something different. It had been so long, but the aroma was unmistakable. There was a Shinigami in the vicinity. Probably dispatched to collect those crash victims. A storm had brought the craft down, however it had been quelled by now. All that remained was to track her latest prey, and savor the taste of something pure and rich. To hell with the risks, I want a meal that is truly memorable, and this is it. There is so little of interest in my days, if I don't seek out something worthwhile, I might as well be dead. The Titan reflected on this, as she surged through the ocean. An elementary student passing with her mother pointed at a patch of sunlit grass. "Mama, can I pet the kitty?" "What?" The parent peered at her daughter curiously, unable to see anything where she was indicating. "There's no cat there." "Come on, Mickey, don't be playing games now, we have to get home." They continued on, and the girl turned her head and waved forlornly. "Bye, invisible kitty." A midnight pour raised and batted at the air in parting, brightening the child's face considerably. She skipped the whole way back home, singing, "Invisible kit tie, invisible kit tie." Her bemused mother dismissed it as an infantile quirk, remembering her own fanciful imagination at that age with nostalgic fondness. Yuruaki Shihoan yawned and stretched, arching her back and flipping her tail regally. Another person able to see her. There certainly were a lot of folks with high extrasensory awareness in this region. The perfect feeding ground for any daring hollow. But none acted openly. Almost like they were being restrained somehow. That in and of itself should have alerted any observant souls that something was amiss. And yet, no Shinigami were in sight. All the better for her, considering her status as a fugitive. But eventually, somebody was going to pay the price for this lax security. Maybe even that little female human. "Run home, child," she thought. Night is approaching. The exiled royal matriarch of the House of Shihoan had been scouting this particular vicinity for several days now. As the one most adept at camouflage, Yoriyuki had tasked herself with engaging in any long-distance reconnaissance trips, leaving Tessai and Kisuke back at their home on the main island to focus on building their defenses and alliances. She had never been one to sit around and formulate strategy anyway. That was for those who took themselves more seriously. I know quite a few people like that, upon reflection. They had moved around quite a bit following their defection from Seoul society. With the Mobile Defense Corps on their heels, it didn't pay to remain complacent. But Kisuke had been adamant that they remain in their new locale once they happened upon it. His attempts at clear, logical, reasoned explanations for this left both his allies doubting the scientist's sanity, and not for the first time. But eventually, they had acquiesced to his stubborn refusal to relocate with as much grace as they were capable. The Guardians of the Afterlife would never relent in their pursuit of 3 Forsaken captains. A pity they never bothered to consider they might be after the wrong triumvirate. Yoriyuki did not like to think what it might be like to fall prey to her own former forces. No doubt their deaths would be made to look like accidents. In this world, the term was shot while attempting to escape. There would be no crucifixion on Sokioka Hill for her. And why risk it, when her clan had been the ones to craft that means of terminating captains? They'd be too afraid she might have a means of turning the Phoenix back upon them somehow. Keep them guessing, that's the way to stay ahead in this game. Even if they were somehow taken alive, it was highly unlikely their presence in prison would be long-term. If the assassins didn't get them, he would. Perhaps there would be a staged escape, leaving the 13 Division Imperial Guards running about in desperation looking for the escapees. And all the time they were off being secretly subjected to more of Aizen's foul experiments. Now wasn't that a lovely thought? Kisuke's, of course. He always did have a morbid sense of humor. Fortunately he had never once been able to avoid her foot aimed at his skull when he became too creepy. Just keeping things simple, she always told him afterwards. Now the polymorphed princess leapt up and began loping across the rooftops. There had been a disaster in these parts recently. Many lives were cut short when an airplane was brought down by a storm. Or at least, that was how it was made to seem. Efforts to recover the bodies had proven fruitless. This was just the sort of thing that led to souls becoming bound to this realm. If her forsaken comrades on the other side of life were still on their game, they should have sent someone capable to clean up this mess and dispatch any hollows that chose to feast upon the remains. She wondered why they hadn't bothered to yet. As if alerted by her thoughts, a sense came to the black cat then. There was a Senkaimon gate opening nearby. Curious, Yoriyuki Shihoin raised her leonine head and sniffed experimentally. There had been quite a few Shinigami popping in and out lately. Perhaps a sign of troubling times for them. Goodness, don't tell me old man Yamamoto and his stooges are starting to feel anxious. That could lead to them wiping out some hollow nests to remind everyone who's in charge before settling back down to their uncontested dominion over all creatures great and small. She allowed herself a faint sneer. Why did I ever stay there so long? Then she caught a clear scent of the new arrival, and her jaw dropped. It was him. There was no mistaking it, even from this great a distance, and after so much time. She had breathed in his scent often enough during their impassioned bouts of love-making to be assured of recognizing that unforgettable aroma. Faint, but definite. It had been half a century since Yoriyuki had been able to set eyes upon her lover and student. And she still ached from the absence. His strength, his smile, the feel of his hands upon her skin, and the way his black silken hair felt sliding through her fingers. She could recall every moment in breathless detail. But all that had been torn away by the devious machinations of a heartless being. There had only been enough time to leave him something of highest value to her, as a promise that one day they would meet again. The cat goddess had never doubted that day would come. But when it did, would it be as impassioned allies, or despairing enemies? And suddenly she knew that she must see him. Now, without delay. Real or not, out of shape or not, she must get to where he was. Even if it was only for a moment from a distance, her heart let her know what it needed. And that had always been enough for Yoriyuki, consequences be damned. So resolved, the ghost cat cast a spell, and transported herself across leagues. Up above, night was falling. But in this watery dimension, the only light came from spirits. Rukia had been finding and purifying them for hours now. This being her first experience in performing soul burial, there might have been some need to adjust herself to the experience. However, that had not proven to be the case. Apparently, in spite of having offered her nothing in the way of comfort, the Kukaki family had clearly not stinted in preparing her for the basics a Shinigami would require. The apparitions oftentimes fled from her, their resentment and hostility evident for all to see. She was quicker, though. That much was established early on. And when she performed her first ever Kenso, and watched the fear-filled eyes melt into something approximating peace, that had been all it took to get Rukia to appreciate what she could do here. For perhaps the first time ever, she was glad of her role as a death god. Here in this Stygian void, her insecurities were temporarily forgotten. She skipped from one soul to another. It was almost like a game to her now. How many can I do in 10 minutes? An hour? All day? Based on the number of souls in this vicinity, it might just come to that. There had been no hollows, a danger her orders had warned about specifically. It seemed odd to Rukia that they would send someone who had only been officially on the job for a month into an area that was a tempting target for any deranged spirit. The specifics were that a large quantity of souls had been lost here in a recent tragedy. Weather conditions had hampered recovery efforts on the part of the Shinigami. On top of that, something in this water seemed to be interfering with her perceptions to a noticeable extent. It was interesting to find that such a thing could influence herself and her brethren. There had been only passing mention of such things back in their student days. Oh, well. That just meant she was learning something. And after the tedium to be found in her regular workday back at the office, this was an experience to be cherished. Perhaps someone had noticed her work and recommended she be given this assignment. Lieutenant Shiba, perhaps. He had been good to her ever since she first joined the 13th. It was nice to imagine that Kyan was looking out for her well-being, and not in a condescending way like so many of the other officers. Thinking about her likable fellow noble caused Rukia to overlook a matter of some significance. Namely, all fish in the vicinity had fled. She was over the ocean, coasting about, and Yoriyuki realized there was something wrong. Well, two things, actually. For starters, she had been mistaken. This person was not whom she had first believed. Their Ryotsu was unknown to her, and much too small to qualify. A Shinigami, without a doubt, but a newcomer. What really got her attention, though, was the way this planet's spiritual ether was screaming at her. The turmoil was expressed in the violent churning of tidal waves and gale force winds. Several whirlpools were sprouting up, from here to the horizon, hungry gobbling vortices that did not result from any natural phenomena. All aquatic and avian life was fleeing from the scene. It was as if something that went against nature itself was approaching this vicinity. And yet, there was no trace of soul power to explain it. The signs were unmistakable, though. A hollow. So why couldn't she locate it? And apparently, Yoriyuki was not the only one. The other Shinigami present was behaving as if there was nothing peculiar transpiring. What sort of total amateur was this, anyway? And why were they sent here? No, none of that mattered. The threat was real. Reason didn't seem to be flying, so it was time to try something different. Let's get crazy. The butterfly fluttered off and away to its new home. Rukia lowered her Zanpakuto, observing its flight with that strange sense of fulfillment a successful Kenso brought. A glow came into her field of vision, then. From behind. Surprised, she turned around. There were small globes of green light, wavering and floating gently in their liquid luminescence. They flowed around her, giving off no sense of power or danger. It was so very pretty, actually. Wondering, she reached up and touched one of those tiny lamps. It felt cold. Everything felt that way, actually. What was going on? Something like a ripple passed through her then. The lady of the Kukaki stared straight forward. Untouched by the eldritch glow, it was the darkness. Something was moving in it. No. That wasn't it. It was darkness. Coiling and sliding around her. Huge. Icy. Intimidating. I don't sense anything. What is it? Then it was like an outline became visible, of a darker shadow against the ocean's depths. As if a hole had been cut out of that picture before her, leading into a true unending void. The enormous bulk of a Vastolord hung before its unsuspecting target, tentacles winding out slowly to encase the drifting figure in a fang-filled cage. "Come to me," it whispered. "Delicious soul. Flush pleasure. I want you. Give yourself to me." Rukia stared, eyes wide. The first gentle touch brushed against her cheek, and still she made no move to escape. It was as though none of this was real. She was just observing it, from the outside. A part of her was not within this prison. It was all a trap, she realized. A pair of glowing green eyes lit up within the ebony swell. "Someone, help me." The speed demon dropped her protective camouflage. "Hey!" she roared in a voice magnified by Kido. "Check this out." She swung her hands out, clapped them together with her head bowed over them, and cast her spell. Bakudo number 90, Red Throat Flytrap. A crimson spear shot out from her fists, up to heaven and down earthwards. At both tips it suddenly sprouted into a multitude of glowing bands that curved through the air. Designed to entwine and contain, their sticky touch was also corrosive, burning any soul stuff they encountered. And a multitude of tongues roared. Looking about, Yoruaki found herself surrounded by hollows. They were huge hollows, struggling within her web. Some of them had partially removed masks. The resultant unleashed spirit strength almost bowled her over. What the hell? Had they been here the whole time, and she hadn't noticed it? How did they manage it? Hovering naked in the midst of that raging struggling throng, a sharp sense of danger caught Shihoan's attention. A quick glance over to her right confirmed the new threat. There were 3 of them, all dressed in white. Arrancar, she realized. Hollows that had crossed the boundary between themselves and Shinigami. Like the Vizard, but from the opposite direction. One of them was a muscular male, with horns, black hair, and a trim pointed goatee on a firm face. Close to him there was another form whose sex was difficult to determine, owing to being completely covered, from its white-gloved hands to a concealing oblong helm that completely obscured its face. But the third was the worst of them, without a doubt. She had skin like yellowed ivory, metallic red hair pulled back in a ponytail, and what seemed to be shades of bone over her eyes. A golden needle was driven through her broad nose. This one had already broken through the bindings, and was turning to confront the architect of their confusion. A dragon-headed hammer was clenched in one hand, while the other came up to point at Yoruaki with a copper butcher knife. "Looks like I really stepped in it this time," the ex-captain smirked. She was just preparing to fight for her life, when everything was blown away. A spell. A Shinigami spell. The power behind it was superior to anything she had ever dreamed they were capable of producing. And when it fell, she had been found. Hollows everywhere, and not just the regular kind. These were nearly all Ajicha's level, some with masks removed. And 3 of them were, strange, more powerful than the rest. Sudden recognition hit. That one. She is one of my discards. One of the serpent heads I dropped to ward off pursuers from before. She must have been recruited by the Dullahan. That's what this means, it was all a trap. The tiny Shinigami was forgotten. Now all that mattered was escape. With that, her draconic attachments all came up together, and blue seros streaked from each and every one of their throats. The water above was evaporated, joined soon after by over half of the yet imprisoned hunting party. A cloud of dark inky ryotsu then poured from her lion heads. Reaching down, she tore away one of them and cast it back, giving that collection of hollows their individuality and freedom, commanding them to cover her retreat. Tia Haribel then tore away, fleeing into the darkest reaches of the sea. Expecting a fight to the death, the Shihoan heiress was astonished to find exactly that to be transpiring. The only thing was, she didn't seem to be involved in it. Hot on the heels of her first reading of the situation, a presence had come then that explained quite a bit. Below in the ocean, what felt like a secondary sea of dark strength was revealed in all its superb enormity. It was true terror, greater even than a captain's power, wrapped in a pulsing hollow skin. Like things weren't bad enough before, she thought, and grinned. But the irrationality that had spawned this occurrence apparently had not run its course yet. Without warning, Zeros of unsurpassed intensity came up and obliterated a hefty chunk of the demon brigade. Either that Kraken below me has terrible aim, or I'm the fourth leg on this particular tripod. A second later, what felt like a pall of incredibly dense soul particles rose all around them in a black cloud. It was so heavy, thick, and strong that it was completely impossible to distinguish anything outside of oneself. Like being enveloped in cement. On the other hand, Yoriyuki reasoned, if she couldn't see them, the same was true for her enemies. Ah, the ostrich defense. She's getting away. A low feminine voice shouted. Andeal, amigos. A man's came back. There came a crash then, and a surprised shout that sounded like two people calling out at once. Clearly through the din of an apparent battle, the noise of a lion roaring transformed into distinct words. I am Mila Rose, servant of the goddess. You are not permitted to pass. That was it for Yoriyuki. It was high time she made her own farewells. But one thing had to be settled first. Her more reliable senses might be cut off, but there was still a tang in her nostrils that bespoke of familiarity. Fixating on that scent, the nude Amazon dove downwards, feeling the slight disturbance that came from entering the ocean. It could be that Leviathan was waiting below for her, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. Yoriyuki crashed right into something, and immediately she knew it was the rookie death god. By the way that her counterpart failed to respond, they were either dead from all this noxious maelstrom of deathly reishi, or simply passed out. Let's hope my luck holds, kiddo, because we're going to have to take this slow. With that, the goddess of Flash fought down her own screaming instincts and, taking firm hold of the insensate body, began to cautiously retreat from the battle that was apparently taking place overhead. With all that remained unexplained, there was no way to tell if exercising her abilities to their full extent might not catch the attention of the hunting party. Or worse, their prey. So she kept her riot so sealed as well as able, and proceeded to slink away under cover of night and hollowing cloud. Apparently, neither side of this conflict took notice of her departure. The battle between hollows continued to rage, and the agents of Soul Society took advantage of this civil war to slip away without anyone noticing. Rukia Ajausama. The lady in question broke out of her reverie. One of Byakuya's messengers knelt in the middle of the covered archway down which she trod. He wore the same plain brown and black garb required for all the lower retainers of the Kukaki family, right down to the hooded face wrap. Rukia often wondered what sort of services these silent unassuming sentinels performed for her brother. Did they inform on her whereabouts? Perhaps all the servants in this household reported back to their lord on the comings and goings of his adopted sibling. A foolish notion, she realized. Her existence probably never entered Byakuya Kukaki's thoughts for more than a minute every week. Not that there was much to tell about her daily routine, really. If Rukia's experience was any judge, the soldiers of the 13th Division were hardly ever called upon to engage in noteworthy missions. The business at Hollow Bog over a decade ago still ranked as the most martial expedition she could ever claim to have been a part of. As an unranked Shinigami, Rukia had to wonder if she had committed an indiscretion of some sort that kept her name off the list of interesting assignments. Of course, there was the loss of Kaienshiba, and her part in that affair. Or was Captain Yukatake himself the reason why their division received so few challenges? It suddenly dawned upon Rukia that she had been completely ignoring the attendant before her, and she pulled herself back into the present. Yes. Her visitor withdrew a slip of paper and offered it up. I have been instructed to deliver this to you, Ajausama. She took it, and he bowed his head to the floor, waiting until his mistress passed before taking his leave. Rukia continued the journey back to her room without further interruption. The note and its contents could wait until she could be assured of a little more privacy. Whatever might lie in store for her, it was always best to give yourself some alone time before receiving potential bad news. She would not want anyone to see her face crumple if this turned out to be a rescinding of her as yet unrealized working vacation. Around here, you never know who might be listening in. A shoji door slid shut, smoothly crafted fittings offering no sound to mar the house's blissful torpor. Best not to make too much noise, lest he wake up their slumbering house guest. Wearing only an emerald cotton sleeping yukata, this establishment's owner made his way barefoot down the hall, creeping into an open door out of which golden lamplight poured. That same color was reflected in the glasses of one of the room's occupants, and outmatched in the eyes of the other. Urahara Kisuk stopped. "Tessai," he commented airily, "did I or did I not request that the lady clothe herself prior to my leaving the room?" The supreme spellcaster glanced at his earthly overseer, then back at the stunningly nude female figure stretched out casually on the tatami mat, one leg propped up so as to leave no part of her physique to the imagination. "You did," Tessai Tsukabishi replied back. "However, she quite clearly ignored your insinuation. And I, being of a more doughty constitution than you, found no reason to press the issue." Yuruaki stretched her neck to peer salaciously over at her former underling. "If you make me wait any longer to learn your findings, I might catch my death of cold." She reached over and took a sip from the warm sake dish, lending a heady alcoholic savor to their enclave, then turned a meaningful look back to Urahara. The researcher heaved a cheerless sigh and flopped unceremoniously down to join them, reaching for his own cup, which had been kept warm thanks to a small spell. Swishing the liquor around in his mouth, he swallowed and breathed out. "I'm inclined to agree with your initial assessment, dear Yuruaki. Whoever this girl might be, she's not your average Shinigami. My Ryotsu half-life meter indicates that she has indeed been in close contact with at least 2 of our little mischief makers. In addition to this, there are several more captain-level prints left in her aura. Our mystery guest seems to move in some very high circles." A thoughtful look passed over the brown-skinned beauty's face. "And what about Byakuya?" "Definitely. His stamp is so strong, he must be in close contact with her every single day. At least in the same room. The insignia in her robes says she's with the 13th, so they're not in the same squad." Kisuk turned a questioning look upon his accomplice. "You're certain that she's of no relation?" Yuruaki shrugged. "He got married, last I heard. That was over 5 years ago. Nothing else has reached my ears since then. This might be his wife." Her tone gave no indication of having an opinion on the matter. Instead she groaned and stretched out on the floor, running her fingers through her hair to let it drape around her head. "Ah, but I miss having an army of spies and eavesdroppers at my disposal. Being uninformed sucks." Tessai crossed his arms, head sinking forward in deliberation and brow creasing in a frown. Eventually, he inhaled deeply, and spoke what he perceived they were all thinking. "What say you both? Do we kill her or not?" His 2 accomplices exchanged glances again. Urahara seemed to ponder this, while Yuruaki peered through her lashes at the ceiling. The shopkeeper was the first to break the silence. "You say that she didn't seem aware of what was going on. You mean about being used as bait?" She countered. "No. She never gave any indication of figuring things out." The mustachioed muscleman kept his head bowed. "It does seem clear that the objective of this affair was to lure that Mega Hollow out of hiding. When the plane crash didn't prove enough to catch its attention, Aizen must have decided to finally let news of the disaster get through to Soul Society. He probably supposed they would send a Shinigami strong enough to handle any problems. All those people, killed for no other reason except to serve as a lure," Urahara mused. "You didn't feel this thing, Kisuk." Yuruaki sat back up. "Trust me, it wouldn't have roused itself for just a little hollow bait. You'd have needed something big just to get its attention. And we all saw the results of your analysis, from both me and the girl. It was definitely Vastolord. Right in our own backyard," he mused dreamily. "Who would have guessed it? Clearly a smart one, too, seeing as how it used the ocean to keep from leaving any trace of its presence in this world. All that cleansing water washed away most of its Ryotsu taint. There was hardly enough on you to get a good read. No wonder they've had such a hard time finding it." Mayuri would be foaming at the mouth if he knew he might get his hands on one outside of Hueco Mundo's dead zone. Tessai interposed then. "Speaking of dampening effects, Yuruaki and I were discussing something while you were away. Based on her testimony, I think it's safe to assume that one of those Arrancar she saw was interfering with any hollow spirit signatures. That's why she couldn't sense them or their quarry until her spell broke its concentration. We've heard of this phenomenon before." Urahara pulled out what looked to be a calculator and began calling up information on the screen. "The last time was when the Squad 3 captain bought it, and we all know who stepped in to replace her. Jin. Yuriyuki took another drink, as if to wash the vile taste of that name out of her mouth. Yup, our own beloved toothy-faced maniac. But that wasn't the only time. There was that Academy first-grade class Kenso debacle way back when, remember? All those huge hollows just waltzed in right under Soul Society's nose and made a bloodbath out of some of their most promising young all-stars. Well, now I've seen the one responsible for that, the Workat shot back. I'm positive that female Aaron Carr was the one doing the shielding. She was definitely the head of that particular pack. Must be pretty high up in Aizen's ranks to warrant bringing him one of the big fish. And that just goes to prove what I've been saying all along, he'd never risk someone that useful unless it was extremely important. Like taking out a captain. So that slaughter of the students had to have been more than just depriving the Godi I-13 of a few potential fighters. Momo Hinamori, Izuru Kira, and Hisagi Shihei. Tessai brought the names up from his well-trained memory. All three were survivors of that night, and each of them has gone on to be third seat or higher in their respective divisions. Divisions that just so happen to be captained by our enemies. The flaxen-haired pharmacist clicked shut his notepad. You're forgetting one name. Abarai Renji. He's under Aizen, the company's 12th seat, as I recall. Tessai pushed his glasses higher up his nose and appraised the other man. I'm surprised to find you remembered the name, Kisuke. I had a bit of a refresher, Urahara smiled lazily back. You'll never believe whose Ryotsu I found deeply intertwined with our dreaming angels, almost like they've known each other for decades. Her purple eyebrows lifted up in disbelief. Just who is this girl, anyway? I'd like to find out. And this brings us neatly back to the original question. If we want to come out on top after the dust settles, then some risks will have to be taken. And I must admit, I'm dying with curiosity. That sleeping beauty might have more than a few secrets tucked away in her pretty little noggin. My vote is that we let her live, and see what she can reveal to us. I concur. Tessai raised his head and gave an approving nod. Even if she is one of them, I dislike the thought of casually dispatching her without any solid proof to support it. We all swore to use our own good judgment and not be ruled by the example of Soul Society anymore. This seems like a good opportunity to act on that vow. Yuriyuki jumped up, enjoying how both men couldn't resist staring at the resultant bouncing this entailed. She grinned deviously. Seeing as how the tally is already 2 out of 3 in favor of acquittal, I am more than happy to vote in favor with you gentlemen. Of course, we'll have to be careful not to spill too many secrets ourselves, now won't we? A fan blossomed in Kisuke's fingers, and he flicked it open to hide the matching smirk that accompanied her own. Why, Captain, we both know that I am the absolute soul of discretion. By all means, let us go and acquaint our guest with the hospitality of this happy home. The tribunal then exited their council chambers. Lying insensate in the next room, Rukia Kukaki slept not knowing that her continued existence had just hung on the decision of 3 well-known traitors. To be continued. Check the description for the links to the author.